on the road to Beijing. A biting cold wind howls, snowflakes swirling in circles across the frozen ground.
Hey, you big lug. Your big sister has already passed away. Why won't you believe it? Let's find a spot nearby and bury her. Unlike your little sister, who is so small and light, we could just carry her along. But without your dad to spell you pushing these kids, the further north we go, the deeper the snow, the tougher the roads.
Our big sis isn't dead yet. Big sis will pull through. She'll cook us hearty meals.
She won't abandon us. Uncle, my sister's still alive.
Dad said, all the brothers and sisters are here. We can't lose a single one. Live well and whole, all together. And make it to Beijing as one.
The old soldier in uniform watched these sturdy kids weep, his own eyes turning red.
All right then. You've got the muscle, so you push the cart. But don't push yourself too far. If you collapse, those little ones will truly have no one. If you really can't keep it up, just say the word to Big Tree.
Sun Lala, dazed, heard a tender voice murmur by his ear, mingled with faint, broken sobs.
Sister, don't sleep. Sister, wake up. If sister sleeps, I'll sleep too. I just can't hold on.
Can't even open my eyes. Body so frail, like I fasted for 15 days straight to slim down. Feels ancient. A flicker of strength stirs in her limbs. She reaches out to touch young Zhou Fengshou, slumped against the flatbed cart. The young man on the ground, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. Mother, buried by father. Father, in his final breath, asked him to bury him. He knew he was no quick thinker, had no idea how to face what came next. Feels like someone touching my shoulder. He turns around. He sees Tao Hua gazing at him and calls out.
Big brother.
He realizes it is his big sister, and the tears stream down his face. He jumps up and rushes to the fire.
Tao Hua, our Tao Hua's awake. Uncle, that uncle. Our Tao Hua's awake.
I don't have my glasses. You're fooling me.
And the second and the third brothers huddled around the fire, along with a pair of slightly older siblings who came running toward her. Turning her head, the first thing Tao Hua saw was a half-grown boy cradling a 2 or 3-year-old child in his arms. This boy was Jiang Hongkai, the fiancé from the original host's childhood betrothal. 13 years old this year. He had an older sister named Zhang Yaxiu, 14 years old.
As the old saying goes, after surviving a great calamity, good fortune will surely follow. It is getting late. Everyone, get some rest soon. We'll set off early tomorrow. In another half month, we'll reach our destination. And then we can finally settle down.
The old man waved his hand, instructing the curious onlookers nearby. Once everyone had dispersed, he turned to Tao Hua.
My dear girl, looking at your family, you're the only one who can take charge now. You've pulled yourself together, of course, but that little sister of yours is truly gone. If I were you, I'd find a place to bury her.
You, Rong, you insist. We can't leave her behind.
Glancing at the eldest brother with red-rimmed eyes, Tao Hua nodded.
All right, then we'll carry her with us. Keep her close by. None of us missing. Brother Hongkai, you should rest too. I'm really okay now.
Later, you and second brother go to my sister's tent. That is where second brother and the others slept last night. There are other women and children inside as well.
Then, what about you and big brother?
We'll be outside with big brother Bing. They have furs to keep warm. So you head to the tent and rest. There are furs laid out inside too.
Cradling little brother, she glanced down at the twins by her feet, then looked up through the hole in the tent roof, gazing at the starry sky through this rebirth ritual. A cake of wishes, holding true to another's life, their family, their betrothed. How could I ever shirk that responsibility? Let's just keep on living well. The next morning at dawn, we boil some water and add a bit of dry rations. And that is our breakfast. In this late January chill, just getting a sip of hot water and a little something to fill our bellies is no small feat.
Once our lives settle down, we'll bring your parents here. We'll make a good life for ourselves. And I'll make sure you kids get to study, just like your big brother Hong Kai, with more food than we could ever eat.
But the sorrow was only just beginning, when suddenly the man beside us let out a raw, gut-wrenching wail, startling him so much his bowl nearly slipped from his hands. All right. And so the new day dawned amid that piercing cry. The guards at the gates of Quanzhou County, outside Beijing, spotted a large group approaching from afar, and knew the refugee escort had returned. They reported it up the chain at once, and prepared to receive them. Uncle Bing strode to the front of the column, still a good distance away, and bellowed toward the city gate.
Little Wu Zai, you on gate duty today. Expecting some big shot or what? Got the letter you sent ahead, so here I am, waiting at the gate. The general heard your group was bringing back a crowd, so he sent me to check in on things. How many did you manage to bring? Quite a few this time. 426 souls, young and old. Over half from the south. Not sure they'll take to our northern coast. Take a look. Most of them in thin jackets, shivering like leaves. Well, your letter said over 400. And you didn't lose half along the way. Didn't think you'd bring them all back in one piece. Well done. Brother, you pulled it off. Baliu, come on. If it weren't for the prince sending extra grain, quilts, and furs later on, either starve or freeze to death. All perish along the way. This group has been trudging along the road for nearly 3 months. And those who made it here are folks with true grit and endurance. For it is the harsh reality that has got us in this bind. One day we'll rise up, and it'll all be behind us. Let's go. Once you've settled this group, I can head back and report to the general. See you, and pass my regards to the prince. This dispatch is worth more than life itself.
The registrar gazed at the 7 children, young and old, along with the others who'd come with them, beaming with delight.
Kids are a blessing.
Beijing's short on hands, but even more so on young ones. The registrar told them to wait a bit, and they'd head out with Uncle Bing soon enough. Only then did they learn the village awaiting them was just a stone's throw from Jingcheng, the very one where Uncle Bing himself hailed from. Li Xianfeng was overjoyed to hear these children would be resettled back in his village alongside him.
Heading to my neck of the woods. That is splendid. Our village, named Zhengyi Village, a name bestowed by the prince himself. No more calling me Uncle Bing from here on out. Just plain old Grandpa Li will do, seeing as I've got grandkids of my own.
We've arrived in the village. It is already getting dark. Uncle Li leads Xian first to his own home.
Let's eat something first. Stay the night here at home. We'll sort out the rest tomorrow. Everyone, get a good night's rest. Auntie, guests have arrived at the house. Whip up some food for these kids.
Seeing the 8 people in the yard, she pauses for a moment, then greets them with a warm smile.
Juicy's dad, you're back today. Why no heads up? Where do you pick this up this time? These fine young ones hustle inside and warm up. Get warm. Oh my, you've been suffering these past couple days in those thin jackets.
Auntie ushers everyone inside, then steps out and calls out from the doorway.
大柱子, head to the east end of the village. Pick up 2 big slabs of tofu from old Zhao's and grab a couple tails of liquor. Your dad's back with cash in hand.
A faint reply echoes back. Then she heads back inside.
Don't just stand around in the room. Hop up on the can. The can's nice and toasty. Quick, quick, quick.
Arriving at a stranger's home, he alone finds the room's furnishings familiar and comforting, while the others feel a bit awkward.
Juicy's dad, come to the kitchen. Grab some fried soybeans for the kids. Sit further in. It is warmer there.
Little Fang, full of curiosity, takes a tentative step or two on this unfamiliar heated brick bed. As if startled, he darts back into Daohu's arms, whispering softly right by her ear.
Sister, this bed is warm. Is there a fire underneath it? Will it burn us? This thing called a Kong. There is a fire right underneath, but it won't reach us. It is just too cold out there. In winter, that is where you sleep. Go inside and have a look. That side connects to the wall, and the stove at the back is called the King Head. Let's take a look. It is even hotter there.
Before long, Uncle Li came into the room, carrying a small woven basket, filled with roasted soybeans, melon seeds, and peanuts.
It is nothing fancy, just a little welcome treat for you. Here you go. All roasted by your aunt herself. Help yourselves. Dinner will be ready soon. And I'll go light the Kang in the west room first. Then I'll borrow an extra quilt. You just relax here for now.
Zhang Hongkai quickly stood up, took the basket, and placed it on the Kang, ready to help Uncle light the Kang and pick up a few rural skills. Dinner was ready in no time, and as Dao Hua sipped her porridge, she felt like she'd slipped back to her childhood days in the countryside. After dinner, they simply washed their faces and feet, and settled in for the night. One twin on her back, Dao Hua with her little brother on the other. Listening to the breaths around her gradually steadying, Dao Hua just couldn't drift off. She recalled from her past life how her grandmother shared tales of enduring ancient natural disasters, how they scraped by to raise 9 children against all odds, and how they weathered the harsh rationing era up north. Then she remembered trailing behind her mother in the fields from the tender age of 4, learning to till the soil. Even during high school summer breaks, picking string beans alongside her, planting cabbage, fermenting sauerkraut in autumn, stocking up for the winter. When Dao Hua was jolted awake by the big rooster alarm clock, the sky wasn't fully light yet, probably not even 6 o'clock. She heard the rhythmic chop of wood from the courtyard, the rooster's crow, and even sparrows squabbling over the chicken feed. What a lively start. Jiang Hongkai and her big brother were already out there helping Uncle Li split the wood, while Zhang Yaxiu tried to talk him back, not wanting her little brother to pitch in. He dodged it. Meanwhile, Dao Hua rounded up her little brothers to help Auntie Li tidy the house, sweeping the Kang, the floor, and dusting off the shelves, doing whatever needed doing. Zhang Yaxiu just stood there in the room, clueless about what to do, and even getting in the way. Leaving him so frustrated, he stomped his feet. Only you, Dao Hua. It made him look all the more hopeless. After tidying up, I helped Aunt Lai prepare breakfast. Once breakfast was cleared, Uncle Lai began discussing the important matters with them.
Our Zhengyi village has about 50 households in total. Over these past 2 years, the chaos on the Eagle side has been all about seizing from others. But we've managed to stay relatively peaceful here. So there haven't been many newcomers. You folks are our new arrivals here. And getting by in life boils down to clothing, food, housing, and transport. As for clothing, you'll have to sort that out on your own. Fortunately, the weather's warming up nicely. Now, as for food, our prince and the wealthy families in the city have set aside some provisions. If you need any, just head to the city to claim them. Keep track of what you take and pay it back in time. As for housing, there are a few places in the village available to rent. 也可以买 one outright. Let me tell you more about them.
Before Uncle Lai could go on, Zhang Yaxiu spoke up directly.
For our family, my brother Hongkai needs to keep up with his studies, so we'll have to move to the city for his schooling down the line. Uncle, just find us a place big enough for us 2 sisters. That is all.
As Zhang Yaxiu spoke, she shot a sharp glance at Jiang Hongkai, silencing him before he could speak. An elder sister steps in, as mother even, if she is just a year older. The younger ones still have to heed her word.
And what about your family?
Uncle, tell us first, then I'll give it some thought.
Finding a suitable house for Jiang Tangsheng's family should be straightforward, with all 5 of you to accommodate. It can't be too cramped. Now, let me think. There are 2 options, one next to Li Kuizi, with 5 rooms alongside. Though the courtyard's on the small side, but it is smack in the middle of the village, handy for everything. The other one's a bit farther out, practically at a village entrance. That is 5 rooms too, plus a storage shed and such, and a spacious courtyard. The only downside is the sparse neighbors, with wasteland all around. Thus, what is on your mind?
Uncle, I'd love to check out that big compound. Since my little brothers are still so young, and we need to clear until the land. But it is too far. By the time we get there, we'll be worn out and unfit for work.
Hearing Dao Hua's concerns, Uncle Li stood up, ready to show them the place. Dao Hua took a quick measure. The courtyard spanning nearly 2 acres, 5 rooms. Adobe built though it may be, it is still pretty decent.
Uncle, I want to buy this courtyard. How much will it cost? And can the title be transferred? What about reclaiming the nearby wasteland? And how are the land taxes handled?
You're in quite a hurry. Our village has no headman. Unlike the others, with our village's registration, you can head straight to the county yamen to sort it out. This house has no claimants anyway. It is under the county's care. House and the courtyard included. 20 tiles ought to cover it. Beijing's pricey for just about everything, save for land and these mud brick homes, which you'll come to appreciate in time. It is early yet, and the sun's warming things up nicely. Why don't you folks stroll around the village while I borrow an ox cart? Then we'll head to the capital shortly to get your registrations sorted. I'll be waiting at the village entrance.
Tao Hua glances at Jiang Hongkai, then at herself, then at the room, lost in thought. It feels so awkward. He has a mild social anxiety. It is not that he can't socialize, but that he just hates it, rejecting it from the depths of his soul. He dreads being stuck with others more than anything. Their mutual silence, thick with embarrassment.
Aren't you going to say something to your sister before heading into the city?
Jiang Hongkai felt inexplicably tense as well.
I'll go in a bit. How did you come up with buying a house? The kids on Fengkang and Fengfu Road have to go to school too. I see there is no school in the village. Why not live in the city, where it is so much more convenient?
Brother Hongkai, your family only has you and Sister Yaxiu. In another year or two, Sister Yaxiu will be getting married. You're a Tongsheng. You'll surely aim for Shusai, and then Juren. It'd be such a huge waste. My family only has me to carry it on. I might even have the nerve to lean on you for help. But with 4 brothers of my own, in a few years, they'll all be big enough to eat us out of house and home. We couldn't possibly burden you forever.
Zhang Hongkai wanted to say more, when the second brother suddenly ran up.
Sis, little sisters, still at Uncle Li's.
Tao Hua slaps her forehead. How could I forget about her? Quick, call big brother and bring the cart from Uncle Li's place. How careless of me. How could I leave her at someone else's house? Seeing Uncle Lai leading his ox cart, she is mortified for leaving little sister in his yard.
No big deal. Have you forgotten what your old uncle used to do, even your auntie, back then? I went to the battlefield with my father-in-law to collect the fallen. The 2 eldest brothers in your family served in the militia too.
Regardless of whether folks mind or not, he was truly out of line in this. Look, big brother's already coming over with the box, Uncle Lai said.
You young ones are so kind-hearted. You as Beijing folks are built tough, and we breed easy, but keeping kids alive, that is the real struggle. Not many families hold on to all their little ones. Not even the prince's household.
He let out a heavy sigh, then continued.
Let's find a spot and bury her. I've brought the tools. Then we can head out.
Tao Hua have big brother bury little sister just outside the courtyard. The child's too young. No marker needed. Uncle Li led them to the yamen. After completing the household registration, Uncle Li told them which streets had the grocery shops and such stores, and where the county school was. Then, he went off to meet an old friend, instructing them to meet at the city gate in 2 hours. Zhang Hongkai was heading to the county school. Zhang Yaxiu was going to the brokerage to inquire about houses in town, while Tao Hua was off to the general store for some essentials, which happened to be in 2 different directions. Before parting, Zhang Hongkai took Xiaofengzu along. Things Tao Hua buys can't be too few, and it is inconvenient, with a little one in tow. At the city gate, Uncle Lai pulled up in his cart from behind, just in time.
Lass, you've got quite a haul there. Looks like you're settling in proper. Anything else you're short on, just say the word to me, and I'll sort it out for you.
Well, thanks in advance, Uncle. You know my situation. I was thinking of making another quilt. Do you think the village has anyone who weaves homespun cloth? The cloth here is way too pricey.
Upon hearing Tao Hua wanted to use homespun for a quilt, Jiang Hongkai immediately chimed in to stop her.
Tao Hua, this morning I saw the door curtain Uncle Li hung up. It is wrapped in homespun cloth. It is too coarse to use for a quilt. However many bolts you need, I'll buy them for you.
Jiang Yaxi, overhearing this, unconsciously touched the purse in her bosom. Once the goods were loaded, Uncle Li had everyone board the cart.
Everyone settled in. Let's head back to the village. Lass, that young scholar was spot on. You really can't use that homespun cloth. The stitches are too big, and the batting leaks right out. If you're short on quilts, Just come grab one from my place.
Taohua hadn't really noticed what the door curtain was wrapped in. Could it be the rough kind they use for sex? She'd thought it was that linen from her past life. Zhang Yaxiu feared her little brother might drop another bombshell, and hurriedly cut in.
Taohua, there's a pawn shop over by the county school where they sell off unredeemed pawned goods. We might even find some bedding there.
She hadn't expected the usually reserved Zhang Yaxiu to come up with such a clever suggestion, nodding her thanks.
Sister Yaxiu is the smart one. I never would have thought of it. Uncle, do you know a good blacksmith? The farm tools around here are all in that heavy style from back home. But our Beijing soil is soft and loose. We don't need them quite so hefty.
The moment he heard it was about farm tools, Old Man Li's interest was piqued.
You've got some bright ideas. Hey, like the cripple in our village is a real pro at the forge.
I just think they're too heavy. Since the soil here is so soft, we could make them a bit thinner. And if they could be as tough as a cleaver, even better.
Sure, Xing. I'll take you to see him tonight so we can go over the details. It is getting windy now. Better not catch a chill.
After finishing dinner and tidying up, the sky was already dark. Taohua left her big brother and 3 younger brothers at home and headed to the Lai family's place. As she stepped inside with the 3 Lai family members, Taohua glanced around, spotting an array of weapons hanging on the wall. Among those she recognized was a machete, a dagger, a spearhead, which only deepened her impression of the village.
The little girl knows her stuff.
What a voice like thunder. It startled Taohua into a shiver. She pointed at the machete and quipped,
That is a knife!
Li Kuizi burst into laughter. Li Dazhu gave him a kick.
Keep it down. It aches everywhere. Taohua's here to have you forge some farm tools. See if you can make them work.
Then punched him in the back, blaming him for hanging up all those weapons.
The tools I want forged should be as thin as that knife. Just as tough as it. Ideally like a hoe, a spade, or a pickaxe head. Even something like a small crawling hoe. The blade needs to slice through like a knife. So when you shovel the soil, it is effortless across all kinds of ground.
Li Kuizi and the Dazhu exchanged glances before the brothers chimed in.
That we can manage. Just sketch it out on the ground for me, and tell me what each one's for.
Taohua explained to Li Kuizi, the pointed sheaths great for digging cellars and ditches. The flat spade smooths and levels the soil, with a right width and height for mounding soil into neat semicircles. And a wide hoe blade clears weeds faster across the field.
So what is that little hole for?
The big one's for weeding corn and sorghum rows, while the small one's perfect for delicate cabbage and radish seedlings. You sit on a stool right in the field. No hand-pulling weeds, no damage to the plants. And it doesn't wear you out.
Lamely and the other 3 finished their silent exchange, then asked if she wanted anything else.
I don't have enough money.
This time, the 4 of them burst into laughter. Uncle Li tapped Taohua on the forehead and said,
Go ahead, just say it. If they're really useful, not only won't you have to pay a dime, you might even get a little reward.
Then there are the forks, 2-foot, 3-foot, 4-foot ones, and grass forks too. Leek, plate, rakes, and lotus seed hooks.
Taohua's voice trailed off softer and softer, as if it was all a bit too much.
Forks. These forks can be forged from fine iron.
No need for that. But they do need tempering and a good curve to them.
All right. About a month to get them ready for you. Once they're done, test them out then. We'll talk about the rest.
Thanks, Brother Kuizi.
All right. After this, I'll walk the girl home. She's had a full day's work. Better get her to bed early.
As they headed out with Uncle Lai, Taohua noticed the Lai brothers hadn't come along, and he didn't ask why. Li Zilin pulled out a plate of peanuts and a small jar of wine.
Here, the 3 of us have a little drink. This girl's got spunk, doesn't even flinch at the sight of me. So how the officials end up placing them with us here?
Li Dazhu said, taking a sip of wine.
My dad said there is a 13-year-old Tongsheng among these kids, and they're all orphans, no parents left. To make it through alive like this, they've got real grit, solid upbringing prime material.
My dad said that fellow's decent enough, but lacks that pioneering drive. He can hold the line, but her sister just won't cut it. A sheltered young miss like her doesn't belong in our rough Beijing. My dad, he read potential in Daohua, and that 3-year-old taught. Daohua, at just 11, dared to survive on her own, with a mind of her own. That little scrap, barely 3 after the new year. A Dragon Phoenix twin, with both parents gone. Sister, lost too. First the robbery, then the sister faking her death. And now those twins still wake screaming from nightmares. Even the Zhang sisters toss and turn in their sleep. But this little one curls up with his sister and sleeps like a baby. Eats when it is time to eat, drinks when it is time to drink. Obedient and sharp as a tack. Hale and hearty, the kind that can weather any storm. You reckon the wars aided our brains. All we can think about is jury-rigging weapons. These days, you can't even sneak a knife through Luchang. Without arms, how do we haul grain and salt? Pinned tight against the wall like this. Bare-fisted, how do we scrap with the enemy? These farm tools, perfect. One jab with that sharp tine worm, half a head's vaporized.
龟子, forge these tools right, so I can march right through the checkpoints and deliver grain and salt to our camp brothers. I don't believe that with all these weapons, we won't make it back.
Daohua returned home from the Lai household and saw her 4 brothers huddled by the stove, gnawing on roasted potatoes, their faces and hands smeared black with soot.
Whose idea was this?
The second brother, Zhou Fengfu, stood up, mumbling softly.
It was me.
We didn't get full on the noodle soup.
So we wanted to fill up. The 3 of us finished the steamed buns. Big brother ate the most, and sister ate the least. So we thought we'd roast a potato for you. But then, it smelled so good.
Daohua was touched and pressed her hand to her forehead. Hey, with 4 kids to split it among, 1 potato isn't much. So go ahead and eat.
But don't let it happen again. Wash your hands and faces clean, with the hot water in the pot. You look like little kittens, with dirt all over.
Here, sister's got 1 for you.
Unsure how to respond to her brother's affection, she took the potato and gently patted Daddy's head, took a bite, and said,
It is roasted just right, so fragrant. It is not that I'm afraid you'll eat it all. I'm just worried you'll overdo it and get a stomachache.
At the same time, the Jiang siblings staying at Li Ershuxi's home are quarreling over the silver.
Jiang Hongchan, why can't you understand your sister's good intentions? Our parents left us just 200 taels of silver in total, and nothing else. You saw the paper, ink, and books here today. How expensive the grain is. It is because of your good grades. The tuition fees aren't cheap. What about the 3,500 line journey? What about the rent, firewood, rice, oil, salt? Which of these doesn't cost money? We have no land. All I know is a bit of embroidery. And I don't even know if it can sell here. Plus, I need to hire help for cooking and cleaning the house. And yet, you want to give 100 taels to Zhou Tao's family. How are the 2 of us supposed to get by? How are we supposed to survive? Sister, don't you have a conscience? If Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou hadn't taken care of you, could I have even made it here alive or kept hold of this silver? I can copy books and write letters for people to earn silver. I can learn to cook, no need to hire help. But what about Daohua's family? Her big brother is useless. Everything relies on Daohua. And there are 3 younger brothers below her. Plus they owe the county yamen 50 taels. How are you going to let them live? If he can't pay it back, that fool of a big brother can be exiled to Fuyao. Jiang Yaxiu, mind your words. What did father teach us? Back then, if not for Uncle Zhou, we would have lost father long ago. You think without father, you'd still have this silver? When you were 7, father wanted you betrothed to the Zhou family's eldest son. Do you really think mother's fussing alone kept the engagement from happening? It is Aunt Zhou who disagrees, not wanting to hold you back. If it were truly about repaying that kindness, would she object? I've told you what mother said. How prosperous my maternal grandfather's house was back then. Draped in fine silks and satins, feasting on rare delicacies, surrounded by throngs of servants. And now, what has become of all that? She said that without father scrambling everywhere for money and abandoning his future, do you think mother could have just bought me back from those traffickers?
What is wrong with wanting to eat and dress well?
Mother taught me the 4 arts either, chess, calligraphy, and painting, from a young age, pouring her heart and soul into it. Do you really think mother only wanted to return to her old life? She only hoped I'd marry into a good family, so I could look after you too.
Zhang Yaxiu covers her eyes with both hands, tears streaming down endlessly. Our parents' fate is still unknown, and my brother won't even try to understand. The The Zhou family is nothing but a bottomless pit. Zhang Hongkai never imagined that their quarrel would spiral this far. Tao Hua is his betrothed, and the Zhou family once saved his own. What is so wrong with giving them half the silver? Tomorrow I'll suggest to Yaxiu and Tao Hua that we take up shoemaking. It'll bring in some money at least. But the pay's too meager. It won't make ends meet. Li Erzhu pulls his wife close, cradling her sideways.
Poor couples sorrow over 100 woes, especially when they're not even married yet. With work, like yours, Tao Hua might manage a peck or two. You have no idea. Today, at Tilly the Cripples, that little lass was sharp as a tack. But that girl in there, she's in a real bind. Hasn't faced reality square on yet.
Well,
enough fooling around. Aren't you tired yet? Not sleepy? Let's fool around a bit.
you're incorrigible. What on earth are you practicing at this hour?
Fine. If you want to practice during the day, we'll give it a go sometime.
With that, he pulled her even closer. Hurry now. There is still folks in the next room. Nonsense. Now, go to sleep. After finishing the meal, start boiling water. Planning to wash the clothes I took off yesterday. When I heard Zhang Hongkai's voice, he held a small pouch in his hand and extended it toward Tao Hua.
It is for me.
I wondered to myself, what on earth is this young lad bringing me first thing in the morning? Opening it, I saw a 50-tael silver note and immediately handed it back. This was the best outcome he'd negotiated with his sister. And seeing Tao Hua remain silent, he grew a bit anxious.
Take it quickly and repay Xiangya's debt. How can anyone live with debts hanging over them? My family still has over 100 taels left.
Tao Hua stepped back a little, waving her hand as she spoke.
Brother Hongkai, calm down first and hear me out. No matter how much you have left, I simply can't accept it. Sister Yaxiu needs a dowry. You need books for your studies, and money's needed everywhere. These may not even suffice for your own needs. No matter how much, sitting idle will deplete it all. You can support me for a short while, but not indefinitely. Only by carrying a debt will I muster the strength to work hard and pay it off sooner. Once that is settled, the real expenses begin, and we can reclaim wasteland. Barely, sleeping those first 2 years, but in the end, it is all ours. I'm also planning to raise chickens, and eggs fetch a good price these days. Around here, the mountain meadows and wetlands always yield something tasty to forage, whereas you folks, with your money, lack the drive to make it grow.
Here I am, barely scraping by on loans, lecturing a well-off lad on how money without a means to multiply it is worthless. And yet, Zhang Hongkai found it surprisingly sensible.
So how can I earn some money then?
Seeing him stand there all flustered and foolish, Tao Hua couldn't help but chuckle, as he tugged at her sleeve and followed her inside.
It is much warmer inside the house. And if I may suggest, copying books requires really good handwriting. It might even bring them to life. But you could give it a try anyway. There are too few folks who read around here, and it is not held in high regard. Otherwise, even the teacher wouldn't have time to visit friends, let alone propose and preview the lessons.
That makes sense.
Though few people study, plenty likely want to learn their letters. After school each day, you could set aside some time, with no age limit, to teach the neighbors how to read. You're still young, after all. So for tuition, have them bring some greens, or firewood, or even a basket they've woven themselves.
Tao Hua, parched from all the talking, poured a bowl for Zhang Hongkai too, the boiled water left out from last night.
Each day, teach them 2 to 5 characters, and first settle on the number of students. Start with numbers, then the signs you see out on the street, and the couplets, and when there is time, basic counting, enough to handle money.
Zhang Hongkai nodded. Tao Hua is so clever. This way, no cash changes hands. You build a fine reputation. Those eager to learn to write don't have to pay a dime. It won't cut into your own studies, and you'll have veggies to eat and firewood to burn. A win all around. Just as he wanted to ask more, someone outside called out, asking if anyone was home. Zhang Hong finally glanced at the female visitor. He immediately stood up and said to Tao Hua, "Come over tomorrow to teach the twins to read." He greeted Erzhu's wife and headed out. Zhou Tao Hua knew this was the young man's shyness, so she didn't try to keep him.
Thanks so much to you, second sister-in-law and eldest sister-in-law yesterday, at night, with curtains hung over the windows and doors. The room was completely draft-free, and even if you take them down, they don't block the light.
That is nothing. I've got some work lined up. See if you want to take it on. It is for the wealthy folks in our village making shoes for the army barracks, right? That is what my elder sister-in-law and I do. Anyway, there is not much to do in winter. The materials are all supplied by the barracks. We just provide the labor. 8 coppers for a pair. What do you say? Dao Hua arched an eyebrow, and we get work straight from the barracks. She was instantly intrigued. She quickly poured a bowl of water for Erju's wife.
Second sister-in-law, tell me all about it. And spill the beans on Beijing and the capital, eh?
Watching her act all grown up, always prying into everything. Such a sharp little thing. Now Dao Hua got it. Folks sell their grain and get silver. Sell herbs and hides for more silver. Only the landless use silver to buy grain. In other words, folks in Beijing have silver. The common folk might have some too, but nowhere to spend it. Liu Xiao looked at Dao Hua, wondering what was on her mind, and waved a hand in front of her face. Hey, what are you mulling over? Got carried away talking there. So, can you handle the shoemaking gig? Dao Hua nods her head vigorously.
Second sister-in-law, take me along for a few days. And what about my big brother? He has got real strength. If needed, I'll have him haul some over. Second sister-in-law, I wanna ask something. Where do I get bean oil around here? I know pork's all run out. So, any other meat left to eat?
Oh my. For oil, head to the far southern end of the village, the Shui place. They press it themselves. Their oil's the best. Fries up nice without all the splatter. Dao Hua's eyes go wide, staring at the second sister-in-law Lai. Thinking to herself, every shop sells it. What kind of village is this anyway? In other villages, even one household might have a bunch of craftsmen. But this place.
Big sister-in-law, our village doesn't have carpenters or masons. Brewing booze too, does it? Raising silkworms and weaving cloth. Weaving baskets in the freezing cold. Huh.
Basket weaving. The works. Every family's got the knack. Soon as a willow sprout fresh again, I'll get my big brother-in-law to weave you a couple wicker baskets with lids, crafted so tight they hold water without a drip. Around here, more than half the folks brew sorghum liquor. How else are the soldiers gonna tough out these freezing days? All the lamely sorghum brew takes the cake. Such a kick. Might as well call you second brother. Carpenters. Well, the neighbor west of the tofu shops got the tools. Did his apprenticeship. Can whip up a full cabinet, no sweat. And sericulture, weaving, that is all southern territory. No way we'd have that here, right? Dao Hua's completely thrown. Just 50-odd households. Got everything you could want. What the heck is this village? Isn't he asking and prying a bit too much? Her mind wandered off, and she absent-mindedly replied to Sister Lai.
For raising silkworms, that is.
So what does it look like? Do we have any around here?
The fruit it bears is called xiangzi, acorns. Even squirrels eat them. The leaves have wavy edges. It is also known as the oak tree. You can feed pigs with acorns too. Just soak them in water first. People can eat them as well. But it is just way too much hassle.
Sister Li heard that the fried tree is actually the oak. She jumped up and paced a couple steps on the floor. Oak tree. You know your second brother chopped one down for a stool. Those leaves are great for raising silkworms, but those acorns are awfully bitter. Yet they're really edible.
Soak them in water, shell them, dry them, and grind into flour. Soak again before eating. The more times you soak, the less bitter they get.
Seeing Sister Li all fired up, she spilled everything she knew. Sister Li, all eager after hearing that, rushed toward the door. But after 2 steps, she turned right back. Hey, nearby, there is this big market for all sorts of eats. Beef, mutton, beef, horse meat, you name it. Way cheaper than pork. Come the 1st of the month, I'll take you there. Got some family stuff to handle. This afternoon, I'll have my eldest sister-in-law drop off shoe patterns and materials. Keep her company a bit. And some dried sweet potato greens too. Saw you got some sorghum and millet. I'll throw in some more rice and some bean oil. She'll bring it all over. I'm off now. No need to see me out. One sister finished talking. The 4 on the con perked up again. Little third raised his hand and piped up.
Shish, I wanna go out and find peach blossom.
The sun's already way up high outside. She nodded.
Stick close to your brother. Don't go running off. Keep clear of the dogs, or you'll get nipped.
The 4 brothers happily headed out. He lay on the kang, lost in thoughts of the past couple of days. It wasn't long, but so much had happened, with so many folks coming and going. Drifting in his jumbled thoughts on the warm kang, he soon dozed off again. Meanwhile, Li Ercel hurried home to fry the bark and tend the silkworms. If it turned out to be true, that'd be something incredible. Lunar the 24th of February. In the Qingming season, rains fall thick and fast. Tao Hua gazed at the overcast sky outside, gathering incense, candles, and offerings, and with her eldest brother, led the younger brothers to the roadside, where Jiang Hongkai and her siblings waited in an open spot by the road, and facing south, they laid out steamed buns and wine, lit the incense, and kowtowed. She wasn't just honoring the Zhou couple, but also the true Tao Hua, whose body she now inhabited. Regardless of the original host hardships, borrowing this body for rebirth demanded she remember the grace bestowed. She would bring her parents back, ensure her brother lived free of want for all his days, and guide her younger brothers to study and grow wise. A light drizzle began as they made it home. In the gentle rain, the eldest brother once more held the shoe soles their mother had made, stroking them endlessly, while the youngest brother joined the twins on the kang, dipping twigs in water to scribble letters willy-nilly on a wooden board. Tao Hua clutched her mother's old scissors, cutting out shoe patterns. With the eldest brother's help over these past days, she could now craft a pair of shoes every 2 days, bringing in 40,000 wen a day, better than nothing at all. On those special days, we cherish memories of our forebears, and push forward with resolve the rest of the time. Lunar the 1st of March, today's sister Li Da was leading them to the market. Li Ercel had said she was off to her parents' home, and Jiang Hongkai lingered nearby, puzzles still unsolved. Today is the day they're heading off to live in the city, waiting for big sister Lai to drop by. And when she spots all these things I've bought, she'll be in for quite the surprise too.
Girl, what on earth did you buy? All this stuff.
A little extra grain and seeds, and I even managed to snag some beef. So not a ton of it. Tomorrow, I'll wrap up some dumplings and host a little feast. So bring your family along, sis-in-law. And don't forget to invite the lame brother too.
That sounds perfect. Just make sure you've got plenty of dumplings to go around.
Oh, and I'm planning to rustle up some sorghum rice on the side.
You little imp. Be sure to let those young fellas know.
Tao Hua had truly slipped her mind, and big sister Lai could tell the girl had really blanked on it. So she gave her head a gentle pat and said,
All right then. Have your big brother fetch the car tomorrow to pick them up, and send it back the morning after next.
Chatting idly all the way, we reached the village. Sister-in-law Li, who'd helped tidy up, headed home too. Tao Hua ignored their cries of hunger and flopped down on the kang for a quick rest. First, after handing out the chores, he lay back. Ah, that hits the spot. Little brother, hearing there is still work to do, ducks behind his sister and says,
Sister, come jump rope with me. Jump with me. Quick! Your sister. No rush to drag her in.
Dragging him to the market wore me out half to death. No one's slacking off.
After munching on roasted sweet potatoes, fetch water quick. All right. You can have roasted sweet potatoes later. We're having meat. Meat'll fill us up quicker.
Bought fresh green today, so he whipped up extra rice on purpose. With meat on the menu, we've gotta eat our fill. Figured there'd be leftovers. But in the end, even the veggie soup, rice soup, and every last grain went straight into Big Brother's belly. Big Brother, belching happily, dashed outside, yelling as he went.
I'm stuffed.
Tao Hua bolted after him in a panic, calling from behind.
Don't run, don't yell, or your stomach'll ache, and you'll puke it all up.
Next morning, the rural rhythm woke us at dawn. No sending the boys out for kindling. Big Brother fetched the water instead, while us 4 sisters got to tidying the house. Once done, we slurped down bowls of cornmeal porridge, saving room for more, craving a real meal. Just as sister-in-law Li showed up, told the kid to play on his own, and grabbed her own knife to Julie and the radishes.
Sister-in-law, you even brought your chopping knife.
I know all about your family's quirks. The bowls and chopsticks, I've got them all with me. Don't worry about your big brother. Tonight, Xiao Chongsheng will just haul over the table and stools, so you won't have to lift a finger.
That is the Beijing way. When you're hosting folks for a meal, you always prep extra. Can't have guests going home hungry. Gotta keep them stuffed and satisfied. Once that is sorted, look, sister Lai's already got the beef stewing away.
Big says, you've chopped up all the beef already. Don't dawdle. The heat's got the meat spoiling fast.
Who would have guessed? I figured you grew up right here in Beijing. You've only been here a month, and you've nailed that bold Beijing swagger 10 times over. Then I'll chop it all up. Next time your big brother hits the city and runs into a lamb vendor, he'll snag some for you.
It is the summer swelter. But come winter, we'd shave that frozen lamb paper, thin and swish it in the hot pot. Oh man.
Peachflower's face is pure nostalgia. Smells divine.
You sure know your eats, so you'll mix up the filling in a sec. And we'll all get a taste of this little foodie's handiwork.
You bet. It'll be so good. It'll numb your tongues.
Sister Li's just wrapped up chopping the beef filling when Uncle Li and his wife show up with Samo, their grandson, from Brother Li's place. Oh, talk about perfect timing. Filling's ready. So let's wrap these dumplings and dig in early. Aunt Li's all set to jump in, but Sister Li stops her short.
Mom, I just squared it with a little sis. She is on filling duty, so we'll hold off till it is time to wrap.
Fair enough. US2 Gaozo mix it up, though mine's nothing special. Let's see what the girls got. If it is a hit, we'll rope her in for this year's batch of frozen dumplings. The three of them had just finished wrapping the dumplings when they heard the bell ringing. Sister Li nudged Daohua and said,
Go, get him. 小东升来了.
Big brother Li and old Li the cripple have arrived too. And old Li the cripple brought the finished farming tools along with some wine. Second brother Li and his wife haven't come back since they left that time. With dumplings and wine, the more they drank, the livelier it got, as everyone praised Daohua's dumplings for being so delicious. The men were drinking in moderation today, but Zhang Hongkai had just 1 cup before he collapsed onto the kang, fast asleep. After Mrs. Li and her daughter-in-law helped Daohua tidy up the kitchen, everyone settled in the room for some chit-chat, and he'd had his eye on that farming tool all along, so the moment he had a chance, he eagerly picked it up to take a closer look.
Little girl, take her now. I sharpened it real keen, so watch your fingers.
Daohua gazed at the farming tool, gleaming with a silvery light. Truly a tool forged with the finesse of weapon craftsmanship. Incredible.
Brother Cripple, you're a true master. This could be passed down as a family heirloom for generations, couldn't it?
AW, enough flattery from you, Brother Li. If you really want a family heirloom, I'll forge you a sword someday.
No need. No need. This one's just fine. Perfect as it is.
Old Li the cripple pulled an envelope from his bosom and handed it to Daohua.
No more joking. You've done us a huge favor. This is the prince's reward. And I've cleared your debt at the county office too. Plus, in the future, whatever you need forged, I won't charge you a penny. And I'll put you at the top of the list.
Taking the envelope, she discovered inside a silver note worth 100 taels. Peach Blossom clutches the silver note, unsure what to make of it.
Just take it, it is yours. Who knows? Even greater fortune might come your way down the line. Time to clear and reclaim the land these next couple days, isn't it? When the time comes, give these treasures a proper test. If there is anything else you need, your lame brother here will whip it up for you.
Peach Blossom swallows hard, then tucks the silver note away. It is a reward, after all. Refusing it would just be ungrateful. Old man Li nods and chimes in.
Cripple, bring your young apprentice along tomorrow too. Let the girl explain how to use them. Grain rain's just 7 or 8 days away. We'd better get a move on.
He rises and adds,
We've all eaten our fill, and then some. Time for us to head back. Girl, you've had a long day. Get some early rest. Tomorrow, round up more folks to help the girl with the reclamation.
Big brother Li, hoisting Zhang Hongkai onto his back, says,
I've got to take him back first thing tomorrow morning, so you can hitch a ride to town and pick up supplies.
I'll tag along to keep the girl company.
Cripple Li quips with a grin.
I'll keep an eye on things for you tomorrow. Go without a worry.
Peach Blossom still struggles to turn down others' kindness. These favors, well, she'll repay them in time. The Li family strolls back toward the village, chatting idly as they go. Old man Li, hands clasped behind his back, murmurs softly.
That Peach Blossom girl's got her guard up high. It has been nearly a month now, and the eldest daughter-in-law hasn't taken her around to call on folks. The neighbors around here probably haven't visited her place once.
No wonder. If anyone gives her so much as a thing, she keeps track of it all crystal clear. Always thinking how to pay it back someday. The kinder you are, the more uneasy she gets.
This girl carries a heavy heart. It is no easy task for her to build a home on her own. No matter how capable she is, if she opens up, we'll listen quietly. If not, don't go prying from the second brother. If it comes to pass, she'll be our Beijing benefactor. Elderly nodded and said,
That is right. If it works out, this year will be much easier.
Early the next morning, Taohua opened the courtyard gate first. After all, you can't keep the gate shut when men come to lend a hand. But seeing a whole crowd of over 20 folks swarming in, it really gave her a start.
Uncle, I won't clear too much land. Too much, and I won't be able to handle it.
It is just that so many folks want to check out your new farming tools. They get the job done quick. So, don't worry. In our village, when one family is in need, the whole village pitches in. And the Yi in Zhangyi village isn't just for show. However, you want to clear it, just tell Uncle here.
At most 10 acres. Any more than that, and I won't be able to manage.
All right. I'll keep an eye on things for you. Your sister-in-law and the others will be here shortly.
When Zhang Hongkai arrived with the Lai couple, he still felt a bit awkward. After all, he'd passed out drunk at Daohua's place, and the sister-in-law Li found him particularly amusing like this.
Hey, Zhang Changsheng, weren't those dumplings from yesterday tasty?
He glanced at Daohua, his voice barely above a whisper.
Delicious. What? Not delicious. Those were made by Daohua after slaving away all day. No, not tasty at all. They were especially delicious.
This time, as if afraid sister-in-law Lai wouldn't hear, he said it extra loud, which set the Lai couple roaring with laughter. Even Daohua couldn't hold back, and chuckled to herself with her head down. He knew he'd been had, sitting in the cart, utterly flustered, his face flushed red down to his neck. To break the awkwardness, Daohava asked him,
How is the place you're staying? Has that blood donor fellow come back?
Talking about serious matters, she felt much more at ease.
Staying at Lin Xianshe's. Across the street, 3 rooms. Plenty for me and my sister. My sister even hired a helper to cook for us. He'll share the mat with me.
He regretted it the moment he said it, knowing full well that Taohua's family was still in debt. Yet here he was bragging about hiring help at home, but his sister was his only family left.
That is real nice. Sister Yaxi, I heard from my mom that you're picking up housekeeping real quick. So just focus on your studies and let your sister handle the rest. No need to worry about us. I've got money now, paid off the Yamen debt too, along with those farm tools.
The cart rolled on slowly, as the 2 young folks opened up about their daily lives and plans ahead, getting to know each other a bit better. Taohua came back and saw everyone had left, which explained why sister-in-law Li had kept holding him back from buying extra grain. Once the cart was unloaded, she pulled out a pack of malt candy and had her big brother pass it around to everyone, then headed out with the Lai couple to check the newly cleared land with Uncle Lai.
I hear you're planning to plant wheat, so tell Uncle here how you want to work this plot.
In a couple days, come grain rain, we can get the wheat in, and I'll do 2 meal. After harvesting the wheat, plant the next crop right away. You can still plant garlic, cabbage and radishes, 4 meal of corn, interplanted with soybeans in the rows. The rest will be potatoes, sorghum, millet, plums, and sweet potatoes. Some corn in the yard too. Plus, whatever veggies we eat day to day.
Uncle Lai nodded in agreement, saying that when he farms, he'll need their help, or it'd go against our ways. After discussing the fields, he brought up the matter of the piglets. I heard he wants to raise pigs too. Uncle Li narrowed his eyes. In this family, only he and his brother are able to do the heavy work. I wonder if they really have a plan to raise them, or if they're just biting off more than they can chew down the line.
Are you planning to buy piglets?
Uncle, I heard from my sister-in-law that no one in our village raises pigs. They all just buy 1 pig before the new year and share it across the village. Look, there is a livestock shed right behind my courtyard. A little fix-up, and it'll be perfect for raising pigs. I want to raise pigs.
Brother Lai has always loved pork, but he only gets a little bit each year. It is never enough. Hearing this, the village head found it intriguing, and chimed in with a question.
Village head, what kind of pigs?
Don't interrupt. Let the girl finish speaking.
Peach Blossom ushered them into the house, poured them some water, and continued.
I know how to raise pigs, but I don't have feed for them. I see every household in the village grows wheat, so there must be plenty of wheat bran left over when making tofu. The leftover bean dregs and the distiller's grains from winemaking can all be used to feed the pigs. For the piglets, I'd like to buy 2 or 3 and have the village contribute 1 as payment for my labor. The more feed a family contributes, the more pork they get. Those who don't can still buy some to eat during the new year.
Go. This could work. I'll go door to door, collecting bran for you, and help you drive them out to market. Lass, raising 3 pigs won't be easy, you know. Have you thought it through? With just a few of you in the family, can you manage?
Peach Blossom nodded eagerly.
We can manage, Uncle.
With my brother's strength, what do we have to fear?
If you've made up your mind, I'll help you find the piglets. Whoso is farrowing, I'll go reserve the piglets for you.
I want to be there the day you're so pharaohs. Uncle, best if I can help with the delivery.
What? Helping deliver piglets? You, a young woman, delivering piglets? Peach Blossom.
She didn't say a word, just stared right at him, as if saying, if you don't agree, I'll burst into tears. All 3 in the room were a bit stunned. People deliver human babies, but Ablu delivers piglets, and a young girl at that. Even knowing this girl's no ordinary child, that is still way too bold.
You really want to go?
Absolutely.
Thinking of those improved farm tools, and the news from his second son. All right.
Hey, 1 year, you silly girl. Once we've got the pigs settled, let's talk about your twins.
Kids, you got a lot of questions.
You folks didn't come back. I saw these 2 teaching the wooden dummies to read. Never thought kids this young could know so many characters. These 2 need to keep studying. With Jiang Tong Sheng gone, no one's left in the city to teach them. It'd be a shame to let their progress stall. No proper enlightenment school around here. But I've got a good candidate right here. Question is, can they teach you too? That'll depend on your good fortune. I'll take you to meet them tomorrow.
Peach Blossom nodded eagerly.
Hey, little Peach Blossom aunt, dropping by for a chat. Perfect timing. Show me just how big this pure flower rack needs to be. After chatting about it up on the grass, we give it a try right here. And isn't it a bit too wide?
Hey, don't call me aunt anymore. We can just call each other by our names. Feels just fine that way.
You can't mess with the family hierarchy. If it makes you uncomfortable, feel free to call me Dashan, Little Dong, or even Dong the Woodpecker. Come over here and take a peek. I've whipped up a wooden pear flower rack. And both Uncle Cripple and I think it is on the big side.
Nah, no twat at all. It needs to be 1 foot 8 inches wide between the 2 arms, and this one spaced out just right.
Even you, Uncle Cripple, think it is a tad wide.
With a bulge this wide, won't it hold less weight?
He didn't even know how to explain the balanced fertilizer and ventilation trick to them. He just said,
If the seedlings get too loose, it won't grow well. Oh man, watch me when I plant it. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. And check out my autumn harvest yield. I'm here looking for Dong. To have carpenter. Don't make me a rack and a few wooden trays.
That night, the truth really hit them like a ton of bricks. Hey, whatever he says goes.
What? Good is calling me little aunt. Anyway.
Doesn't even include my name.
I want to raise some snake repellers. Dry them out and feed them to the pigs and chickens.
You can even raise snake repellers. That is a new one. What were you making? How big? I'll knock it out for you overnight.
Peach Blossom waved her hand and said,
No need. No rush. First, get this pear tray sorted. 2 feet wide by 3 feet long will do. The rack depends on how my raising goes. If it turns out good, then yeah, we'll need a rack.
All right. Then I'll make a couple first and drop them off for you. Little aunt's got a real knack for raising pigs. Just waiting for that tasty pork.
Word sure spreads fast, doesn't it? The speed of light ain't the fastest. It is gossip that outruns everything. Uncle Lai straightens his clothes at the gate, steps up and knocks. Dao Hua eyes how straight he is standing. Such a respectful old uncle. And he hasn't even stepped inside yet. Who on earth could this be? No guessing, no wondering. He is here to set things straight.
These are the kids from that family. And this here is some grub the girl whipped up herself. She has got a real thoughtful heart.
Uncle Li waves them over.
That is the sir and the madam, calling folks in.
Hello, sir. Hello, madam.
The old lady pats the old man's knee, and he turns to face Dao Hua.
No need for all that sir and madam stuff. We're just a blind old codger, paired with a mute old Gao. Grandpa Xia and Grandma Yao do just fine.
Only then did Pan Hua realize the old man's gaze wandered unfocused, his eyes as useless to him as they would be to anyone sighted. He couldn't help but wonder how these two elders usually communicated with each other. He felt no disrespect, pity, or undue sympathy toward the two disabled elders. The old woman nodded quietly to herself, then gently patted her husband's knee.
They're both fine young lads. So from now on, come by for an hour each morning. Have Shail start by teaching them to recognize characters and practice writing, and we'll see about their aptitude from there.
Blind Grandpa turned toward Uncle Lai and said,
Bring your grandson along too.
Uncle Li exclaimed with excitement.
So the master is finally willing to come out of retirement. What retirement? I'm no recluse. I'm just a blind old codger. And any teaching will come from Shail anyway. I've already lived a full 60 years.
I'm too old for this.
If you want us to stick around a few more years, then spare me the flattery.
Old Master Pan was getting riled up, and Uncle Lei fell silent, not daring to argue. The old woman unwrapped the oil paper around the cornbread, broke off a piece, and nodded approvingly, before tearing off another and holding it to her husband's lips. He opened his mouth instinctively and took the bite.
Not bad at all. It is impressive to get such tender, fresh texture from corn. A touch more sweetness would make it perfect.
Master, Dr. B.I. said you mustn't have too many sweets, or your teeth will ache, and you'll chatter on endlessly.
Why don't you take the twins to the study and see how many characters they already know? As for their lessons going forward, they're in your hands now. Everyone's got their eyes on me. Who doesn't love a bit of sweetness?
Shail agreed with a nod, though inwardly he grumbled that at this rate the old man would lose every last tooth, but he kept it to himself. I took the twins to the study room. The older brother, with candy in his mouth, listening to the old man's words, nodded earnestly, then whispered to Dao Hua.
Next time add more sugar.
It is delicious.
And you have to listen to Grandpa too.
The younger brother patted his knee with his hand as well.
You have to listen to me.
Shail brought the twins back into the house, and Luggage said to Grandpa Xia,
Sir, both of them can already recognize over 100 characters, but they haven't learned to write with a brush yet.
You can take them back now. And come back tomorrow around 9 in the morning. I've accepted them as students, and we'll see about the schedule going forward.
After Dao Hua returned with Uncle Lai, he called on Aunt Li and headed to Jingcheng to buy writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for the twins. On the way back to the village, he wondered why there were so few books in the city, with few travelers passing through and business so slow. Aunt Li, however, knew all about it.
Those living far away in Beijing aren't our Han people. They have their own writing and language, and they all make their living by hunting. The ones who come here are either exiled convicts or military households. There are few scholars, and even taking the exams is a real hassle. The journey is too long, and the costs are too high.
This line of business with numbers, you call it lion, lords.
Which translates to the character for book, to teach and awaken the people to practice right and decorum. And this book character is essential for spreading knowledge.
Dao Hua couldn't help worrying about Jiang Hongkai. In this kind of place, finding a good tutor for him would be next to impossible, with the wars not knowing when they'll end, and if he wants to pursue the imperial examination path, his future looks bleak. Jiang household. Zhang Yaxiu hesitated, wanting to speak to her brother as he ate. Zhang Hongkai had come home for lunch that noon and noticed his sister seemed troubled. The meal was nearly done, yet she hadn't spoken, so he finally asked,
Sister, do you have something on your mind?
How could you, brother? Forget the rules since coming to Beijing. No talking at the table. No speaking while eating.
With that, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at his sister, and said,
I finished eating. Now, speak.
Had he not seen his sister glancing at him all through lunch, he wouldn't have broken his silence mid-meal. This afternoon, he still had to head to the county yamen, and tonight, teach the neighbors' children to read and recite. Time was truly pressing.
You insist on teaching the local children in the evenings. Even if it bolsters my reputation as your sister, I wouldn't stand in your way. But our family silver is scarce. How can you refuse the chest bindings? Even if they offer no coppers, at least it is some grain. Look at what they bring each morning. Pickles or sauerkraut with radish. Wasting your precious study time. With nothing to show for it.
Jiang Yaxiu twisted the newly embroidered handkerchief in her hands, sensing her brother would never agree. Out in the world, she was the elder sister, and he granted her the due respect, deferring to her somewhat, but she didn't yield to him in everything, holding firm to her own convictions.
Forget for a moment that we're in Beijing, where they don't overly scrutinize women. The neighbors all come to my room at night. As long as you stay in your room, there is no issue. There is no back courtyard, with hidden doors here. No screens or barriers in the yard. No chance of hiding lovers or rumpled beds. Since our family's silver reserves are limited, why insist on eating polished rice and wearing fine cotton garments? And even when mutton sellers pass by, we end up buying horse meat instead. Besides, Brother Chu, I'm just a Tangsheng candidate, with no scholarly title to my name. How could I accept repeated favors, let alone request grain? What arrived this morning was all of good quality. Sister, don't be so choosy.
After Zhang Hongkai had spoken at such length, Zhang Yaxiu's eyes reddened with tears. If only father and mother were still here, how could they let him endure such hardships? She didn't want him living like this. Seeing her brother's barrage of rebuttals, she knew there was no room for negotiation. She rose and cleared the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. Zhang Hongkai didn't glance back at his sister, assuming it was just her struggling to adjust for the moment. Daohua was 3 years younger than her sister, yet had to care for 4 people, and even borrowed money from the county yamen, yet still managed to live with a cheerful heart. She had already planned it out, so when the family's money ran low, she would go borrow from the yamen too, hoping this would help his sister face reality. If Daohua could manage, so could she. On the first day heading to study with Grandpa Blind, Daohua took it very seriously, staying up all night to make larger outer garments for the twins, so they could layer their formal robes underneath, to properly greet the elders. The twins were led to their study by Shao, with only Grandmaya in the room. Ruyi was quite the talker. She chimed in.
Madam Wu and the master quite enjoyed yesterday's meal. So see if you can put in a word with old Lady Liang, as she sat up and cleared her throat.
The old madam overheard and gave her a pat, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Turns out Grandmaya could hear after all, which explained why she was mute and couldn't speak.
Grandmaya, it is no trouble. My little brother is still young. He doesn't care for cornmeal, so I'll take it to the stone mill at the end of the alley and grind it finer. Then sift it once more. The coarser bits can be made into porridge, and the fine ones into corn pancakes.
Oh, you're so thoughtful. Madam, I told you Peach Flower wouldn't mind, didn't I?
And he is the type who favors good looks. Seeing Peach Flower just makes him like her all the more.
Madam, look at Peach Flower. She is so clever and handy. You've taken on quite a promising apprentice.
With our own field sown, Daohua, her elder brother, and the twins started helping the villagers with sowing. Though they can't handle much else, poking seeds into the soil is right up their alley. They're so short, they don't even need to bend over to plant them. Daohua didn't make her elder brother do any heavy labor either. In ancient times, one could marry at 15, but he knew he wasn't fully grown yet, so he shouldn't overexert himself. By early April, spring planting wrapped up. Usually, she and her brother would head to the fields for weeding, and the yard's vegetables came from neighbors, a few stalks from one household, a handful from the next, with others raising the seedlings for him to simply transplant. One cloudy day, on the way back from Grandmaya's, Damutu mentioned his grandpa wanted him to stop by her place. Upon arriving, she learned it was about a sow in neighboring Dayangshu village about to give birth. Since learning Taohua wanted to raise pigs, Uncle Li had been inquiring everywhere and lined up deals with several families. Since many souls conceive but don't carry to term, luckily, this one from the next village was due any day now, giving Taohua time to prepare. Leaving Uncle Li's, she headed to Li the Lame's to check if the shears he'd ordered were ready. Li the Lame watched Taohua clipping branches with the shears and remarked,
Little sister, what are those shears for? Anyway, really for trimming branches.
Brother Lane, these are for clipping newborn piglets' teeth. If you don't clip those canines, they'll hurt the soul while nursing. And they might injure each other scrapping around.
Oh, so newborn piglets have teeth, huh?
Taohua nodded and replied,
Yes, right up front the big ones. They have them on both sides. We clip them right after birth. They don't even feel the pain.
Our little peach blossom is really something. She even worries if the piglets feel pain.
Brother Cripple, if you've got time to tease me, why not finish that griddle I asked for? I'll whip up something tasty for you when it is ready.
And don't forget my share. Then I'd better get a move on and deliver it to you first thing tomorrow morning.
It is already done.
Peach Blossom looks a bit surprised.
This one's not hard either. I just need to smooth down the edges.
After leaving Li the Cripple and getting back home, she bundles up the scissors, the Kaoliang liquor, cotton thread, and a big piece of cloth. They'll come in handy for the piglet delivery. The fields are all planted now, and it is time to raise the piglets. The twins even have their teacher. These past 2 months of life have felt just like a dream. Everything's falling into place so smoothly. I heard some noise in the yard. I went out and saw Big Brother was back. He and the little brother each carried a small basket. They've come back from foraging for wild greens.
Sister, I dug up so much dandelion greens today. Did you catch another snake? I want to catch one too. Titi, did you get the greens?
Big Brother smiled and handed over the basket, packed to the brim.
I've got Brother Pen here.
He has got way more smiles than before. He took the basket, ruffled little brother's hair, and said,
Next time we spot one, it is all yours to catch. We've got shepherd's purse today. So, let's make shepherd's purse and egg-stuffed buns.
Big Brother heard about the buns, got so excited he scooped up little brother and dashed around the room. That is their special way of celebrating. After clearing the table, she saw there were only a few eggs left in the kitchen. She'd need to head to Sister Han's place in the village for more, wondering if those eggs she'd left to hatch had come out yet. When Peach Flower arrived, Sister Han was picking wild greens in the yard. Spotting her, she quickly invited her inside to sit.
Nah, I won't come in. I just came to check if the chicks have hatched.
They've hatched. 3 days ago, 20 of them hatched, with 16 coming out. That is a solid hatch rate. I don't see that often.
She headed into the west room and spotted the chicks in a basket. They huddled together at the sound of her entering, peeping away, full of spunk.
Everyone says Sister Han's got real skill, and this time I truly believe it. These little chicks are so full of life.
What I fed them yesterday, and now they're ready to take home today. Think you can raise them? No way. I'll keep raising it for a few more days.
Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll take good care of it. I'll definitely look after it properly. These eggs will help the little brothers grow big and strong. Sister-in-law, got any more eggs? I'll take 2 more pounds.
Look at you all. It is time to eat well. My boy never missed out on eggs. And now he is taller than his old man.
While waiting for the peaches to be weighed and lugging 2 baskets home, Big Brother had whisked little brother off somewhere to play. The twins were practicing their big characters at home. Every afternoon, right on schedule. Such strong self-discipline. No need for anyone to keep tabs on them.
Lame brother, you really pulled it off.
So what exactly is this for?
It is for making pancakes.
You whip up pancakes on this thing. I've had those pancakes before, a few years back, in a little town. They keep for ages. Don't go bad easy. That town got rich selling them to all the passing merchants.
Taohua wasn't about to get into the finer points of pancake making with him. Better to spark his interest in the finished product.
No, eggplant today. Brother, stay for lunch then. Roll it with scallions or shredded potatoes. Pure heaven. Help me test my skills.
Tanghua swiftly changed the subject.
That sounds perfect. I still remember those dumplings you made. Whenever there is something tasty, you're the first one I think of.
Back home, I hung my jacket near the outdoor stove. This griddle is the one we used back then for making jianbingguozi. Daohua had Li Kuizi build it a bit higher, with firewood burning underneath.
Sealing the stove, head inside and grab me a basin. Sealing the shrine, and fetch a stool for Queasy.
Seeing Daohua squatting there, our Rosie fetched her another stool.
Sis, can we eat this one straight away?
Just measure it out, and it is ready to eat. We can only grab one for now. Dinner's coming up soon anyway.
Li Kuizi scooted his stool a little closer too.
Just a quick flip like this, and it is done. So what is all in this batter?
I added some wheat flour here, but you could skip the wheat and use cornmeal or mung bean flour instead, so it'd tear more easily when you roll it up, and millet or soybean flour would work fine too.
Not bad, girl. If your big bro makes these to sell, I'll cut you in on the profits.
Hey, if it doesn't make any money, you don't owe me a thing. Just use the bottom of this ladle. But honestly, I doubt they'd sell well. It takes a ton of iron to make, and it is only good for pancakes or roasting meat, which needs a good drip of oil. Nah, won't work.
Watching the girl toss out ideas for him. It is pretty amusing.
If you say sell it, then sell it. You've got more good ideas. Let your bro handle. Right. But once I'm swamped, you won't be able to track me down.
Daohua paused for a moment.
Even my shoes are itching to head out.
Gotta go visiting relatives in a few days. What else you need?
Li Kuizi chewed his pancake thoughtfully and said, Li Ershuzi and his wife went back to her folks' place, and they still haven't returned. Now here is another one off to visit relatives. I guess they all live at the edge of the sky. After washing up, she moved the chicks to the west room, lit a small fire. The chicks are comfortable now, but we're feeling a bit hot ourselves. The Kang's heat is no joke. With all this warmth, the smell of the chickens and their droppings just steams right out. It is just too much to put into words. Really, tomorrow, I definitely need to ask Brother Lai to tidy up the west room. I really can't take it anymore. Yesterday I was still thrilled about having the chicks. Now, I'd rather just let them loose in the yard. The little brother lying beside her spoke up.
Sheesh, I want to sleep with Big Brother.
Why?
Big Brother Li Jiyuan. Shoo, shoo, shoo.
Starting tomorrow, feeding the chickens is your job, little bro. And cleaning up the chicken poop too. Everything's planned. When we get to the lies, just to state our purpose. Li Dazhu readily agreed. Just as they were heading back, they spotted a teenage boy arriving at the Li's. Tanghua didn't recognize him. He didn't look like he was from the village.
What is up? It is farrowing.
Grandpa Li said with a sigh,
It is about to farrow.
Upon hearing this, Uncle Li stood up and called out to Daohua, who hadn't gone far.
Las, get your things ready. The soul in the next village is about to give birth. Whatever you need to buy in town, just let your sister-in-law know. She is handling the repairs to your east room, so you don't need to worry about it.
Uncle Li was assigning tasks to Daohua. Daohua had been thinking of putting off the repairs until tomorrow, but Uncle Li spoke up. So, let's just do it today. Owing one favor or a bunch, it is all the same. When we arrived at their place, the soul was still in the pen, grunting away. It sure looked like she was about to give birth.
Brother Li, what you said before still counts, right? 1 tile of silver per piglet, as long as it survives.
The old lady's a bit worried. Sister Zhao.
I keep my word. But if it gets sick after surviving, that is no good. If you don't take good care of it, it won't make it. I won't take it back.
Uncle Li laid out the terms clearly. Once rested, he grabbed a small sack and headed for the pigsty. But the old lady blocked his way.
Where'd this little girl come from? Why'd you show up at my place? This a place for you to just waltz in. Go on in, then.
Turns out she hadn't even noticed him.
He came here with me, and she helped deliver the piglets too. If you're okay with selling, then just leave everything to us, and don't ask questions. Otherwise, we'll head back.
Mrs. Zhao gave an awkward smile. What a nut job. Little cheat of a girl. Delivering pigs, no less. Whoever heard of midwifing livestock? But passing up free money. You bastard. Do whatever the hell you want. Just as Daohua had figured. There were 5 in total. The determined Daohua told Uncle Li she'd take all 5. Mrs. Zhao took one look and saw all 5 piglets had made it through. None had suffocated, and they'd all sold. She was over the moon. It is just wiping them down with straw, ain't it? Even boiling water every day to bathe the soul, and her 5 little ones would be worth it. 5 tiles of silver in the bag. That covers half the bride price for her son. It was already known by the time we got back to the village. Back home, Li Dazhu and Li Kuizi were teaming up with Carpenter Dong to build the stove. Sister-in-law Li bought everything he wanted. Sister-in-law Li spotted him and just had to fill him in on that Zhang Hongkai business.
Sister-in-law, what is the deal with his family? You even came to tell me specially.
It is really nothing major, but I'd feel all bottled up if I didn't spill it.
Seeing sister-in-law Li all twisted up like this, Taohua couldn't help but ask.
Well then, sister-in-law, out with it.
You're the one who asked. Mind you, so no backing out now. Didn't I head to the factory today? And there I saw Zhang Yaxiu pacing back and forth right outside that herbal medicine buyer shop.
What is shady about that?
Maybe sister-in-law was just there to sell some herbs. Nothing wrong with that.
But who sells herbs all dolled up pink and pretty like that? That skirt she had on. Pure silk, I tell you. If Zhang Tongsheng had that kind of money, with her sister's feisty nature, they'd be buying a house, not scraping by in a rental. That herbal buyer, barely in his 30s, got a home, a steady business. Don't let him sway talk Zhang Yaxiu into running off with him. Studying books won't get you a dime in tips like that. Chasing money, like she is fixing to be some man's side piece.
Taohua thought sister-in-law Li was fretting a bit too much.
Sister-in-law, Sister Shuya's got high standards. She'd never stoop to being anyone's concubine. Even if she did have her eye on someone, Zhang Hongkai wouldn't stand for it. I know you're just worried it'll drag me down, but it is fine, really. Sister-in-law, help me whip up some lunch. Big brother and the others must be starving by now.
Seeing her like this, sister-in-law Li figured there was no use saying more. She was scared that if it actually happened, and Zhang Yaxiu took her brother and left, what would become of Daohua? Well, she's still young, after all. At worst, they'll just find her a better match. Uncle Lai also shared today's news about Taohua with a few folks.
That she has 5 piglets. If they all really survive, this year we'll truly have a bumper year. Li Yan, what do you think? Can Daohua raise them?
You're just thinking about eating. Very few litters have piglets that don't get crushed to death. But with this bunch, they should all make it. As long as they survive, no worry about them not growing big. Even just feeding them pig grass, they can reach 100 pounds. You'll just shed a few tears over it.
Li Dashu chimes in while brushing off the dirt clods that fell on the camp.
If we bring all those piglets home, we'll all have to pitch in. These kids might not manage on their own. And don't forget all those old hens.
This'll be on you, Zhuzi. Keep an eye on your missus. If there is any work, that girl won't ask unless she truly can't handle it. She absolutely won't speak up. I've got to head out in a few days. Should be back in a little over a month, I reckon.
Why not just have someone bring the stuff over? Instead of going yourself. Those firehead rolls. She can't even flip a pancake.
Li Kuizi hasn't even chimed in yet, when Uncle Li smacks him on the back of the head.
Keep that mouth of yours in check, or it'll get you in trouble. Crazy, you spent half the afternoon fumbling with it yourself yesterday. Don't be so damn lazy all day. When you've got nothing better, go help out in the fields. With all this rain lately, the grass is shooting up fast. Lend a hand.
Dong the carpenter rubs the back of his head and doesn't dare say another word. After all, he is the youngster here. Lunch was had at a borrowed table in the courtyard. The heavens smiled on us, with barely a breeze. Today's lunchtime pancakes were a first for Dong the carpenter. He thought it tasted just like those sticking pancakes. No wonder he wouldn't even give him meds at Lai the Cripples. This is ridiculously tasty.
Little auntie, you're cooking so good. I might just start crashing here for meals. Next time you've got something tasty, think of me too. Leaving alone, I just make do with scraps.
Does seeing him pig out like that just get under your skin?
Don't start buttering up family here. Can't you see Peach Flower's place needs a big table? Don't just swat him once. Show a little common sense.
No need, no need. It is plenty.
Peach Flower till her hair turns white.
Let him pitch in with some work. Peach Flower's missing a chest, a con cabinet, and a kitchen bowl rack too. And quit eyeing things at the pawn shop all the time. They're just gathering dust. There is wood aplenty in the hills. No trouble at all.
Since even Uncle Lee puts it that way, Peach Flower stops overthinking it. Fine, I'll owe them one. Favors pile up anyway. You get used to it. Better to take the advice and fill your belly. It is Zhang Hongkai's day off today. He should be home. He raises his hand to knock, but Zhang Yashu opens the door and steps out first. A bit surprised to see Peach Flower, she says.
Hongkai's home. I'll fetch him for you.
While waiting for Zhang Hongkai to emerge, he slips out the door too. Watching his retreating figure, Peach Flower frowns. Silk gown, jade bracelet, silver pins, silver earrings. The silver's nothing much, but that jade costs a pretty penny. And heading out right as he arrives, something's not right. Once in the yard, she hands Jiang Hong the pouch and foraged greens, then chats about recent happenings. Jiang Hongkai 也则 Zhang Yaxu has embroidered a fine piece, and life at home has improved a lot. But Dahua says no more. In Beijing, these embroideries fetch top prices. But our raw materials just won't cut it. No way to stitch anything. Truly exquisite. Still, it is their family business, so he doesn't press the issue. As he rises to take his leave, Zhang Hongcai calls him back up, then ducks inside and fetches a pouch of his own.
I've been helping sort documents at the county yamen and earned a bit of silver. This is for you.
The words out, his face flushes crimson. Once Dahua has gone, Zhang Hongkai pulls out the pouch, embroidered with verdant bamboo, cradling it in his palm, turning it over and over, thinking to himself, surely he'll treasure the gift I chose. Back home, she opens the pouch from Zhang Hongkai and finds a pair of peach blossom stud earrings inside. Get things sorted out, Dahua heads off to make lunch. Right after lunch, Uncle Lei shows up.
Why is Uncle Lai dropping by at this hour?
You forgot. The piglets hit the 1 month mark. Time to bring it home.
Dahua checks the dates. Yup, she swung by once midway, saw it was growing fine, so no need for another visit. And blink of an eye, full moon already.
I totally spaced on that. I'll round up my big brother and we'll go fetch him.
He is right there in the yard. I'll holler for him. I'll tag along with you folks. Don't forget the cash.
And with that, they're off. They pull up at old lady Zhao's, and she is over the moon. Once this deal's done today, she'll have half the bride price squared away for her boy's wedding.
Brother Lee, you folks are here at last. Let me tell ya, that piglet's fattened up real nice. Not a scrawny one in the bunch. Oh man, all plump and chubby. Just that curly little tail. You'll have to snip that right off. And that'll make for some mighty fine pork belly. Hey!
Exchange a quick hello with the buyer, hand over the cash, and sling one over your own shoulder, while Big Brother and Uncle Lai each hoist a pair. Uncle Lai offers to lend a hand with the carrying, but he waves it off. They're not all that heavy anyway. These folks are here to help. Can't have Uncle Lai shouldering the heaviest load.
Lass, this pen ain't a bit too cramped.
It is plenty roomy. It'll do just fine. Smaller is actually better. Less scampering around means more meat on those bones.
Uncle lets it drop.
I'll get Brother Zhuzi to rustle up some wheat bran for you shortly. I've already squared it with old Zhao. He'll set aside the tofu dregs for you tomorrow.
Sounds good. They won't chow down much at the start, so let him go hungry today. Feed them. Come morning, give them a day to settle in. No rush.
Uncle Lee took one look and headed back inside. Since you've put her in charge of raising them, just trust the lass. Once everyone at home has finished their meal, Tao Hui went looking for Uncle Lai again.
Lass, what you say? You need Shu Yi for?
Uncle Lee seemed downright flustered this time.
Castrating piglets turns them into eunuch pigs.
Uncle Lee glanced around the courtyard to check if anyone was about, then paced the room a couple more times. He finally got that awkward itch, tap tap tap, just like those old-timers puffing on their pipes. Right now he just craved a couple drags to steady his nerves. But he doesn't even smoke.
Lass, you and me, you sure know your way around this stuff without batting an eye. Let me ask you this. You best hustle on home now.
With that, he spun around to catch his breath. Truth be told, Daohua wasn't fully getting it either. Why Uncle Lei was getting so riled up when she'd already helped deliver piglets? And this was just castrating one. Plus, it wasn't even him doing the deed. If he had a knack for it, he'd have handled it himself ages ago. In the end, the deed still didn't get done, seeing as no vet around these parts would touch it, and Uncle Lei came off a tad off kilter. This is the first meeting between the two since they last exchanged gifts. Taohua gazed at Jiang Hengkai, fiddling with her own earlobe, and asked curiously,
Did a mosquito bite your ear?
Jiang Hengkai, who had meant to drop a hint to Daohua, instantly blushed.
Taohua, why didn't you bring the one I gave you?
Taohua suddenly realized this boy in moon-white robes, with neatly combed back hair and fair skin, looks quite handsome when he blushes.
I do field work every day and was afraid of losing it, but I really like the earrings you gave me. Why did you come so early today? Sister Yaxiu's home alone. Why didn't she come with you?
Why isn't Taohua calling me Brother Hengkai?
Taohua was a bit puzzled. Is that the point?
So Brother Hengkai, how is everything at home?
Jiang Hengkai smiled and said,
It is fine. My sister went out early this morning. She has made a new friend nearby. And they often have tea and do embroidery together.
Having tea and doing embroidery? Most folks in Jincheng are military families. Could she be a general's daughter? No matter what Jiang Yaxiu is up to, he couldn't let any suspicions slip from his lips.
Brother Hengkai, stay for lunch. I'll help Fendo boil some zongzi.
Taohua changed the subject, chatting with him about the new piglet at home, the promising grain harvest in the fields, and the help from several village families. But no more talk of Jiang Yaxiu. After lunch, Jiang Hengkai bid farewell and headed home, and sneaked away one of Daohua's little yellow duck embroidered handkerchiefs. It leaves Daohua both amused and exasperated. A scholar clutching a little yellow duck handkerchief. Though the Dragon Boat Festival is like the big sister, there is no real entertainment to speak of. Dragon boat races are just a southern thing. It is mostly every family having some zongzi, a chance to enjoy a decent meal for the holiday. At Uncle Lei's place, there is still a good crowd of family. Besides the live oaks themselves, Lame Lai and the Carpenter Dong are there too. Women and kids gathered at one table on the Kang, men down below at another, knocking back drinks. Lame Lai turns to Uncle Lei first.
Uncle, how is second brother holding up there? It has been ages since we got word, but he is doing all right. He has sourced some silkworm, eggs, just not a whole lot, and rounded up a few who know how to tend. We'll know the full story come autumn. Yeah, they sure eat plenty, but we're short on hands for picking mulberry leaves. That is really promising news. As long as they take, we can always find more help. How'd your trip go this time? The farm tools are holding up well, and those slow-forged hoes have eased our most pressing woes. Though, grain's still scarce, no two ways about it.
Carpenter Dong seems a bit taken aback.
Didn't we haul some grain back?
Not nearly enough. The routes are locked down tight. Some snuck over the hills, others hidden in clothing hams. But it is all too little, and scoring more on the market's no simple task these days,
says Carpenter Dong.
Your lordship.
Then, Uncle Lei shoots him a sharp look, and he zips it. No more prying. From there, it is just village chit-chat and family squabbles. Taohua knows those earlier words were meant for her ears. He really doesn't want to know. Either, he can't fix everything, he is short on grain too. After the Dragon Boat Festival, Taohua and Jiang Hengkai still haven't crossed paths, with everyone caught up in their daily hustle. Taohua's at home, sharpening the sickle, knowing the wheat's ripe for harvest in just a few days. The tools need to be ready well ahead. After all, there is cabbage and radishes to plant next. The quicker the harvest, the better. Big Brother, who'd gone out playing that morning with no chores, suddenly returns wearing a mask he didn't make himself. It is a bit odd.
Big Brother, where'd you get that mask?
Jixiang gave it to me. I traded her your little duck handkerchief for it. I'm not taking it for free. Fertilizing's just too stinky. So I'll bring 2 along.
With that, Big Brother heads inside to grab Daohua's little yellow duck handkerchief. Jixiang made a mask for Big Brother, and Daohua can't quite wrap her head around it. At Grandma Ya's place, besides Jixiang herself, everyone says she is as lucky as her name. She doesn't talk much, but she handles all the big and small things for Grandma Ya. She is 14 now, remarkably steady for her age. Whenever she visits, she is always polite and proper, not overly warm, not one for deep bonds. Daohua once figured Jixiang had even worse social hang-ups than she did. Watching Big Brother head out with a handkerchief, Daohua still finds it all so wondrous. But this is something she can't meddle in. Big Brother's got a child's heart, after all. And besides, there is Grandma Ya to keep an eye. The weather's clear and bright. The wheat's ready to cut. Other folks might wait another couple days to let it dry out more. But Daohua's worried it'll delay the succession crops, so she chats with Uncle Lai about harvesting first. The next morning, at first light, everyone gets started harvesting the wheat. Just 2 acres. So we wrap it up quick. Uncle Li's family and a carpenter don't pitch in to help. Daohua's got everything ready. Gloves, masks, arm guards, straw hats, 1 set for each of us. And Carpenter Dong's eyes light up with curiosity.
Little Daohua, I've never seen anyone geared up quite like this before. Gotta avoid those pricks.
Daohua just lets the nickname slide.
Yeah. Those wheat awns sting something fierce on your skin.
Happens every harvest. Those pricks, arms throbbing with pain. Then you're drenched in sweat. Pure misery.
Your sister-in-law's all suited up, she chimes in.
Let's hustle before the heat kicks in. I'll bundle them up with Daohua in the back, while Big Bro hauls them deeper into the field. We'll thresh it right here in the field today. If rain hits tonight, it'll be just right. Planting time tomorrow.
In just over half an hour, Brother Li and the crew finish the cutting. Brother Li loads it onto the cart from the field edge and hauls it home. Carpenter Dong teams up with Daohua to bundle the wheat. Then they all cart the bundles back home together. Once it is all home, Uncle Li and Auntie Li help spread it out in the yard for sun drying. Uncle Lai turns to his hard-working wife and says,
These wheat ears look pretty decent. Planted over 20 days ahead of ours. Field cleared for cabbage. We might just pull it off.
That Daohua girl, young as she has got real smarts about this. If it works out, come next year, we'll follow suit. Every extra bit counts. Once it is dry, we'll check the yield. Daohua picked out a real big one yesterday to save for seed. You said the big ones might just grow into big ones if not. The little girl wants seeds that look nice anyway. Uncle Li remarked this while getting on with the work.
Who knows? Maybe planting the big ones will really bring in a bumper crop.
When he got home, he found Zhang Hongkai waiting at his house. Zhang Hongkai ran into his little brother at the village entrance. Knowing Daohua had gone off to deliver the cabbage, so they waited in the yard. It had been 2 months since Zhang Hongkai last saw Daohua. Noticing he'd gotten a lot tanner, though he hadn't grown an inch taller, Daohua was thrilled to see him too.
Brother Hongkai, long time no see. You've got a real treat in store today. I'll whip up something delicious.
Talk about perfect timing. You've been through the ringer lately, haven't you? How'd you manage to get Brother Li to send over all that wheat? I've been tagging along with the registrar to villages all over lately. Haven't had a moment to spare.
Zhang Hongkai smoothly took the basket from Daohua's hand and said,
Sounds like he thinks pretty highly of you. You think you can keep it up? Tramping through all those villages must be exhausting. Isn't that what you call surveying public sentiment?
With that, Daohua headed inside to grab the rice and get cooking. Zhang Hongkai followed right behind her.
There aren't many villages anyway. Some are full of military dependents and military households. Those aren't under the county office's watch. Our county office doesn't even have a magistrate. It is all handled by the registrar here. I'll take the basin.
Daohua handed over the basin filled with rice.
We don't have a magistrate around here. I had no idea.
Zhang Hongkai turned and stepped back outside.
The last magistrate was corrupt. and the king of Northern Pacification shipped him back. Things fell apart after that. No new one's shown up since.
Couldn't the king of Northern Pacification just appoint one himself?
Zhang Hongkai pulled up a stool and sat near the stove, getting ready to help Tao Hua tend the fire.
This is the fief of the North Pacifying King, and the prince holds military authority as well. So the governance of these lands must come from the imperial court.
The registrar took a liking to Brother Hongkai and wants to groom you for it.
I wouldn't know. I'm just here to earn a bit of silver to help support the family.
Zhang Hongkai watched as Tao Hua added the rice to the pot and helped her light the fire.
You can light to the fire yourself now,
he said, a bit sheepishly.
Out in the world, we always fend for ourselves when it comes to meals.
You're still so young, so it is good to learn by watching for now.
Little Fengzu watched the two chatting away happily, unable to squeeze in a word, before suddenly darting right between them, facing Tao Hua, and seeing his sister finally turn to him, falling silent.
Sis, Brother Hongkai brought a fish, and I put it in the water jar.
Tao Hua had a sinking feeling.
Which water jar?
Little Fengzu pointed his small hand at a household drinking water jar, and said,
Right here.
Tao Hua glanced at him, then at the rice in the pot, and back at the jar, before closing her eyes, taking a deep breath, and saying,
Zhou Fengzu.
The little rascal froze as his sister called his full name, then bolted off. Zhang Hongkai looked flustered too, as Tao Hua turned to him and said,
You knew the fish was in there.
He nodded.
You didn't say a word while I was washing the rice.
I forgot.
I must have been blind not to spot the fish. I'm not dealing with it. I want my meal. Keep me happy, Brother Hongkai. I see you really like the pickles I made. So, I've brought you 2 kinds, and I'll bring more once you finish them.
Zhang Hongkai wanted to continue, anything you make, I'd love without question, but the words reached his lips, and he swallowed them back, then pulled a larger pouch from his bosom and handed it over.
Another gift for me.
Zhang Hongkai nodded, saying nothing. Tao Hua opened the pouch and smiled brightly. This time, it held a pair of beaded hairpins, each adorned with 2 silver peach blossoms. That would match perfectly with the bells from last time.
Thank you, Brother Hongkai, but please, no more silver ornaments in the future. They're too costly. You should save them to buy more jewelry for Sister Yaxio.
I've already given most of the silver I get from the county office to my sister each time. And you've brought so much wheat already. How about a few more of those embroidered handkerchiefs you make instead?
As Zhang Hongkai spoke, he lowered his head, remembering how last time he'd taken one without Tao Hua's permission, which hadn't been right. He hadn't even used that handkerchief, just tucked it away carefully.
Brother Hongkai, what about that duck?
Or anything else would do.
Tao Hua rose and stepped inside, returning with 5 embroidered handkerchiefs and a small coin pouch made of fine cotton cloth, each one stitched with bamboo motifs. Zhang Hongkai giggled, and upon seeing the bamboo, his eyes grew misty. There were no bamboo groves in Beijing, and no word from his father, who had loved planting them in the courtyard. He drew a deep breath, steadying his emotions.
Tao Hua, thank you. I cherish them.
He glanced up at the sky and said,
I should head back now. I'll visit again when I can.
After setting up a slanted shade at home, the weather isn't quite so hot, so she called on Big Brother, and they headed out to cut 2 more baskets of pigweed. Tao Hua cut some finer mugwort and handed it to her little brother, saying,
Fengzu, take this and wave it around. If a mosquito bites you, you'll start itching.
He took the mugwort from his sister's hand and softly said, Thank you, noticing his low spirits.
Are you mad at sister?
Little brother shook his head and reached up to hug Tao Hua's neck.
He used to catch fish for the Wind Clan too, and the mother's fried fish was so tasty. Sister, when can we bring them home? I want to talk with them. Every day I go with Big Brother to talk to my little sister, but I miss father and mother.
Tao Hua gently patted her little brother's back, her eyes turning red.
Sister's going to have to break her promise. Things are still so chaotic out there this year. We can't bring father and mother home yet. Since sister couldn't keep her word, will you hate me? I could never hate you, sister. You're so tired. I'll eat lots and lots. And when I grow up, I'll hire a farmhand to help you.
Tao Hua laughed, amused by him, and let go of her little brother, tweaking his nose as she said,
I thought you'd grow up to help sister yourself, but it turns out you just want to hire a long-term worker for her.
Early the next morning, Shanxing came to call her out for mushroom picking. Peach Flower was busy feeding the pigs, she said.
Shanxing, just wait a bit for me. It'll be ready in a jiffy.
While they're eating, you go ahead and sweep out the pan.
With that, she deftly poured the slop into the trough.
Peach Flower, your pigs are fattening up real quick. Why not let them out to roam? Eating. 3 times a day must wear you out.
Let him out. Where to?
You know, turn them loose so they can forage on their own. That is how everyone does it. They root around the whole village. Then herd them home at night. Saves a ton of hassle.
No wonder back then, he wanted to raise pigs, Li Dazhu Xiaoyao to help drive them back. But with this panning and pampering, it is a wonder they put on any meat at all. All that running around, where is the blubber gonna come from? No, you've gotta stuff him full and let him snooze. No exercise. That is how you build the fat.
Mine ain't like the others. This way, they plump up faster.
Shanxing nodded in agreement.
They sure are growing fast. You're about done. I'll finish up here. Then we gotta head out for those mushrooms. That rain last night poured for a good while. Ought to have the shrooms popping up everywhere.
Almost there. The mushrooms ain't going nowhere.
First off, have Big Brother take Little Wind Clan over to Grandpa Lee's to play with 3 log. Then the 4 at home can join Shanxing at the Wild Patch. A spot folks in the village hit up all the time. Peach Flower and the others filled their back baskets and called it quits on the picking. Shanxing headed home once the sun climbed up, cause Sister Han didn't want to bake in the sun too long.
The girl tied it up so quickly. I'll pick some chilies.
Auntie Li, basket in hand, brought 2 blocks of tofu for Daohua too.
Auntie, just come over if you want some. I bring tofu.
It is from Zhao, the tofu seller. He heard Auntie Han say, you're great at raising pigs, hoping for an extra share of pork come New Year. Everyone in the village knows, and they're jealous of him and that greedy glutton from the Shi family. How come your pigs are so fond of tofu dregs and bean cakes? Can't they eat more of that brand for sale? That glutton used to sell all his bean cakes to the cattle feeders. Now, he is saving them all for you.
Next year, I'll sell whatever I've got. Brand's not even guaranteed to last. Just you wait.
Then I'll have to tell the folks. Save it all. No more burning it for fuel. See if you can fatten them up. I'll be impressed if you do. Big Brother is still set on herding your pigs for you. We've never seen live pigs pacing back and forth in the village like that. And he won't even let them out. All right, then get back to it. I'm off to fix supper.
Daohua knew full well. This pig hadn't grown right on the teat. It'd never get all that big. But come next year, she'd show him what a real fat hog looks like. A dozen days later, potato and sweet potato harvest time rolled around. And those newfangled tools were showing their flaws. Auntie Han trailed behind Dong Dashan, picking up potatoes.
I say, Dashan, you've got some aim on you. You spot the prime ones, but the ones you dig up are all nicked. Some sliced, clean in half. What a waste.
Dong Dashan stayed mum. She outranked him by age and standing, so he couldn't pipe up. Who could blame him for that contraption? Working too quick, he didn't trip over his own feet. He was already being plenty careful.
I told you you couldn't handle it. But you had to push yourself anyway. Just like I said, right? Go pull the seedlings up front.
These folks all came over first to help Daohua's family dig up the potatoes and sweet potatoes. It has always been this way, helping their place first, then moving on to the rest. With the potatoes in all sorts of grains hit harvest time too. Round after round of reaping, bundling them up, spreading them out to dry, threshing the grain, and finally stowing it away. As time eases into early August, a day of rest today, after supper and putting the dishes away, Jiang Hong finally rapped on Jiang Yaxiu's door, stepping in to find his sister mending a man's belt. And he figured, it must be from one of the embroidery shop's lads.
Today, the chief clerk mentioned to me he wants to talk over your marriage prospects.
See, Jiang Yaxiu sets down the stitching in her hands.
What? You think your sister's beneath you now?
Jiang Hong hurries to deny it.
How could I ever look down on you, sis? It is just, you've put up with so much hardship on my account, and the chief clerk's only trying to help. If you've got your eye on it, sis, I'll scout him out for you. But if not, staying single forever. How is that any better? It'll just leave me bearing the load alone. What choice do you have anyway, when all you'd be doing is scraping by on wilted greens and spoiled squash from those dirt-poor bumpkins and tight-fisted clods for the rest of my days? You can just stay out of my business, and mind your own.
He feels a twinge of hurt. Ever since they arrived in Beijing, this sister of his doesn't feel like the old one anymore. So why's she gotten so sharp-edged?
Sis, I'm in the county office these days.
He hasn't even finished when Jiang Yaxiu cuts him short.
County office. They're just toying with you, treating you like a fool. The few coppers they toss your way aren't even as much as what the Yamen runners pocket. And you're scurrying around after them every single day, when all along they never really cared for you. Sister, how could you say something like that? You've changed so much. What about me? I'll arrange another match for you. Now get out. You'll see the truth one day.
Second sister-in-law is back from her trip, and what she has brought is truly a delight. 3 bolts of silk, 1 in crescent white, 1 in bright red, and 1 in deep blue. These 3 bolts of silk are laid out on the heated kang in Daohua's home.
Second sister-in-law, you clever girl.
Listen to me. I'm over the moon. These 3 are the first batch produced. They were specially ordered to be delivered to you. And sure enough, as soon as I got word, I rushed back first. Daohua starts to speak, but sister-in-law, Lai runs her hand over the fabric. Hey, don't say a word. This is a lifesaver. Our northern border is bitterly cold. My brother froze to death in the barracks. Right next to our Beijing, there is Qingguo. It is a small place, but they've got plenty of charcoal, which burns nice and warm, and they just love silk. Every year, the silk travels from south to north. We trade it for their charcoal, but they're real sharp traders. But now, we've got our own Daohua to thank. Sister-in-law, thank you. Our soldiers won't freeze in winter anymore. Daohua couldn't quite pin down her own feelings right now. No one had ever acted on one of her offhand remarks or ideas before, and she didn't feel she deserved such gratitude.
Second sister-in-law, I was just speaking off the cuff. It is all thanks to you all. I can't accept these. Take them back right away.
Li's second sister-in-law paid her no mind and pulled several silver notes from her bosom. Yes, this is 500 taels, a reward from the higher-ups for you. You have to take it. Don't think it is too little. Things are truly tough without the court's military pay these days, and we can't have you getting involved in this. Just keep it. All right. Daohua saw the silver note and understood at once. This matter won't involve him anymore going forward. Once the money's in hand, don't expect to leverage this for any future demands. This works out well enough, after all. He doesn't grasp that practical gains outweigh empty pride. It is still better than ending up with nothing.
Second sister-in-law, I've got a method here for making quilts with silkworm silk. It is no worse than a cotton quilt.
Upon hearing this, second sister-in-law Li nearly leaped up from the kang. Little sister, you're serious about this? Holding her hand, Daohua outlined the basic production method. Daohua had only learned it by watching, never tried it with her own hands. Afraid she might forget, second sister-in-law Lin specially had Daddy jot it down. Second sister-in-law Li hurried off once again. Daohua gazed at the silk, lost in thought and worry. This silk is a full 4 feet and 5 inches wide, twice as wide as cotton cloth, and a whole boat stretches 10 zhang. Yet, it can be sewed off. After mulling it over, the moon white one can be sewn into ceremonial robes for the family. Keep a share of the red silk aside to use for gift-giving rituals, and swap out the family's belly bands for red ones too. Send this festive crimson boat to Grandpa Sha as a mid-autumn gift, but don't breathe a word of it to Jiang Hongkai yet. Try to avoid mentioning it to him ever. We don't need to drag him into our affairs. Back home, second sister-in-law Lin shared the silkworm silk quilt idea with her father-in-law, Li Xianfeng, and recounted Daohua's reaction to him as well.
Daohua's a sharp one. Now that us Beijing folk have a real way to put food on the table, I'm afraid that is not something other powers would want to see. So it is wiser, if he doesn't offer, to get involved.
Uncle Li, fold that note we wrote on the kang into an envelope.
Take it over to Clark Chin and tell him, let's take another close look at Jiang Hongkai's true character. Daohua has always been right under our watchful eyes. We can't let anything go wrong on Jiang Hongkai's side.
Liu Erzao tucked away the letter and said, Father, I've heard the prince wants us to come back.
We can't keep the silkworm rearing under wraps. The prince wants us and the master to head to Anqing City for safety's sake.
Everyone goes.
Everyone. The prince has been gradually passing things on to his son, and we old retainers of his should settle into a quiet life at last. You go back and settle these matters with the second brother. Come back soon. Raising little Mewtwo properly is what truly matters. You haven't seen yet how Taohua's been raising those pigs. That girl, from now on, learn from her how to tend the pigs, plant the fields. It is a fine way to live.
No one's thinking of little May again, are they? If only he were still here, grown as big as Daohua. He would have loved his meat. Enough. Now, I'll have your big brother take you into the city. Stay the night there. Set off again tomorrow, so Samuel Tao doesn't have to see you. Turns out most folks in this village used to gather intelligence on the people's lives for the Prince of Northern Jing, or their kin to those who did. Old Li's youngest daughter was born right there on the road while scouting. Auntie Li bore her late in life. The child was frail from the start, and by 4, a mere cold wind took her away. After supper, Taohua was wrestling her little brother to wash his hair. The little rascal's fine in every way, save for hating hair washes and toe clippings.
Water in his eyes! Water in his mouth too! I don't want to wash!
No talking. Keep those eyes shut tight and no water gets in. What is there to fear in a simple hair wash? Skip it and lice will crawl all over your head, biting you full of welts.
Once she'd finished washing Little Dee's hair, I've gotten half my body soaked. Looks like we really ought to get a wooden tub bathing. Would be so much simpler. The only trouble is hauling the water back and forth. Big brother, it is too hard on you. Sister-in-law Li came back, just to leave again, but it brought no real change to Daohua's life. As she continued mulling over her family's future plans, Uncle Li's visit the next day truly upended Daohua's plans.
I came looking for you. Got something we need to chat about.
Daohua figured it must be about sister-in-law Li, so she grabbed a little stool and sat down nearby.
I always enjoy a good chat with you. So, what is on your mind?
Our village. It is gotta relocate. This spot needs to be cleared out. Just checking in on what kind of house you'd like. 'Cause we need to start building right away.
Taohua looked a bit puzzled and asked tentatively, where is the whole village headed?
Why are we moving? Where to? When?
We're heading near Anqing City to build a new village at the earliest next year. So first off, how big a house do you want? Makes it easier to sort out.
Seeing Uncle Li skip over the reason for the move, Taohua figured that wasn't something she could pry into.
Well, the bigger the better, naturally. Uncle, your place is red brick, isn't it?
Clever girl. Yep, red brick it is. And the bigger, the better. But capped at 5 rooms. Think about how you'd lay out the courtyard. I'll reserve a generous plot for you, so you can expand it yourself down the line.
Daohua's wheedling charm had Uncle Li chuckling heartily.
Alright, then, I'll sketch up a plan and swing by your place tonight with it. But what about my little sister and my parents? Is Jiang Hongkai coming along too?
Jiang Hongkai is one of our own villagers, so of course he is moving with the rest. Our big shot, Wang Yi, is right there in Anqing City, and it'll be a step up for him compared to here. Just don't breathe a word of this to him yet. Since his family is only the 2 of them, easy enough to settle. Once we're all squared away, then we can go move your parents' graves. I know where your dad's buried. Your mom, do you remember?
My big brother remembers. Then we'll bring him over together when the time comes. Uncle, can we take the pigs when we move?
Taohua thinks of her pigs again.
Chickens, ducks, and geese can go in baskets. But pigs, no way. They're so fat now. If you're not gonna slaughter them, what is the point?
I need the sow to have her later. The sow I've raised is so sturdy. The piglets will be sturdy too, for sure.
You'd really kill them all and eat the meat? Huh? Oh, right. What kind of pixie do you want? I'll draw it in too. It'd be even better if I can keep raising pigs.
Uncle Li stands up to leave. Everyone's eyeing the pigs she's raising. If it is just 3 pigs and you kill 2 for meat, that is one thing. But 5 pigs and only kill 2, that is no good. Pigs this fat, gotta eat your fill.
Then, Uncle, the pigsty needs red bricks too.
The pigsty's gotta be red brick, and build a kang in there for him. Okay.
Taohua thinks for a moment. If little Zhu's born in winter, keeping warm will be an issue.
Alright, building a kang works too.
Uncle Li, fuming, stomps off, and lets out a resounding toot.
Get the hell out of here.
Big brother, who gave this to you? It is so well made.
Taohua took the cloth tiger and examined it closely.
Jixiang gave it to him. I gave him a caterpillar, and he gave me this cloth tiger. Taohua, don't break it.
She handed the cloth tiger back to Big Brother. That is a bit odd. What kind of gift is a caterpillar? She just blurted it out.
It is the new caterpillar you made.
Oh dear. He made it with silk, and even made a red and white one, with a red head and big white eyes. It is so lively. He had no idea Big Brother gave it away. Taohua face-palmed. But he already accepted the return gift. So what is done is done.
Big brother, from now on, if you're giving anything away, tell me first. Some things just can't be given away.
She had to make it clear to Big Brother. Don't go giving away family silver notes on a whim.
If you give things away without telling me, I'll give it to Jixiang, and no one else gets any.
Fine. Now, it is all on you. They agreed not to keep secrets from each other about such things before dropping it. She pressed him on when he gave it away. And where? But Big Brother just ignored Taohua. Oh man, Big Brothers sure don't listen to their little sisters. The next day, she handed the blueprints to Old Man Lai and explained her requirements again. When Old Man Lai saw the heated platform in the outhouse was to be paved with red bricks, he nearly keeled over in shock.
Old man, we're not building the whole thing with red bricks. Adobe bricks will do just fine. Just the floor, and the pit need red bricks for a sloped surface.
Taohua wanted to explain her toilet improvement ideas to Uncle Lai in detail, but Uncle Li cut her off.
By the time you get there, you won't even have time to build your own house, let alone an outhouse. Meaning, some folks in your village are already gearing up to move over and start building. You'll just arrive and find ready-made homes waiting, and you're being awfully picky about it.
Uncle Lai figured that if he spent a few more days hanging around with Taohua, she'd end up puffing on a pipe every day too.
Girl, got anything else on your mind?
Uncle, the place we're heading to isn't some established village. You know, so, isn't it a long way from the city?
It is a fair distance, sure, but it is a Tongshan right in the military camp. The prince is bundling up several villages there, and the fields we've got in our villages now will turn into military fields for the local garrison. It is got mountains and clear streams, way better than here.
Uncle, hear me out. Could you help me snag a horse to hitch up to a carriage, and a matched pair would be even better?
Sure, I'll make a note of it. Nothing else. Off you go then. Take a gander at these drawings of yours. So many fancy demands. This pigsty is practically posher than a person's place. Once you cross that big mountain with your lame brother, have them keep tabs on the build for you. If there is anything they don't quite get, I'll send them your way to ask you about it.
Mid-Autumn Festival on the 15th of the 8th lunar month. After breakfast, Big Brother cradled the blue silk in his arms as the family headed to Grandpa Sha's house. The Mid-Autumn Festival is one of the 3 festivals and 2 longevities, along with the Dragon Boat Festival and the Spring Festival. Seeing Jixiang open the door, Big Brother was the first to speak.
Jixiang, I'm here.
Jixiang simply nodded to show she'd heard, then led them inside. But Taohua noticed the tips of Jixiang's ears were a bit red. Though Big Brother was as innocent as a child, he was quite handsome. Especially those eyes of his, pure and innocent. Once inside, they paid their respects to the 2 elders, and Taohua had made a set for each of them. Knee pads and back supports, lined with sheepskin. Grandma Yang signed. This keeps us so warm. But as for this silk fabric, take it back and make clothes for your family. We have plenty already.
Grandma Yang, this isn't just any cloth. It is woven right here in Beijing from our own silkworms, reeled and all. It is just me borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, rushing over this festival gift for you.
Taohua pulled up a chair and sat beside Grandma Yang.
Oh, it really turned out well. Let me feel it.
Grandpa Sha got a bit emotional upon hearing this. So Taohua quickly shifted the bolt of cloth on the Kang closer to him. This boat's no light weight.
Good. That is something to celebrate. Taohua, go find Ping An outside and have him fetch some wine from town. Then tell Li Xianfeng to come over for lunch. You all stay too.
Grandma Yang signed to him. Call Ji Xiang and Ping An to come along to pick up some ingredients and tell him there is a class at noon. She'll understand. As Peach Blossom headed to the kitchen to find Ji Xiang, she spotted Big Brother munching on a snack of fried wild veggie balls, chatting away with her, both of them laughing heartily. When she walked in, Ji Xiang looked a bit awkward, but after hearing Peach Blossom out, she handed the frying duty over to Mrs. Liang and stepped out to find Ping An and hitch up the cart for Jing Cheng. Big Brother popped one of the balls from the bowl into Peach Blossom's mouth as a teaser, then wouldn't give her any more. Peach Blossom called out to Big Brother to come along to the Li's, so he wouldn't get in Mrs. Liang's way in the kitchen. Though really, she wanted to grill him about Ji Xiang.
Big Brother, when did you and Sister Ji Xiang get so close? What were you two chatting about just now? You looked so happy.
She was genuinely curious.
Zhi Xiang wouldn't let him, saying she'd give him one more ball. But don't ask once you do. I just might spill it.
Big Brother held the ball right up to Peach Blossom's lips, staring her down like, if you don't eat it, I'll just keep staring at you. Peach Blossom ate it with a helpless sigh, figuring she'd find out eventually anyway. And if Ji Xiang actually became their big sister-in-law, she'd wake up grinning from ear to ear in her dreams. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the autumn harvest officially kicks off. Families start by harvesting mostly cabbage and radishes. Some even grow frost greens, most for winter storage.
Hey, sister-in-law Li, take a look. Look at this beauty. This corn. Cob's gotta be a foot long. Oh man, that is something.
Sure enough, it is Peach Blossom. Girl, young as she is. She is a real pro at working this land.
Sister-in-law Li nods in full agreement.
Sister-in-law, you know what? That young scholar, betrothed to Zhou's girl.
At the mention of Zhang Hongkai, sister-in-law, Li perks up right away.
Chen Zhuang, what have you heard? Hasn't that young scholar been tied up with county business all along?
Look at you, getting all worked up. I haven't even finished yet. Someone spotted her sister cozy in. Up with that herb buyer who came around, sipping tea together in the tea house, just the two of them.
Sister-in-law Li hears it is not Zhang Hongkai and breathes a sigh of relief.
You mean that fella who rents a shop to buy up herbs?
From what sister-in-law's sighing, sounds like there are other herb buyers in the mix.
Wang Chengwang catches wind of that, sensing there is more she doesn't know, and she is hooked instantly.
I reckon straight talker don't fit you. More like Nosy Parker. Let's talk about something else. Don't let Peach Blossom overhear. We can't meddle in other folks' business anyway. That young girl ain't getting any younger, and the blisters on her feet are of her own making.
Sister-in-law Li reins in Wang Chengwang's curiosity.
Fine, mum's the word then. I heard your father-in-law's fixing to raise pigs alongside Zhou's girl someday. Got any plans? Lined up, count my family in. Huh, this year, I've already sold the piglets. Waiting to share the meat at New Year.
Where'd you hear this news from? That is just how it is for you. If my work site gets sorted out, no one will be able to tear it down. We'll talk when we get to Anqing City. What is the big rush?
How could I not be in a rush? My little rascal's always fussing for meat. It is right there, practically in our mouths already.
You can't eat hot tofu if you're too hasty. Let's first check how much corn Peach Blossom girls got here.
A few folks took less than an hour to pile all the corn in the yard's open space. Didn't even head in when the meal was ready, just itching to weigh it and see the total. They borrowed a scale from the neighbors nearby, weighing it in batches. Wang Chenghuan's got a hot temper. Seeing her husband tallying it up so slowly, she started prodding him.
Take it easy. Why are you calculating so darn slow? Hurry it up.
Zhao Jiaxing didn't say a word. After finishing the math, worried it might be off, so he ran the numbers again. Wang Chenghuan got so worked up, she pinched his cheek. Use your hat, it is figured out, but he still wasn't thrilled with the outcome.
Uncle, take a peek.
Zhao Jiaxing slid the paper over to Uncle Lei. 1,250 jin.
Strip off the corn cobs and husks, and you are left with about 1,000 jin once it is dried. At least 750 jin, no less.
That is great.
That is over 100 jin, more than 1 meal of our land yields, for half a year as rations.
One early morning, you can see your breath when talking outside. Everyone gathered at Daohua's house again, helping her harvest the village's lost autumn crops, cabbage and radishes. Sister Han is seeing the bowl cabbage from Daohua's family for the first time today, wielding her own kitchen knife to chop away up front, while Li Dazhu and Big Brother gathered them into the willow basket from behind.
Daohua, I figured your cabbage would be those loose, uncompacted barakao ones, but unexpectedly, they've grown so well, and they're so compact and tight. These can go straight home to be pickled into sauerkraut, while ours have to wait for the right auspicious day to pickle. So I always sneak a couple home to eat fresh.
Sister-in-law, feel free to take as many home as you want, since we don't even know when we'll be leaving. And if it is a farewell toast kind of send-off, we won't be able to transport these anyway, so we might as well eat them all.
Daohua picked out the bad cabbage leaves that were chopped off up front and saved them to feed the pigs. Still 2 tables for dinner. And once at the table, Shengxing starts tattling to Daohua.
Daohua, why do your geese always obey me? Maybe you just don't have that goose affinity.
Everyone sits down to eat. Daohua, as usual, sits with the kids, listening to the grown-ups talk. Sister Han says,
Uncle Lai, when is the next group leaving? This time, I have to go with them. I've got quite a few chickens. It is getting too cold, and I'm worried they'll die on the way. Daohua, I'll take your chickens along too when I go, and you can divide them back once you arrive.
Daohua nods in acknowledgement. Uncle Lai says,
The fields are all harvested, so we can start leaving in waves. Try to pack as lightly as possible. There aren't many wagons for hauling the goods, and the road along will take at least half a month. If we can't transport all the grain, we'll just trade with folks in Anqing City.
Daohua actually wants to set off right now too. The weather's getting colder by the day, and traveling would be too grueling.
Grandpa, so can my family go?
Daohua asks.
Your family will go last. You forgot. Your pig can fatten up for another 2 months, and there is that acre of corn you harvested in your yard. It'll need to be dried before we take it.
Grandpa Li replies, All right. Actually, we could slaughter the pig early, even if the corn cobs are a bit small. We could just cart them off as is. But he doesn't dare say so. After lunch, everyone heads back to rest. This time, Daohua plans to pickle a vat of sauerkraut. In the afternoon, she'll flip the cabbage that has been sunning outside to dry. And the whole family heads to the red brick house. Learning that blind grandpa is preparing to move too, the twins get a bit excited, feeling like they're in for a long holiday. But then they're glued to the stack of books joy brings over.
You have to copy these out and memorize them, and practice your horse dance every day too. Teaching Zhou Fengsu to recite his lessons. That is it for now. Oh, and write 1 piece of calligraphy each day.
The second brother clutches the books, on the verge of tears. This is way more than their regular homework. Daohua chuckles to herself at their winter break assignments. Ruyi, whom they haven't seen in a while, arrives with a piece of white satin and fine embroidery floss.
I've only been back a few days, and now we're parting again. So, Madam said, embroider a conch screen, and that'll be your New Year's gift.
This time, it was the twins' turn to crack up. They know all too well about their big sister, who dreams of learning to weave all sorts of gadgets with tweezers come winter. But it looks like that is not happening anytime soon. On the morning of the 9th of the 10th lunar month, snowflakes began drifting down from the sky. And it was also Daohua's birthday. In Beijing, no one celebrates birthdays from age 1 to 50. So Daohua abides by the custom, merely boiling some noodles that morning. He has no idea yet that someone is brimming with joy, eager to celebrate with her, only to face the second crushing blow of his young life. The Jiang family in the capital.
Hongcai, let me ask you one more time. Are you coming with me?
Hongcai had always thought Yaxia was packing her things these past few days to head to the Anqing mills, never imagining she meant to leave with a herbal medicine merchant. A merchant he didn't even know existed.
Wait, betrothal makes a wife. Elopement makes a concubine. Do you even know what you're doing?
Hongcai, who would have thought? Bossy was actually a decent sort, willing to wed Sis as an equal concubine. He has put it in writing. Our parents want him to marry me here.
But with this year's snow turning into a blizzard, if he doesn't set out now, these herbs might not make it back before the new year.
Hong Kai refuses to buy this excuse.
Where did this boss you even come from? What the hell does he mean to us? We could just go to Anqing City, where I'm sure sis could find a proper match. So why leave now?
In a burst of desperation, he shouts at Yaxi.
What is left for you here? Starve on dirt. Both Hao showers me with jewelry and fine clothes, promises me a comfortable life, and a way out of this wretched hole.
So why stay?
Tears streaming down her face, Yaxi gazes at her brother, sensing deep down that he won't follow her.
Once you're gone, what about me? Aren't you waiting for mother anymore?
Zhang Yaxiu wiped away her tears.
Come with me. Mr. Hu said he'd open a bookshop for you, and wait for the right enrollment. He'll help you succeed through the imperial exams. You're no longer a child. How can you still naively believe father and mother are alive?
Zhang Hongkai could no longer hold back his tears. They spilled over uncontrollably.
Just for some jewelry, fine clothes, and a better life, you're abandoning your brother. I want you to have a good life. I've learned everything from Master Qin, hoping he'll value me more. I've won through the souls, gone through several pairs. I'll strive even harder.
Zhang Hongkai choked with sobs and fell silent, not knowing what to do.
Sister, let's go. You don't need to go through this. Once I'm married, we'll live well.
With that, he pulled out a pouch.
Look, this is the silver note Mr. Hu gave me. It is 300 taels. He is wealthy. He can provide for us.
Zhang Hongkai wanted to slap some sense into him. Why throw away a good life to live under someone else's roof? Zhang Hongkai's silence made Zhang Yaxiu panic a little.
Mr. Hao has no son. As long as I bear him a son, I can secure my footing.
Zhang Hongkai raised his hand to stop her from saying more.
Go then. Take your silver and live well.
Brother, I wish you
all your heart's desires.
Just then, a knock came from outside, urging them to set off. Zhang Hongkai left Zhang Yaxiu's room, returned to his own room, locked the door tight, and wept through gritted teeth. Zhang Yaxiu too stepped out of the room, gazing at the mud hut and its walls, a gloomy sky, and a biting cold wind stinging her face. She thought she had done nothing wrong. Her choice was right.
Hongcai, are you really not coming with me?
It won't harm you. Actually,
there is no hope of making it here. You'll regret it if you don't come with me.
Seeing the servants loading his boxes onto the carriage, she knew she couldn't wait any longer.
All right. I'll leave you the address of Boss Hu's home. Remember to come find me, and I'll leave you the silver notes. Sister, are you leaving?
Hearing the sounds of loading outside fade away, Zhang Hongkai 起身开门 and opened the door. The courtyard gate stood empty. He dashed into Zhang Yaxiu's room. The boxes were all gone, leaving only a sheet of paper and several silver notes on the couch. He snatched up the silver notes and the address and chased after her.
Sister, come back!
Zhang Hongkai knelt in the snow, shouting toward the departing carriage, but he couldn't catch up. As if hearing the cries, Zhang Yaxiu lifted the carriage curtain and looked back, seeing only the snow-covered city walls, nothing else. Inside the carriage sat Bazi Hu, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man in his 30s, who took Zhang Yaxiu's hand and comforted her, saying, "Next year, I'll bring you back to see your brother. Once he has truly tasted hardship, he'll understand your good intentions." Zhang Hongkai knelt at the city gate, his tears long since frozen. The biting wind stung the guard's cheeks at the gate, yet he felt nothing. The guards watched him kneeling motionless. Snow was falling heavily once more. Fearing for his safety, she stepped forward to help him to his feet.
Sister-in-law, judging by your attire, you must be a scholar, right? Hurry back home. Don't freeze yourself out here.
Home? He has no home anymore. His family has all left him, abandoning him entirely. With the soldiers' support, he rose unsteadily and trudged toward the city. The soldiers watched him go, then turned away without a second thought. Once inside the city gates, Jiang Hongcai had no idea where to turn. He knew he'd been wrong. He never should have let his sister leave. How could he have let her go? He clutched the address tightly, determined to track her down.
Zhang Hongkai tucked the paper with the address into his bosom and felt a small pouch containing a bracelet. Of course, he was on his way to celebrate Daohua's birthday. He could seek refuge with Daohua.
As the two women chatted idly,
they heard the big goose in the yard honking relentlessly, calling for Big Brother. After venturing out from the west room to check, it returned squawking for Daohua. When Daohua and sister-in-law Li finally stepped outside, they beheld a figure caked in blood from head to toe. Lips turned purple with cold, clad in thin rags, his clothes stained and soiled. Zhang Hongkai collapsed on the ground. Daohua had no inkling of what had transpired, but urged Big Brother to carry him inside.
No, he can't go into your room, Daohua. It is far too warm in there. Look at his hands and hair, they're white as frostbite. Hurry, before it is too late. Fetch the cart and take him to my second brother's place. No one's there, and they haven't stoked the fire much.
We've arrived at the Lai family's house. Uncle Li hurried out to lend a hand, as he has the most experience. He first checked his body temperature by feel. That is a relief. Apart from his hands, feet, and face, the rest of his body is still warm. It hasn't frozen stiff yet. Seeing Daohua bring in the basin of water, Uncle Lai tested the water temperature with his hand.
Not quite. The water in the basin is still a bit too hot. Put some snow in the tub to chill it down properly. Younger sister-in-law, Xiao Er, grab the quilts from inside the house and bring a couple more.
Sister-in-law Li hurried off to fetch them. Next, they needed to examine Zhang Hongkai for frostbite. Daohua wasn't suited to stay in the room, so they gently shooed her out. By then, the twins had already fetched Dr. Bi, and the Zhou family folks had nothing else to do. So sister-in-law Li sent them home to gather eggplant roots. Boiling eggplant roots in water is a remedy for frostbite. At least 3 soaks a day until it heals. You'll need quite a quantity.
Daohua! Daohua! Daohua!
On the way back home, Big Brother was still shaken, kept calling out his sister's name. Daohua held her hand, offering quiet comfort. She turned and stepped out again.
seal the windows, seal the doors. You two go inside and keep an eye on Big Brother and Little Brother. I'll give Big Brother a piece of candy first, and then brew him a bowl of sugar water to drink. Make the water nice and warm. First, boil some water with mugwort for you two in a bit to soak your feet and chase away the chill. There is some dried ginger I bought in the cupboard. If we find it, we'll boil some sugar water and drink it together. Sister, go find some eggplant roots. I'll leave the family in your hands.
Second brother Zhou Fengfu asked worriedly, tugging at Daohua's clothes.
Brother Hongkai, he'll be all right, won't he? It'll be fine. Go check on the little siblings. Once you're done searching, head straight to your place. I'll be back before you buy the food.
Dig up the eggplant seedlings from home, chop off the roots, and pack them into a willow basket, then headed to the Lai families to stay.
Once the snow stops, you go inquire about what happened. Little Chandler's wife even said he performed well. How did he end up like this today?
After Dr. Bai finished taking Zhang Hongkai's pulse, he said to Uncle Le,
Caused by some emotional distress. I have some beef tallow here, and camphor ointment. He walked all the way here. The frostbite isn't too severe, so just apply it directly.
Dr. B took out a small porcelain jar and placed it on the table, then continued with his instructions.
He might develop a fever tonight. I'll go back, prepare the medicine, have Xiao Liu deliver it. Give him the first and another if the fever starts. If the fever doesn't subside, call me back.
Uncle Li saw Dr. B, then returned to check the temperature under the quilt. It had risen a bit, which put his mind more at ease. Once he is warming up, there shouldn't be any major issues.
Should we soak him in water again?
Li Dazhu didn't have his father's experience, and couldn't gauge the timing well.
Take his hands and feet out. Add some more water from the tank to the bath.
Let him soak a bit, then add some more, until we've used up all the water at room temperature. Simmer it for the time it takes to burn.
Then you can apply the ox tallow ointment. It has been many years since I've seen such an extensive case of frostbite.
Auntie, I'm here.
Auntie Li has boiled a pot of eggplants and poured the water into a bucket to cool it down. It is Daohua. Uncle's in the other room. You go on over.
The girl's here. No need to worry.
Dr. Bai's medicine works wonders.
He'll be fine.
Your big brother and I are keeping an eye on him. You head on home. Can't do much here anyway.
He didn't say Zhang Hongkai has nothing on right now, but it is not right for him to be here like this.
Tao Hua, listen to your uncle. We've got this. Dad, you go home and warm up too. I'll keep watch here.
Come on, go.
Uncle Li gets up and leads Tao Hua out of the room. No fire in the room. Staying too long, you'll catch a chill.
You can rest easy at Uncle's place. Come back once he is awake. Hurry home now. The snow's getting heavy tough to walk in.
Watching Tao Hua leave, Uncle Li heads back inside. Tao Hua has no choice but to go home and wait for news. Nothing else she can do. Hearing the big goose in the yard, Tao Hua knows someone's come.
Those geese you keep. They're real good watchdogs, huh?
Sister-in-law Li stomps the snow off her boots at the door and comes in. Seeing the Zhou kids all looking glum,
Jiang Hongcai woke up. He had a bit of a fever last night. He is better now. Just frostbite on his hands and feet. Dr. Bai checked it out. No breaks in the skin. Nothing serious.
This morning, Big Brother Lai and his wife told Tao Hua what they learned.
What we mean is, don't go over for a few days. Let him rest and recover on his own.
Sister-in-law, now I understand why he ended up like this. I should go see him even more. He collapsed right at my doorstep. He came looking for us. I'll grab a few things and head over.
When Zhang Hongkai saw Tao Hua step into the room, his eyes began to well up. Once the room was just the two of them, neither said a word. Tao Hua lifted the bowl from the count table and continued feeding it to Zhang Hongcai. As Zhang Hongkai sipped the porridge, tears streamed down his face unbidden. Seeing Tao Hua there, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. He had tried so hard. After all, Tao Hua pretended not to notice his tears and gently wiped the corner of his mouth, then showed him the things she had brought.
I rushed to make these cotton shoes over the past couple of days. Uncle, I mentioned the snow's extra heavy this year, so I reinforced the soles. The gloves are made from sheepskin, see? Aside from the thumbs, the other 4 fingers are joined together to keep them extra warm. And this one for breathing.
Tao Hua listened to Zhang Hongkai's stifled sobs, her own eyes growing misty. It is good to let it out. The heartache won't last forever. In these hard times, we just have to keep pushing forward to tackle the problems. Zhang Hongkai finally cried himself to sleep. How is he doing? Aunt Lai asked.
He is asleep now. Should be on the mend. Sorry to trouble you and your family.
Oh, no trouble at all. You'd help a stranger in need too. But this poor kid, he has had it so rough. A scholar like him, caught in times like these. Aunt Li felt sorry for the boy too. Ever since he could move around, he has basically spent the entire day at Peach Blossom's house. The already quiet man growing even more withdrawn. Apart from flipping through a book now and then, he trails after Peach Blossom to clear the snow, feed the pigs, and help with cooking. Except when Peach Blossom frets over his injured hand, he pitches in with whatever chores he can handle. What Jiang Hongkai fears is that with one careless moment, Peach Blossom might slip away from him too.
Brother Hongkai, let's head out and build a snowman.
Jiang Hongkai nods, carefully setting the book aside.
The word play comes up, and you're off faster than anyone. But let's get one thing clear first. If Brother Hongkai's hands or feet get cold, he heads inside. Or if the wind leaves him drenched in sweat, you come in too. Got it?
Jeez. What is building a snowman?
You're such a dummy.
It is just piling snow into a person shape. Duh.
Second bro, who are you calling dumb?
Your dad.
Zhou Fangfu lunges at Zhou Fangkang the second he hears it. But Big Brother snags him by the scruff of the neck. Peach Blossom laughs, her eyes curving into delighted crescents. These twins of ours have been squabbling all the time lately. Who knows when it started? Big Brother's no good with words, can't talk sense into them. So now he just grabs whoever charges first. If they actually get into it, he holds one in each hand. There is a big snow pile in the yard, so Peach Blossom sends the twins off to roll snowballs in the garden to form the snowman's head. The two of them work together with surprising harmony. And soon a little snowman with hands on its hips stands there, just like those two little rascals. They're absolutely thrilled. Back in our old hometown, we've never seen snow this heavy. I've never played in the snow like this before. Zhang Hongkai came back with a stone he'd found, reaching to take the shovel from Dao Hua's hand.
Your hand isn't healed yet. Don't touch it. If it feels uncomfortable, head inside right away. Or it might leave a scar.
Dao Hua paused her work and looked at him. Zhang Hongkai patted the snow pile with his hand, gazing at Dao Hua.
I get it. I'll know if it is bothering me.
They'd spent quite a while in the yard by then, so they headed inside. Zhang Hongkai stood by the stove, looking down at Dao Hua as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pouch to hand to her. Dao Hua opened the pouch and found a delicate silver bracelet adorned with peach blossom branches inside.
It is so beautiful. Thank you, Brother Hongkai.
Dao Hua's slightly plump little face lit up with a smile, revealing a charming dimple on her left cheek. Absolutely lovely. He just wanted to see her smile. That is why he'd given her the matching piece from the set. In the end, Zhang Hongkai shared his decision with Dao Hua.
Dao Hua, once spring comes, I'm going to go find my sister. I need to know if she is doing alright. I'll come back.
Then go with Big Brother. Uncle Lee said next year he'll help bring Mom and Dad back. You too.
A loud bang from the door interrupted Dao Hua mid-sentence. She peeked toward the entrance and saw the twins steaming in from the cold, heads flushed with warmth.
Sis is back. Go wash your hands and face. Then come recite your lessons. I've got sweet potatoes roasting for you two.
Work kicks off on the 6th day of the 12th lunar month. The Dao Hua family slaughters the pig. Some women usher their kids inside the house, while others head out to the courtyard. The twins get scooped up by Auntie Li Tu, leaving Dao Hua feeling a bit puzzled.
Slaughtering the pig is men's work. Kids under 8 and women aren't allowed near, lest they offend the spirits.
Auntie Li still buys into this.
Dao Hua seen it up close, him chasing those 2 blockheads around, swinging wildly, like a tiger busting out of its cage.
Hasn't our village slaughtered our own raised pigs before? And they're all this hefty. What a lucky sign. Listen.
It is starting.
Right then, the pig outside lets out a piercing squeal, truly heart-shaking. Before long, the cries outside fade to silence, followed by the crackle of firecrackers, and just like that, the women in the house warm out. Dao Hua trails behind to see what is up.
Hey, Brother Hongkai, you're jotting it down with charcoal. Why not a brush?
Dao Hua squints at the smudgy notes on the paper and asks,
Sis, you're losing it. How are you supposed to write when the ink freezes solid?
Ever since second brother got back from the snow, his tongue's been merciless toward him.
It is freezing out there. Head inside and warm up before you come back out.
Zhang Hongkai spots Dao Hua's cheeks, flushed red from the cold, and feels a pang of concern.
Nah, I'm fine. Too much excitement to miss.
Dao Hua watches the villagers lay out the butchered cuts on the mat, letting them firm up in the chill. Zhang Hongkai and the others take turns noting the counts, cuts, and weights. It is so bitterly cold outside. They'd freeze their hands off without rotating. Hands could get frostbitten. It is freezing out here. I still haven't managed to buy the wool Dao Hua wants, so it looks like we'll have to raise our own sheep. Flush it out. First, rinse the pig's large and small intestines with hot water. Then, scrub with wood ash, and finally soak in a bit of lye. Dao Hua sniffs the washed offal. The smell's still pretty strong, so she grabs some flour and salt to wash it once more.
Hey, Dao Hua, you're wasting perfectly good stuff on that offal.
We're all rough country folk. No need to scrub it. This spotless, as long as it doesn't taste like shit.
They're just teasing Dao Hua for fun. Who'd really fuss over how clean it is once it is down the hatch?
Aunties, don't tease our Dao Hua like that. Careful, or you won't get any meat later.
Auntie Li joins in the fun too.
With offal this clean, I could skip the meat altogether. But if I'm really craving it, I'll just go ask Zhang Changsheng for some.
Seeing the aunties' chat starting to veer off, Dao Hua quickly slips away. These older ladies sure don't hold back on the spicy talk. After a lively dinner, it is time to divvy up the meat. Dao Hua suddenly feels it is just like the production team meat, sharing her grandma, described from back in the day.
This meat's so fatty. Zhang family, you want any more?
The sister-in-law in line asks the woman ahead.
Of course, I'm buying. Haven't had anything like this in years. If we could eat like this every year, that'd be just perfect.
Upon entering the house, Uncle Lai pulls a cloth pouch from his leather jacket and dumps it onto the cane, mostly copper coins and bits of silver, forming a shiny pile. Then takes out a few sheets of paper, all scribbled in charcoal, hands them to Jiang Hong to transcribe neatly.
This is yesterday's earnings from the pork. I'll cover the ones that got carted off for now. That is a total of 29 taels, 8 maize, and 60 coppers here. You figure it out.
You've already worked out the 60 coppers for me. What is left for me to add?
With that, he slides the pile toward the twins.
What do you two make of it?
The twins are utterly speechless.
Tao Hu, tally up what you've earned here. If it pans out, Uncle, I'll raise them alongside you next year. How is that sound?
He could tell this girl Tao Hua, putting all else aside, she is got real talent for raising pigs.
So why not give it a go? These 5 black pigs, setting aside the cornmeal and such, must have cost around 10 taels to feed. But if we sell them off, the pork profits would leave us 20 taels. 4 taels a head. Then we could plant more corn and soybeans. I won't boast about the rest, but if we feed the pigs extra corn, in just 7 months, I can get everyone to 200 jin. And that is not all.
Tao Hua presses on, but Uncle Li interrupts her.
Hold your horses. What about slowly expanding the oil press and tofu workshop? Where do we sell all that extra output? We'll need buyers lined up for the soybeans too, right? Farming and pig raising like this, we're short on hands already.
Uncle, didn't you say the fields were working? Are the old military allotments? So, we're not far from the army camp. We could sell the surplus tofu and oil right to the camp at a fair price during the busy farming season. Wouldn't it be great if they lent us a few hands?
Uncle let out a long sigh. He said,
You really dare to dream big? No way. We're all military families. We're here to support the troops. How could we ask the soldiers to help us farm?
Uncle, it is that deep bond between the people and the troops, like fish and water. The more land we till, the bigger the harvest. And the soldiers can eat their fill too, right? Plus, the camp cooks and those unfit for battle. There are plenty of soldiers handling support duties. Spare just 1 day, and they could knock out all our field work.
This fish and water bond for the folks. Which is it? The fish or the water?
Uncle!
Is that even the point? Talking this much is wearing out my throat.
All right. You're still young, but your heart's plenty big. The fields over there are just like ours 1 mule for 1 mule. Our village has so little land, not enough draft animals for clearing new plots. We might not even manage to tend them all.
Uncle Li knew Tao Hua's idea was spot on, but you've got to eat 1 bite at a time, haven't you?
Peach flower! Peach flower! Yo home!
Hearing Sister Li's voice, Peach Flower sets down the sleeve warmers she is working on and heads to the door to greet her.
It is snowing out there again. Peach flower, lend me that Kang snow broom of yours. Brush the snow off me, or the eaves will be dripping everywhere.
With that said, Sister Li steps back out. Peach Flower grabs the broom and follows, brushing the snow off her at the doorstep. They head back inside together. She sets down her backpack. Sister Li shrugs off her fur coat onto the kang, slumps back, and catches her breath. Hey, pour me a bowl of water, man. I'm wiped out. Peach Flower mixes up a bowl of sugar water and hands it to Sister Li.
Sister, where are you being off to? Wasn't snowing that hard outside.
Went chasing rabbits with your big brother. This fur coat's way too heavy. Snow's just dumping off the trees. Brought you 2 rabbits.
And a pheasant.
Downs her water in 1 gulp and grabs the backpack.
Sister Li's alive and kicking.
Hearing that, the brothers inside poke their heads out to see. Sister Li gave second bro a knuckle tap on the noggin.
Of course I'm alive. Gonna need 2 big baskets to haul these rabbits. For the pheasant, just tie its legs with rope and fatten it up in the shed till New Year's. It is too skinny right now.
Then, Ignoring the lot of them, she tucks Peach Flower back inside.
Little sis, these gloves you whipped up are real toasty. You finished that hat you were talking about last time. Oh, take a look. My ears are half frostbite.
Peach Flower checks Sister Lai's ears. They're red. All right. And sure enough, frostbite.
I made one. Little bro's got it on. Takes too much fur though. The rabbit skin is too small. The sheepskin lame bro gave me. It is not enough to make a fur jacket. How about making it with sheepskin instead? It'll turn out better.
So I called the little brother in to try it on and see how it fits.
What is going on in that head of yours? This hat's great. When you described it back then, I couldn't picture it at all. You're still out there, huh? I lined it with a layer of coarse cloth. Looks good. And New Year's right around the corner. There is a big fair in town selling furs. So let's head over tomorrow and see what is on offer.
Soon after, Big Brother and the others had settled the rabbits. And the pheasants came inside too, rubbing their hands and stomping their feet one by one. Taohua was sitting on the can, shivering from the blast of cold air they brought in.
You went to settle the rabbits?
Yeah, all settled. Now, go to the veggie cellar and grab those greens you picked. And feed them again. Watching the rabbits munch away. Auntie Lai, did you chase us back here?
Hearing Zhang Hongkai's words, and seeing them squatting in a row on the can edge, from oldest to youngest, Daohua burst out laughing like her funny bone got poked, and just couldn't stop. Zhang Hongkai turned beet red from her giggles. The little brother knew she was laughing at him, and straight up tackled Daohua onto the con, clamping a hand over her mouth. Daohua scolded her little brother Guo Jin.
That is too hilarious. How am I supposed to trust you?
The 30th day of the 12th lunar month, New Year's Eve, in the morning, we got up and went to offer incense and pay respects to our ancestors, facing south along the roadside, then headed back home for a simple breakfast of plain porridge and pickled vegetables, saving plenty of room for lunch later. In the morning, Daohua got right to work. Since we'd be staying up late for the New Year and craving dumplings at midnight, Daohua decided to serve the New Year's Eve dinner a little earlier to avoid indigestion later that night. Daohua planned out 10 dishes. Smoked chicken, hand-grabbed lamb ribs, stewed goose with vermicelli, braised fish in brown sauce, stewed 4 whites, stir-fried large and small intestines, braised pork belly with pickled cabbage, smashed cucumbers with peanuts, stir-fried, shredded radish and cold mixed cabbage. As noon approached, Daohua's family sat down to eat, with firecrackers already popping in the village, meaning theirs wasn't the first household at the table. In Beijing, they set off firecrackers before the meal, but no one in the family drinks, so Daohua brewed some hawthorn tea, truly worried about indigestion. Since there is no digestive medicine around here, Zhang Hongkai raised his glass of hawthorn tea and toasted Daohua.
You've worked so hard. Thank you.
After saying that, his eyes welled up slightly, and he drained his glass. Daohua followed suit and emptied her glass, then gave him a warm smile.
No need to thank me.
Daddy called on quick, and grabbed his glass too.
Thank you, sis.
The others, buried in their food, mumbled their thanks in unison. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Daohua. Watching them polish off more than half the dishes, she knew this was the biggest thank you of all. Staying up late for the New Year, with nothing much to do, Daohua pulls out 2 decks of playing cards. Daohua teaches them the simplest game, Da Niang Niang, but we can't call it that around here, so he renames it Da Tang Guan, where the loser plays the corrupt official, and the winner is the imperial envoy. The corrupt official faces the envoy's punishment, which means getting doodled on the face with a brush. In the first round, Daohua beats Big Brother. The defeated Big Brother, knowing a few characters, pleads by reciting them to compare sizes. But he hasn't quite grasped the rules yet, so Daohua draws him a black nose. Daohua wins 3 hands in a row. Big Brother loses 2. Second brother loses 1, while little brother sits out. But by the 4th hand, Daohua starts losing. Even Big Brother draws a cross on her face. How can she let this slide? It is her game. She has got to win it, until firecrackers crackle again, signaling midnight is drawing near. Daohua's face has barely any blank spots left, and it feels all taut and stretched.
I'm off to wrap some dumplings. Just you wait next time. I'll teach you Mihan and Bao and Dao Diju, and I'll win it all back. For sure.
With that, She heads to the kitchen to wrap dumplings. Once she is gone, everyone in the room covers their mouths, laughing uncontrollably.
Sis was way too gullible. She never caught on that. We were all in on it together.
Yeah, Brother Honkai was the one helping us beat her. And she even turned around and bossed Brother Honkai.
Big Brother just now realizes his sister was totally clueless today. The only Big Brother's grinning at Daohua's fully blackened face. Jiang Hongkai reins in his emotions and slips into the kitchen to help Daohua with the dumplings. Wake the little brother up. He ate one dumpling. Daohua had hidden copper coins in 3 of them and let him eat them all himself. Looks like even if we scatter fortune next year, more wealth will come our way. After the meal, everyone had gone to bed, so Daohua slipped the 100-year money she'd woven under a few pillows. 100-year money is 100 copper coins, braided together with red string. This kind of lucky money is called 100-year money. And after he drifted off, someone tucked 100-year money under his pillow too. On New Year's morning, Daohua was roused by firecrackers crackling outside, glanced at the sky, and figured it was around 4 a.m. The little brother and twins were still fast asleep. On the first day of the new year, it is bad luck to wake anyone. They should sleep till they wake naturally. The family wasn't heading out to pay New Year's calls either, so Daohua kept quiet, not wanting to disturb anyone. She got up and folded the quilt, then spotted the 100-year money under her pillow, woven all crooked. The red string's creases showed it had been taken apart and rewoven. She smiled softly and tucked it away in the chest. Then headed to the kitchen to boil water for washing up, but the pot on the stove already had water in it. Steaming hot, it must have been boiling for a while. She thought the cane would be cold that morning, from overburning last night. Turns out, the family had a snail gentleman watching over the hearth. The first meal of New Year's Day is always dumplings, filled with pork and lamb from last night's prep. Dough all set. Jiang Hongkai pitched in at the kitchen too. 3 for the little brother, 6 each for everyone else. Ushering in good fortune with 3 goats. 6 sixes, smooth sailing all the way. A voice calling out for Daohua echoes from outside. It is Sister Li who is arrived. Trailing behind her are the 3 boys and a few folks from the Zhou family. It has been a while since we last met. She steps inside and offers New Year's greetings. The kids charge toward her like the twins. Daohua ducks inside and pulls out 3 small red envelopes wrapped in red paper, each stuffed with 6 copper coins, and hands them to the 3 boys.
Take them back. You're not married yet. No need for these.
Sister Li waves them off.
It is the big day of the new year. You can't make me tear these up with you, sis.
All right. Boys, hurry up and thank Gang Daohua.
Watching the 3 boys call her aunt and give thanks, Daohua rubs her nose. She is only 3 years older than the eldest boy.
All right, off you go to the other room and play. I'll hold on to that lucky money for you, for your future weddings.
Looks like parents have been stashing away lucky money for kids since time immemorial.
This came from my father-in-law. It sure wasn't from me, so tuck them all away. And at the door, there is a cured ham leg too. That is from our place. I'll just put it away for now.
Then, Sister Li, pass on my best to Uncle Li and Auntie. Perfect take. This little gift back with you too.
She rummages in the chest and pulls out 2 cloth bundles, each holding a piece of cut red silk. Though gifting red to Uncle Li and the elders feels a tad off, it is still better than white.
One for you, Sister Li, and one for your aunt's family.
Sister Li unwraps hers and peeks inside, then covers her mouth in giggles.
Back home, I'll have my mother-in-law whip up a belly warmer for my father-in-law with this.
On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the Daohua family heads to Uncle Li's to pay New Year respects.
Happy New Year, Uncle and Auntie.
The voices arrive before anyone even steps inside. Hey, Happy New Year. Come on in quick. Aunt Li was sitting on the can edge, mending some sewing, when she heard them, got up and went out to greet. Spotting the whole Daohua family, she welcomed them to sit, then slipped off to the kitchen for treats.
Auntie, no need to fetch anything. We've stuffed ourselves at home already. Can't you see? We've all packed on the pounds. Uncle's not home, huh?
I fried up some twisted donuts and radish meatballs. They're mighty tasty. So dig in, everyone. Oh, Uncle's off in the city. You showed up just in time to help me carry this in. Aunt Li handed the big bowl of little twisted donuts right to Daohua. Aunt Li grabbed an empty bowl in one hand, the meatballs in the other, and headed back inside. She scooped out half the twisted donuts and meatballs into the empty bowl. Come here, big brother. Hong Sai, Damuto and the kids are home. Go on. Head over to your big brother's place. Go play with them. Hong Kai hung back to chat with Auntie. Watching Big Brother head out with the three little ones, Aunt climbed onto the Kang, legs crossed, and nudged the bowl between her and Hong Kai. Come on, have a bite. Daohua, you're spot on. Haven't seen you in a bit, and you've shot up quite a few inches. Oh my, plumped up a fair bit too.
This whole New Year month of feasting. And kids sprout up fast. Back when I was your age, I didn't notice had I grown too.
Daohua, stand up. Let Auntie Lai get a good look. Yeah, looks like you have. Sounds to me like your voice is starting to break. Got a lot more to say these days. It is just that my throat's sore. I can't shout out loud. Daohua rubs his neck. It has been like this for a while. His throat gets sore whenever he talks too much. Seeing his reaction, Aunt Li stops him from saying more and turns to Jiang Hong Kai. Hey, Hong Kai, we all know what happened with your sister. So, what do you make of it? This is the first time since it happened that an outsider's brought it up right in front of him. Gazing at her kindly face, Aunt Li, with fine wrinkles around her eyes and mouth. This is genuine concern, not just idle amusement.
Once the weather warms up enough for a long trip, I'll head out to see my sister. Brother Zhou's off to fetch Uncle and Aunt Zhou as well, so we can make the journey together.
He couldn't quite meet Aunt Lai's gaze, feeling he'd failed to be the reliable pillar his sister deserved, driving her thoughts toward leaving. Yeah, it'd be good to go check on her. This ain't your fault, kid. It is just how it is here in old Beijing. We can't hold onto our precious daughters. The biting winds and dry air can roughen a delicate girl's soft skin into potato peels. Even for folks like us, we all just want to marry our girls off to somewhere more secure. Your sister's just chasing a better life. That is all. Sooner or later, she is gotta wed anyway. But if you stand tall and strong as her backbone, no one will dare mess with her. In this world, ain't no such thing as having it all. Here, have some. Look how they've all put on a little weight. But you, still no romantic luck to speak of. Guess they ain't feeding you enough at home, huh? Aunt Li cracked a gentle joke, watching as he ducked his head to accept it and let the moment pass without another word. The door creaked open. It was Uncle Lai returning home. Daohua and Jiang Hong Kai jumped to their feet right away.
Happy New Year! Uncle, hope all's well.
Good.
Haven't seen you in a month. You've shot up a bit, haven't ya?
Take a seat on the car.
No need to stand on ceremony.
Uncle, what took you into the city so early?
Out to the door right after the 5th day. Looks like something urgent came up.
Always prying into everything. Ain't it? 'Cause we're horse shopping. Plenty starting to hit the market today. Figured I'd go scout 'em out.
You've worked hard, Uncle Lai. So, any luck with the horse?
No. The city horses were long ago snapped up by the 9th Prince's watchful eyes. Not even a foal in sight.
We lingered a bit at Uncle Lai's place, and the brothers headed home too, after paying their New Year's respects to Uncle Lai. Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the 1st month. Peach Blossom heads to town for ready-made Tanyuan. He doesn't care for them much, so half the boiled ones get fried, half get steamed. The fried ones are already so savory when eaten, and Tanyuan are sweet by nature, making them even more delicious. These Tanyuan are fresh and oh so tasty. Little brothers overindulged again. But this time it is not quite as rough, though he is skipping the emetic.
What I finally managed to eat. No way am I puking it back up. Take the medicine, and it is just plain porridge for days. I ain't having it.
You little rascal. Let's see you sneak a bite next time. Even stashed in the cabinet. You sniff it out.
I'm no rascal. I'm a Zhou kid through and through. Sis hides away the good stuff, and I gobble it all up. Come on.
The little glutton sticks out his tongue and pulls a face at his sister. Peach Blossom snatches the broom to give chase, but Big Brother and the twins jump in to shield the sneaky snacker. They're in on it too, after all. Back home, only little brother can rummage up Peach Blossom's secret stash and leave him out next time. No way. Look at him squirm. What is left to puzzle out? That whole big bowl of Tanyuan wasn't something little brother could polish off solo. The days that follow are all about gearing up for the trip. As Uncle Li puts it, Lame Lee's coming back, to cart Big Brother and Jiang Hongkai off for the reburial before the heat sets in. The 22nd of the first month, Jingzhe prime time for travel. Peach Blossom stands at the city gate, bidding Big Brother and the others farewell.
Big Brother, mind what Lame Bro says, and when you return, I'll whip up some smoked chicken for you.
The eldest brother places his hands on Daohua's cheeks, squeezing them firmly toward her, and grins mischievously.
Taohua beams with joy. I'm heading out to bring back Mom and Dad's remains. Then, fetch little sis, so you'll be good now.
Taohua's eyes brim with tears.
I'll be good. You'll be good too. All right.
Little brother tugs at Big Brother's trouser leg from the side and pipes up.
Big Brother, the bundle.
The brothers bid Taohua farewell, then head over to Jiang Hongkai at a loss for words.
I'll come back,
he vows solemnly.
Lass, no worries. If he tries to bolt, I'll hunt him down and drag him back for you.
Li Quizi strides over, whip gripped tight in his hand.
Queasy bro.
Li Quizi just can't resist the little Mrs. Sweet pleading, so he claps a hand over his mouth, zipping it shut.
Queasy bro, here is 200 taels. I don't even know if it'll cover a proper burial for Mom and Dad, so I'll be relying on you to watch over them on the journey.
Daohua pulls out a pouch of silver and hands it to Li Quizi. Li Quizi raises a hand and gives Daohua a gentle knuckle rap on the head, takes the pouch, then hollers for everyone to load up and get moving. Big Brother, they're at the city gate, heading south along the official road. Taohua, meanwhile, enters the city and heads north through the north gate.
Taohua, what is stuffed in this bedding of yours? It doesn't feel like cotton at all.
The big sister-in-law felt something wasn't right to the touch. And thus, Taohua said,
there weren't enough goose down feathers, so she just layered a thin bit on top, and the sister-in-law caught on right away.
You bet. I slip my hand in for a moment, and it warms up quick, and stays nice and soft. You're full of clever ideas.
If we come across ducks and geese again this year, I'll raise a whole lot more. Like the old man said, that land's got water, and with water they raise themselves in droves.
The little brother overhears talk of raising geese, and pokes his hand out from under the quilt.
I wanna herd geese. Go on, herd them. They're all yours. You're always flat on your back. Get thick, and we have to pour medicine down your throat.
Once Zhou Fengzu settles back down, he trades sly winks with his second and third brothers. Nothing went wrong on the road to Beijing, but now his sisters bundled him up like a ball, so he won't catch cold now. Noon rest right here. In the oil tea noodles, Daohua brews with hot water. She stirs in some fried peanut crumbs, fragrant and sweetly nutty. Daohua, your fried noodles don't seem to stir up as much inner heat. They taste a little different going down. Not sorghum flour, are they?
I fry them with wheat flour, first steaming the flour for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, then frying it up, so it won't heat you up inside. We'll be sipping plenty of this on the road. Just one extra step.
Aunt Li says nothing more, though she doesn't treat them like outsiders. She still knows to stay on guard a bit. Once we hit Anqing City, all kinds of folks are milling about. Better have the old man give us a heads up. With that, he grabbed the ball and headed off to find Uncle Li. Taohua's side of the journey had gone pretty smoothly so far, but Jiang Hongkai and his group ran into a bit of trouble.
Big Brother, you smell that? Whatever they're eating smells way too good. Let's hit them now. Snatching that grub would be worth it, even if it is all we get. Yeah, Big Brother. How should we do it? We haven't had a score in days. Haven't even had a drop of hot water since morning. Let's make our move just full of M. And one half-grown kid.
No more waiting.
Go.
Wang Er, just disarm one each. That'll do. Bountiful catch, huh? Heard you've picked up a lot from Ping'an? Incoming. Let's practice.
With that, Li the cripple grabbed the stick by his side and stood up, cracking his neck. Jiang Hongcai gesturing with his arcane hands in surrender. Hadn't even gotten a word out when it was all over on their end. He stood there stunned. These ain't your average villagers, are they? When did Taohua's big brother get so damn good?
Not bad at all. Kid with Ping'an. Keep at it. That guy's got the moves of a real boss.
Brother Ping'an's the real deal. But back home, I can't tell Taohua we got into a scrap.
He shot a meaningful glance at Jiang Hongkai as he said it. Jiang Hongkai gulped, nodding vigorously. too spooked to spill.
Things are much calmer these days. No massive waves of refugees anymore.
Nope. It wasn't peaceful when we headed to Beijing either.
He just never imagined Brother Joe had picked up such killer moves. It was like everyone around him was evolving right under his nose, without him even noticing, while he remained just as he always was. Self-doubt started creeping in. Tao Hua and the others took a full 17 days to reach Anqing City. All along the way, the snow on the official road was rutted deep by the passing carts. If it weren't for that, we might have been stuck on the road for a few more days. Urshisi and I have been waiting here for 3 days now. How else could we time it so perfectly? Mom, you must have had a rough trip, huh? Not at all. This is way better than trudging through the wilds like before. Take a look at these hats we're wearing, these gloves. Keep our hands plenty warm. And with the masks on, our faces don't feel the bite at all. Aunt Li shows off her winter gear to her second daughter-in-law. And she keeps right on talking. If I hadn't spotted Big Brother whipping the cart along just now, I might have missed you altogether. This has got to be little sister Tao Hua's clever idea again. She is always full of tricks. Tao Hua's got her ears perked up listening. And wouldn't you know, it loops right back to her in no time. On the road, the second sister-in-law Li gave us the rundown. Their village got here early. The houses were mostly built before the new year. Each village has its own village head. They mind their own business. Let me tell you about one village. It was the folks who used to tend the mushroom fields here, all exiled from afar. Poor souls, what they've been through. You young ones, best to steer clear of that side. Got it? Second sister-in-law, Li says it dead serious. There is a story behind it. Aunt Li's seen it all. She picks up on the trouble right away. Oh dear, they're a restless bunch. Ever since the old military dependence village, it has been nothing but chaos, chickens flying, dogs jumping. The military families all marched off with the troops, leaving these folks right next door to us. We keep an eye on them while we're at it. After looking it over, she can tell this house was built with real care. Suddenly, my spirit soared. He is set on earning money to feast on meat with the villagers.
Peach Blossom, satisfied with the house?
Thanks so much, Master Carpenter Dong. I'm thrilled with it.
Oh my, no need for that. Just let me mooch a few more meals off you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anytime you're ready.
Hey, did you teach Peach Blossom all these ridiculous formalities? Watch out if Madam finds out. She'll have Ping and give you a thrashing.
Second sister-in-law, he started it. You didn't see it. Why, pin it on me. Aunt Peach Blossom. You're saying I taught you that.
Look back, where is Peach Blossom's shadow now? She is off with her little brother to unload the gear. Zhang Hongkai and his group arrived at the address, left by Zhang Yaxiu. Zhang Hongkai took special care to freshen up and tidy himself. A bit nervously, he stepped forward and knocked on Juicy's door. The door was opened by an older woman.
Who are you looking for?
Hello, ma'am. Excuse me, is this the residence of Boss Hu Shukai?
Looking for Hu Shousai ma? You're too late. He moved out a month ago.
This young fellow looks decent enough. Who knows what business you have with that scoundrel? Zhang Hongkai perked up at that. He stepped forward and seized the woman's arm.
How could he have moved away? Where did he go? Did he leave any message? Was there someone named Zhang Yaxiu? Why? Would he leave a message for his brother?
Let go. You're just a kid, and you dare lay hands on me. You think you can get fresh with me? What? Zhang Yaxiu came here sniffing around for women. Didn't you bother to ask around?
You...
The woman clutched the doorframe, staring at Li Kuizi, too stunned to speak. She thought Liu Fei had shown up again.
Listen, sister, just answer us straight, and we won't lay a finger on you.
Like I said, a month ago, she sold this house to my boss, and now I'm the caretaker. You're asking about his concubine, right? That woman got pregnant, and they said she was being sent to his principal wife to carry the child.
You seem to know quite a bit. Then do you know why Boss Hao sold the house? And where did he move to? Where is the principal wife's family?
I really don't know. Please, good sirs. I'm just the caretaker here.
You'd better spill everything you know.
Oh, just don't tell anyone I said this. I only heard it secondhand. That boss, Hao, is no good. His legitimate wife gave birth to 2 daughters, and it ruined her health. So he started deceiving young girls outside to bear him sons. I heard 6 or 7 of them were all girls. He sold off those who bore girls, Mothers and daughters alike. This time, apparently his wife went to a fortune teller who said he had accumulated karmic sins from his affairs outside, and her brother looked into it. So, he came back.
Jiang Hongkai, hearing this, could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. Wang Er quickly supported him and helped him toward the carriage.
I really don't know where he moved to.
Good, sirs. I truly don't know. Boss Hao only bought this house here, just 2 years ago. About him, I only overheard from my master. Oh, right, his wife's family name is Wu. That is all I know.
Li Huizi saw she was telling the truth, and with nothing more to ask, turned and headed to the carriage. Zhou Fengshu squatted in front of him, munching on a radish, and kicked Jiang Hongkai's shin, not lightly. The pain snapped Zhang Hongcai back to his senses, but clutching his leg, he started to sob again.
Let's ask around some more. See if anyone knows his whereabouts. What is the point of just sitting here? At least your sister is living well now, well-fed and clothed, and hasn't been sold off.
They inquired around the area for 3 days, but no one knew where Boss Hao had come from or where he had gone. The carriage headed west, back along the road to Daohua, and with it, Jiang Hongkai's faint hopes vanished into the wind.
Off to forage for wild greens.
Look, he is carrying a basket with a sickle tucked inside.
Yeah, Aunt Wang said the sunny slope down by the hill base has those dandelion greens all grown up nice. You grab the gear. Let's hustle. Don't want anyone beating us to him. I won't head inside. I'll wait out in the yard.
Taohua truly admires Wang Chongwan with sister-in-law. Wang's house in such a whirl. How is she always in the know on every little thing?
Your wedding got pushed back. To when exactly?
After the fall harvest. Hey, that is not bad. Means I get another half year at home. This spring was just too slammed. Pushed all the big celebrations back.
The two set off down the hillside together.
Up ahead! You two girls up front! Hold up! Wait for me!
He is calling to us. Let's see what he wants.
Taohua pauses in place for a bit, spots the guy catching up, the one always loitering round her front yard, and Shangxing clocks him too. The same shady fella who skulks in her backyard.
I'm Chen Jie from the village. Just call me Sister Chen, and we can be pals. Who even are you, making us call you sister? I'm 15 How old are you?
Taohua glances back at Shangxing. Shouldn't the question be why? We'd even be friends with him. Why bother with his age?
Fine, whatever you say call you sister it is. So, where y'all headed?
Taohua lets out a sigh, grabs Shangxing's arm and slings her shovel over her shoulder, turning toward the hillside base. Taohua pays no mind if he is trailing along. She has got her shovel. Shangxing's got her sickle. Who is scared of who? By the time they reach the foot of the mountain, there are already quite a few folks digging for wild greens, none of whom Taohua recognized. So the two headed to a quieter spot.
Taohua, it'd be way easier to forage right at home. Fewer bands to deal with.
Not too crowded here yet, and we're in no rush. Otherwise, we'd fill the yard and have to sweep it all up.
She spotted a patch of young wild garlic and grabbed her shovel to dig it up right away. Chen Jie saw his opening and sauntered over quick.
Taohua, I rushed out in a hurry and forgot my knife. Since you're just going for the young garlic anyway, how about lending me that dagger of yours?
Once it is in his hands, you'll have every excuse not to give it back.
No dice.
You strike me as a real kind soul. You wouldn't want to make me trek all this way for nothing, would ya?
Taohua didn't even glance up.
I sure would.
Same old, just lend it to me, and I'll split half of what I dig with you.
This time, Taohua looked up and shot him a glance, sizing up how he tried to work it to his advantage.
No, thanks, needed.
If you won't lend it to me, I'll head back and tell everyone you're no friend to the village.
Chen Jie, fuming, planted his hands on his hips.
Fine then, we're not even from the same village anyway.
At that, Shangxing couldn't hold back and let out a giggle. Chen Jie eyed Taohua, who gripped the dagger in one hand and the shovel in the other, stomped his foot in frustration, and stormed off.
Taohua, what was his deal? Heading out to forage without a knife. That is a good one.
Even Taohua was a tad baffled, but clearly, nothing good was on his mind.
We should keep our distance from him from now on. That's oddball.
Yeah, he is always skulking around my backyard.
Brother Lazy, how about I take the reins? You're way too slow.
Zhou Feng just can't wrap his head around it. Why we're almost there but still taking our sweet time?
No, can do. We can't get there till the day after tomorrow. It is all about picking the right day.
I miss home already.
Sounds more like you're missing the food. The way I kept those radishes from Tianmu's field. Go ahead and sneak a few. They're holding up fine, but I didn't want them rotting.
I saved plenty.
Or your dad wouldn't have been able to haul them all back.
This big log smooths, swing like a pendulum, drives you up the wall.
You just had to stuff radishes in the very pit where my folks are laid to rest. But that is no radish patch.
Early morning of the 4th day of the 5th lunar month, Peach Flower and the others dressed neatly, basket in hand, waiting by the roadside. Village Chief Lai and his crew were already at the gravesite. Lazy and the other 3 hopped off the cart, greeting Village Chief Li, ropes secured tight around the coffin. They lifted it to lower into the earth, steadily planted firm, a ring of stones encircling the grave mound. With a deliberate gap left, facing the stone, Zhou Fengfeng knelt in solemn kowtow, lit incense and burned paper offerings. Little sister brought a child, who never drew breath, unfit for the family plot, destined for some forsaken hillside. Biaozi 带周丰收 shop the slope, 周丰收 clutching the small casket, searching for a spot where wildflowers bloomed to lay her to rest. He recalled how she'd light up at the sight of flowers. Village Chief Li and his men paused first at a little reed pond, rinsing their hands in its waters, before heading into the village, where waiting Sister Peach Flower took the basket from them. She divvied up the wine and steamed cakes inside among the group.
Biaozi's taken your big brother to bury your little sister. They'll be back before you know it. I'll take Lazy first, so they can get familiar with the place. Once he is freshened up, we'll head over at noon.
Brother Biaozi, thank you. Come to my place for lunch.
Biaozi knew there were things to discuss, so the eldest brother strode back to the village, watching Biaozi go, as the younger brothers lunged toward their big brother.
No time for chit-chat. He needs to change clothes. Keep your distance from me.
The big brother dodged and said, "This is what Uncle Lazy specifically instructed."
Let's head back first. Let big brother take a bath.
Taohua, call off the younger brother, stop chasing big brother.
Big brother.
Did you run into anything fun on the road?
Big brother. Brother Hongkai, why didn't his sister come along? Big brother, was there anything tasty on the way?
Taohua listened as the 3 younger brothers chattered away with big brother, while big brother dodged left and right, not letting the boys get too close. How wonderful this lively chaos is. Big brother's back. Now the heavy chores around the house won't fall on Taohua anymore. Water's poured into the tub in the kitchen, curtains drawn, and the giggling kicks off inside again.
Fengkang, go call Brother Cripple. They're heading over for dinner.
No need. I told you to whip up something tasty for Brother Cripple.
Li Ze, Cripple, Wang Ers, and Dong Dashan all showed up together.
This here is Wang A. You gotta call him bro.
Peng Huai's brought his little brother, who is gonna kowtow to the 2 of them in thanks. But before he can even kneel, Li the Cripple hauls him right back up.
We don't go in for that sort of thing. If you really mean it, just whip up some extra grub to keep us chatting a while longer.
Your dad and the 2 boys, plus Zhang Hongkai, showed up too. And once everyone's gathered, Daohua starts boiling the noodles. The meal after the big event's gotta be all vegetarian. And smashed tofu on the side. Folks are holding a steamed bun in one hand, and picking at noodles with the other.
Got some veggies. Pile on the veggies.
Taohua sees everyone's heads down, slurping noodles. So she quickly gets to bustling about, and only then do they look up from their tasty bowls.
Just a chili oil here. Anyone who wants it spicier, add some yourself. This stuff's pretty hot.
Li Dashu and Biaozi each grab a scoop and dump it on their noodles first.
That is got flavor.
Dad, this chili oil's real spicy, so take it easy. Daohua, this here is fresh pressed.
The new chili flakes smell so damn good. I'm gonna pick some to plant the jade variety seedlings. Bet we can grow some Chaching chilies come next year.
How much did you get? Share a bit with me.
I want to press some more myself.
Sure thing. I bought 2 pounds of it. I'll pack some up for you after dinner.
Besides the chili oil, they even devoured all the food Daohua prepared, not leaving a crumb behind. Once dinner wraps up, folks head their separate ways, but Zhang Hongkai lingers to help Daohua with the dishes.
Taohua's got it all handled. Tending to the whole brood like that.
Zhang Hongkai's voice, still cracking through puberty, strikes Daohua as a bit off kilter, and he fumbles for a response.
I couldn't track down my sister, but it is not all bad news. Just means we won't be feasting together anymore. Which is probably for the best anyway. I've sorted things out with Village Chief Lai. We're starting a little village school, and he mentioned the village is forming a trading cooperative. He thinks I should tag along to get some real-world experience. My sister left me just enough cash to stock up and turn a small profit. He's spot on. I've just seen too little of the world. Back when Dad was around to shield me. And later, my sister stepped in.
So, you still planning to study?
Books. Absolutely. Gotta keep at 'em. Maybe even tutor those twins someday. The chief offered to put in a good word. I know it is someone with real scholarly depth. But first things first, I need to stand on my own 2 feet. Then worry about the rest.
Zhang Hongkai offers Dao Hua a faint, knowing smile. In his eyes, Dao Hua catches a glint of resolve and earnestness. The lost boy and his old aches faded away. If you ask Dao Hua, the real turnaround belongs to Zhang Hongkai. He is taken to gathering firewood, washing clothes, and cooking on his own. Not just pitching in around the house anymore, but truly mapping out a life for himself. When it comes to Zhou Fengshou, whenever they return home, besides Dao Hua, everyone's over the moon, none other than Li Yue herself. She's been urging Chen Jing'er every day to take the initiative and chat him up.
Daughter, hurry. That fool's just stepped out. You'd better take Daichi over there quick. Chop, chop.
Chen Jing'er, tugged along by her mother, heads toward the back of Dao Hua's place. These past few days, Zhi Xiang's been whipping up little snacks and slipping out the back door to bring them to Zhou Fengshou. Though she has set her sights on Zhou Fengshou, alas, Zhou Fengshou hasn't caught on yet. He doesn't even realize that these visits are to see him for who he is, or just to feed the harvest belly.
Every time you come find me, what is it for?
Bringing snacks.
So if you didn't bring snacks, would you still come see me?
Zhou Fengshou scratches his head. Zhi Xiang means snack. Bring her, Zhi Xiang. Why so dense today?
Hungry, seek Dao Hua. Snacks, Jiqiang. Wanner goes for little bro and Woody, but they won't play with me anymore. And for scraps, it is Ping An.
Oops, slipped up there. Glances around and mutters.
Don't tell Dao Hua I haven't been in any fights or called for Ping An.
Zhi Xiang lets out a sigh. Can't be too greedy now. Chen Jing, watching from afar, is starting to lose patience.
Mom, how long are we gonna wait? This is driving me nuts.
She couldn't snag that scholar, so she can't reel in a fool either, making her wait around here like some fool.
You're really getting on my nerves. You child. That is a 3-courtyard household.
Hearing 3-courtyard household, Chen Jing's temper flares up again. She walked out carrying the basket. Folks from a wealthy household are no good. Zhou Fengshou was still griping to Zhi Xiang about Peach Blossom, how she made him cook that bitter brew for them when Chen Jing'er came over.
You're Zhou Fengshou. Right, what a fine name. You must love good eats. Ha! I've got some too. Here, for you.
With that, she lifted the cloth over the basket, revealing the radish cakes inside. Zhou Fengshou peeked in first, then pulled back and shook his head.
I don't want any. Get away. I'm not swapping with you. I've gotta take mine back for Big Bro, Second Bro, and Little Bro, and Peach Blossom too.
Chen Jing'er held back her frustration, forcing an even bigger smile.
I'm not after your snacks. I'm bringing you some. So from now on, call me Gina. All right. I'll whip up all sorts of tasty treats for you.
She stepped forward to grab Zhou Fengshou's arm and tried to hand him the basket, but he dodged back, grabbed Zhi Xiang's hand instead, and bolted for the back gate of Sanqing Courtyard, yelling all the way.
Ping An, don't lock the gate. There is a weirdo after me.
Zhi Xiang's hand was caught in Zhou Fengshou's grip, her cheeks flushing deeper and deeper. His hand, so big and warm. Li Yue had been watching the whole time, growing a bit anxious. And when she saw her daughter approach, she quickly took the basket from her.
I told you to hold off, but you wouldn't listen. You need to meet him one-on-one. Win him over bit by bit. Then cook that rice with him till it is done.
Mom, what are you even saying?
You think I'd ever hurt you? No more talk. Cooking it doesn't mean it is fully cooked yet. She doesn't know a thing. Just put on a little show. Then you can smoothly tie the knot over there. Right, let me tell you something.
There is this weird guy hanging around Ping An's place. Can I sneak up and give him a whack?
The next morning, a pair of Yamen runners arrived. Village chief led the villagers out to greet them.
I'm the village chief here, surname Li. I wonder what brings you gentlemen here. What is the purpose of your visit?
We're not here for you. There is a girl named Zhou Taohua in your village. We're here to take her with us.
Zhao Tofu shook his head at village chief Li, signaling Li Erzhu on the sly to go alert everyone.
Our master heard you can raise fat hogs nearly 200 pounds. So come with us and explain in detail just how you do it.
Li Yue and her daughter were in the crowd too.
Mother, has she gotten herself into some kind of trouble? Will that marriage still happen now?
Better if she is in trouble. Once that little chit is hauled off, it'll be that much easier for you to join the family.
Villagers from nearby had come to watch the spectacle, but none dared step forward. Yet Daohua showed no fear at all.
May I ask how I should address you, gentlemen? And which lord wishes to see me? In our Dayu kingdom, folks must report their breeding secrets. It is the regulation, gotta report 'em. If you don't explain it clear, I ain't going with you.
The lead Yamen runner furrowed his brow even deeper.
You ain't got the rank to know who our lord is. Just come along quietly. No more yapping.
Then might I suspect you're imposters posing as Yamen runners, when really you're after a bit of fun with a common girl? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Without folks of our own, we're orphans. See, I hear our king of the north looks after orphans real well.
Right. So which office are you Yamen from? Speak up! Don't say where you're from. And you can't take nobody away.
Big sister led the charge with her questions.
Yeah. Who are you officials? The little girl's vital secret in pig raising. And you just barge in demanding the recipe. If we had our own secret recipes, would you drag us off for questioning too?
That just won't do. It is our very livelihood.
Hearing the villagers' barrage of questions, the lead bailiff starts to sweat. Can I say who sent us? No, can't do that. The bosses made it clear. Just snatch her quietly and go. Figured a little intimidation would suffice. Who'd have thought this girl would be such a handful?
Zhou Taohua lives in Loyalty Village, and she lives up to its name.
Taohua smiles. Since you gentlemen aren't hauling me off, I shouldn't seem ungrateful. How about you? Come see for yourselves.
Village Chief Li and Zhao Tofu exchange a knowing smile. This crafty girl.
Second brother, the leader's a real fool.
Lucky for us, he is so dim. Otherwise, sis might have really been taken away.
Let's squeeze in closer.
Several bailiffs stand before Yang Mozhu's house, spotting looks of utter disbelief.
Please, gentlemen, come inside and see.
They enter and spot the red brick floor. With leftover cornmeal in the feeding trough, his mouth twitches.
Is this how you've always fed them?
Zhou Fengzu's eyes start slyly.
Not at all. When we first brought them home, it wasn't like this. My sister was just messing with you. At the start, she fed them cornmeal cooked in soy milk. I didn't even get a taste.
Taohua turns her head away, little brother spinning tales, and making it sound so convincing.
Feeding pigs with soy milk. What a waste. Hey, look at that, pigsty roof. I always thought it was a house for folks to live in. Ouch, and all that cornmeal. The leftovers in that trough could feed my family for a whole day. Ouch. Who in their right mind raises a 300-pound hog like this and actually gets it that fat? Oh dear, don't even look anymore. It just breaks my heart.
That had Yamen runner. He'd have been better off not hearing it at all, flinging his sleeves as he storms off. Might as well have stayed in the dark. Go back and tell this tale. Who is gonna buy it? The master's all set to lend a hand in the nick of time, but report this up the chain. And it is nothing but a tall tale from the Arabian Nights. Li Yue and her daughter, returning home after watching the spectacle at Daohua's place, now have a fresh perspective on the Zhou family.
Mom, at first, I couldn't believe it. You saying their family runs a specialized shop, but now I do believe it. So, how much money do you reckon Zhou Taohua's got stashed away? I reckon your little scheme won't fly with Zhou Taohua bold enough to talk back to the officials like that. She is a force to be reckoned with.
You, Dao, went out with Mom too soon, missing those little crooks in action. But don't go underestimating him all the same. Hold, stick with the money, losing venture. Those pigs he is raising are bound to turn a profit. She really did keep him around, figuring he'd bring in the cash. That idea we chatted about last time could pan out, but only if that simpleton comes to you on his own, like this.
Aside from Jixiang, who senses Chen Jin's restless streak, no one else gives them a second thought. Though Zhou Fengzu's caught wind of something, but he doesn't quite grasp it. Sounds like she is just delivering some grub to his big brother, which is all fine and good. No need to stand in her way. Dishes from the backyard start appearing on the table one after another. As time drifts by in calm, quiet repose, Big Brother storms back early, all puffed up with irritation, and plops down beside Daohua.
What is so wrong with me? Being in a foul mood? Daohua, touch me with your mouth.
Daohua startles. What sort of request is that? She ventures, probing gently.
Big Brother, what did you see?
See what? You touch me first.
Big Brother, I'm a girl, you know, and I'd get all shy about it. Wait till little brother gets back and have him kiss you instead. The twins would do in a pinch.
But how could that ever work? He just wants to find himself a girl. That strange guy came looking for him again today, grabbed his arm, and tried to press his mouth right up to his face. But he wasn't happy about it, and even told him it was something that brings great joy. But he didn't buy it. No way was he falling for that trick. Daohua wouldn't go along with it, so he figured he'd go ask Jixiang instead. Jixiang's always so kind. This was the first time Zhou Fengshu had grabbed a snack and then come looking for him, and he felt a little hopeful. Zhou Fengshu spotted Jixiang coming out and rushed right up to grab his hand. Ever since that last time, he'd taken a real liking to holding Jixiang's hand. So soft and small.
You gotta say yes.
Jixiang's eyes went wide. Zhou Fengshu actually wanted to kiss his cheek. It is supposed to be joyful. That strange guy wasn't pulling his leg after all. It is a happy thing. So why'd that guy do it to him, if it left him feeling so down? 'Cause he is just a weird fella.
Zhou Fengshu, what on earth are you doing?
Jixiang finally managed to find his voice.
Doing something joyful. It is truly making you happy, Jixiang. So could you touch me without getting all shy? I'm really joyful. No shy touch?
His head felt like it was about to burst into flames, reminding himself over and over that this was different. Gotta keep it together. Stay calm.
You can't just do this on a whim. It is something only for husbands and wives.
But if I want to do it to you and it makes me sad, then I can't, because I can't get married and bring in a bountiful harvest.
Do you know what getting married means?
I know. Wearing red clothes, feasting at the banquet, and then little babies come along.
Jixiang, face a bit flushed, asked patiently once more.
So why can't you get married?
Gotta move out before the holidays. I can't leave Daohua. Dad told me to look after my little brother and sister, but now I've only got one sister left, and I want to stick with him.
He knows the one thing he never skips every day is heading to the cemetery and up the hill to visit his departed family. Wiping the tears from his face, Jixiang softens her voice.
When Daohua grows up and gets married, what'll we do then?
Then I'll just follow him in secret. Let me tell you, he is such a dummy. Got no strength to speak of, and his height, don't even ask. Once, while scrubbing the water tank, he nearly tumbled right in. And I yanked him back just like this.
Jixiang bursts out laughing at his gesture, and seeing her laugh, Zhou Fengshu chuckles right along with her.
Then, I'll marry you, and we can sneak after Daohua together, okay?
Hearing this, Zhou Fengshu's eyes light up.
Then, I want to get married, and have tons of little kids to play with me. Jixiang, let's go find Daohua right now. Hurry!
Not now. We've got a lot to prepare.
What else needs saying? Just then, Jixiang hears Zhou Fengshu's stomach rumbling.
You head home and eat first. We'll sort this out. Nice and slow. Lower your head.
Jixiang plants a quick kiss on Zhou Fengshu's cheek, then darts off to the back door, slipping inside, trying to dig in.
Big Brother, what is on your mind?
Daohua's curiosity is killing her.
Something happy.
With that, he starts shoveling in his rice.
So shocked!
Daohua, I'm at a total loss for words. Looks like she is off to visit Sister Wang. It really feels like you all know, but I'm totally in the dark. The next day, Grandma Yang in the 3-courtyard house clears up Daohua's confusion, leading Daohua to mistakenly think Zhou Fengshu. The best news is marrying little Ji. His big brother is really something. How long has he even been back? And he is already won over Jixiang. He never saw it coming, but there is a divine matchmaker named Chen Jie.
When's the wedding?
Not that soon. First, get a matchmaker to formalize the engagement. Prepare the bridal chamber and betrothal gifts. My little Jixiang won't be won over that easily.
Look at me, grinning like a fool. We do need to set up the wedding room and get the betrothal gifts ready.
For the matchmaker to handle the engagement deposit, no need to flash too much silver and draw stairs. Just follow Beijing customs. That'll do.
After chatting with Aunt Ma for a bit, agreeing to the upcoming study plans, he headed back. After leaving the 3-courtyard house, Daohua headed straight to village chief Li's place.
You're a rare sight around here, girl. You don't drop by unless there is something up. So, what brings you to see me?
Uncle, I'm here for Auntie.
Looking for your auntie, are you? She is inside. Go on in.
Aunt Li was sitting on the can, stitching a shoe sole, and spotting her come in, she immediately reached for some snacks.
Auntie, no need to fuss. I need a little favor.
Then she filled Aunt Lai in on Zhou Fangshou and Ji Xiang's romance. That is wonderful news. I'll handle it for you, dear. For most folks, a small engagement deposit of 2 or 3 taels will do. But for your big brother, 6 taels, 6 or 8 taels, 8 should suffice. Customs are all about what is convenient. Some follow their hometown traditions. Others just throw a simple banquet and call it done. I reckon Aunt Ma just wants everything kept simple for you. You should check with Jixiang first. That makes sense. Although we follow our parents' wishes here. But for those without parents, the individuals involved must work it out themselves. Daohua went off to find Jixiang again, and Jixiang's real wish was to keep everything simple.
Taohua's not home.
Village chiefly steps right in and calls out,
Uncle, I'm in the kitchen.
Taohua says this as she gets up to greet them. Wearing a blue cloth apron, holding a wooden spoon, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, with her hair in a neat bun, Zhou Taohua, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, catches Jiang Hongkai's eye. And the smile on her face brings a knowing grin to his.
Brother Lame, you guys are back. Have you eaten yet?
We're here to have some noodles with you. You're brewing fruit wine.
Brother Lame chimes in.
Made some grape wine. I'll finish it up in a sec. You head inside first. It'll be ready right away.
Grape wine. Brother Lame and village chief Li exchange a glance, then follow her into the kitchen. Without a word exchanged, or even a glance his way, Jiang Hongkai feels a bit downcast, but he lifts his feet and trails after them into the kitchen.
Let me help you with that. Let me take a look at this wine of yours.
Then Brother Lame, you pour it for me. Gotta filter out the grape skins and seeds from this jar. Brother Hongkai, you hold this cloth steady for me. I'll guide the jar's mouth with these chopsticks, or it'll all end up stuck at the bottom.
Jiang Hongkai, singled out by name, breaks into an even wider smile. Brother Lame shoots him a glance. Look at you, grinning like a fool, watching the deep purple liquid trickle down the chopsticks onto the white cotton cloth. Village Chief Lai starts fidgeting again. This girl of ours, where does she learn to make all these fancy brews? Why not just stick to farming, slurping up noodles and munching on steamed spicy, dried fish? The 3 dusty travelers suddenly felt like they'd come all this way just to savor this bowl of noodles back home, while Village Chief Lai hesitated on how to broach the topic of that jar of wine with Daohua. Taohua beat him to it.
Uncle, I've cooked plenty of noodles. Why not call Auntie over to join us?
No need. Those 2 daughters-in-law of hers won't let the old man go hungry. You know, lately, she has been so caught up with your second sister-in-law that she hardly comes back to cook for me anymore. She used to whip up a whole day's worth of meals for me first thing in the morning. But these noodles, we'll enjoy them ourselves. Forget about him.
Village Chief Li grumbled half-jokingly about his wife's neglect. The sunset glow of old age, showing off their love in broad daylight. Then take a look at his big brother, with the noodles. After one bite, declaring it delicious, he ladles out a big bowl right away, and sends it straight over to Jixiang. That is the young folks' version of flaunting their affection.
Go. What is in that jar of yours? What do you brew it from?
Mountain grapes. Give it another month or so, and it'll be ready to drink. I've made quite a batch, and there is plenty more up on the hill. I've been thinking about brewing even more.
If there is more to go around, then brew away. No need to hold back on Lane Brothers' account.
He almost blurted out that Daohua was short on cash, but clamped his mouth shut quick. That just wouldn't do. Otherwise, Village Chief Lai would surely tear into him again. She is pitching in at Sister Han's place now. Shen Xing is getting married. On the can at Sister Han's house, Aunt Li and 2 village aunts are preparing Shen Xing's dowry. If you ask me, you shouldn't have called me over. After all, with a fine son like yours, I'm left on the sidelines, missing out.
Aunt Lai, I just think you're one lucky mother, not just with a dutiful son, but wonderful daughters-in-law too. Let my Shenxing bask in some of your good fortune. What good does it do me? Just chiming in with praise. For a little sister's wedding, the big brother can just stop by with a gift.
As for the son who couldn't return early to help with the preparations, Sister Han feels a bit miffed.
The camp runs a tight ship, but he did send silver to add to his sister's trousseau. And he is starting his own family soon anyway. Living your own life well. That is what makes a real wedding.
As the talk grew wistful, Peach Blossom steered it elsewhere.
Sister Han, how many bedding sets are you prepping for Shenxing?
Just the basics plain bedding will do. Each one 6 jin. We've got ours ready too, thanks to the silver from her brother. Enough for a matching pair of trinkets. Hey, don't jinx it. Peach Blossom's needlework is spot on. That embroidery really brings the clothes to life.
Shenxing perched on the kang's edge, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Whenever Big Brother comes up, Mom gets all riled up.
You got your padded jacket done.
I've finished a thick padded one, and they took my measurements over there to sew me 2 overcoats. And Mom's got fabric set aside for the dowry.
No furniture or anything like that.
In a couple years, his folks will be tying the knot too. So Peach Blossom figures she'll prep ahead.
What furniture? We ain't got none to give. The trunk will just fit on the kang, along with a single kang table. The preparations on the southern side are all set.
I should thank you too.
The workshop you mentioned. My mom really took it to heart. After I get married, I can help out too, and no one will say I'm favoring my natal family. If she doesn't go to my big brother's place, I wouldn't know how to care for her in her old age.
Then you can take care of her.
My mom has sons. For daughters, it is the son-in-law who moves in to provide for the family.
Tanghua vaguely senses that Beijing's customs are no less demanding than the groom's side. Are Aunt Ma and Aunt Li pulling a fast one on him?
Sister! Big sister! There is someone outside! Brother Hongkai didn't head to third grandpa's place.
The teacher's family has arrived. He is on break these few days, so I figured I'd bring over the things I got for you.
With that, Zhang Hongkai untied his bundle.
I went to Yunchu with Lin brother and flipped some goods, made a bit of cash, and brought back some gifts for you all. Just haven't had the chance to drop them off till now. The teacher says the imperial exams will resume in less than 2 years, so I've been too busy with that to check in on you.
You keep studying hard with third grandpa. Things are going well on my end.
These fabrics have patterns we don't see around here, so I picked some up for you.
Zhang Hongkai scratched his head and continued.
I wasn't sure what to get for Big Brother. This is a pack of spices, including sesame and cumin. If you wouldn't mind, whip up something tasty for him. This little box has some beaded hairpins I got. At first, I thought of giving them out one by one, but time's really short. If they sit too long, the colors might fade. So I just brought them all over.
Brother Hongkai, you've brought way too much.
So, do you like it?
My dad loves giving gifts to my mom, and she is always thrilled every time.
I love it, but it is just too extravagant.
It is not extravagant. It is all money I've earned myself. I teamed up with Lin brother to sell those fire bones and got a good price for them in Yun City. Now, the tuition from my students covers my daily expenses just fine.
He didn't want Taohua looking down on him, so he tried his best to explain. On this day, Taohua is embroidering flowers in the reception room. Big Brother dashes over to Taohua with a small bundle.
These are the socks Jixiang gave me. This is the handkerchief Jixiang gave me. And this is the purse Jixiang gave me.
Taohua listens, totally dumbfounded. What is that supposed to mean?
Jixiang gave me gifts, but skipped you.
With that, he grabs his bundle and heads out again. Taohua's face is pure shock as she yells toward the door.
What does that have to do with me? Jiang Hongkai wouldn't get you gifts anyway. So why are you showing off to me?
Zhou Fengshou's long gone by now. Not even a shadow left. The 9th day of the 10th lunar month, the day before the Shan family's wedding. That afternoon, for the wedding, both families host guests and relatives, especially the bride's side. They also settle on the number for tomorrow's bridal send-off. To pass the word to the groom's family, the bride's family collects the betrothal gifts that day too. With a learner's mindset, I head to Sister Han's house, where plenty of folks are pitching in. But they won't let her lift a finger. She just perches on a little stool in the kitchen, listening in on their chatter.
So, what is the auspicious time for tomorrow's ceremony?
The 17th of March K of the Chen hour. No need to rise at dawn.
Sister Han replies. The 17th of March K of Chen. Taohua does the math in her head. That is 8:45 a.m. Phew, not too bad. That is a relief. Just get up at the end of Mao hour. Back when I set off on the 2nd day of the 12th month, It was the second mark of Mal.
Oh man, lighting candles in the pitch black, so dark and freezing cold. We've settled on the send-off party, folks.
Last year, all 30 of us, the groom's family doesn't have many relatives either, and their place isn't very large. So if too many go, they can't properly host everyone. In our village, it is all the bride's family heading over to the groom's side, and my son brought 3 colleagues along for the send-off.
Your son truly values his little sister. So with Big Brother leading the send-off party, the groom's family better treat them right, or we'll flip their table. At this, Daohua looked a bit puzzled. A wedding feast that involves flipping tables, wouldn't that start a feud? The next day, toward the end of Mao hour, Shenxing was already sitting on the couch, eating the noodles her mother Han had cooked, with a poached egg nestled inside. After finishing the noodles, Han personally veiled her with a cover embroidered with apricot blossoms, symbolizing eternal happiness. Soon, the lively sounds of gongs and Suna drifted in, as the Zheng family arrived in a donkey cart to welcome the bride. The hired MC stepped forward with a warm smile and bowed. Much like the master of ceremonies from olden days, the groom, cradling his veiled bride, sat atop the ox cart, firecrackers crackling to life. As Daohua turned back and caught sight of Han, hand over her mouth, standing in the doorway. No guests, no banquet, no triumphant blare of Suna. Just one mother, eyes fixed on the send-off procession, forbidden from taking even a single step forward.
Big sis, so what is the deal with the money and the onions?
On the road to the Zhengs, Daohua called out from the procession. Big sis.
When marrying off a daughter, these are the tokens left for the bride's family. The money to seize the household's fortune, capturing the wealth she carries away from her parents' home. That is why I had Shenxing leave extra behind. The axe stands for good fortune, the onions for purity and innocence. Vermicelli symbolizes smooth sailing. Chopsticks represent a perfect pair. Pork ribs are the parting from mother meat. A daughter is a piece of her mother's own flesh. After all, the leftover ribs are saved to cook for the son-in-law during the return visit. After the return visit, she is truly part of another family.
Daohua couldn't help glancing back, though she couldn't see them, but she imagined Sister Han was still lingering by the gate. After attending Shenxing's wedding banquet, Daohua suddenly finds herself with nothing much to do. And with time on her hands, she dives into experimenting with salted preserves, that red chili oil, those glossy strands of shepherd's purse. Just looking at them whets the appetite. And once she has portioned them into bowls, she thinks about sharing them with the neighbors. But the chill outside makes her hesitate to step out. Just as she is dithering, Ping An knocks on the door. What a rare visitor. Brother Ping An.
It is freezing out there. Come on in. Quick.
For mid-autumn, you brought that Western region's wine for the master, remember? Well, he has polished it off. And if you've got any left, I'll take a jar, says the master.
Western regions? Wine, eh?
Oh, I've got it. Plenty. In fact, here, help yourself. Grandpa Sha's quite the fan, so grab an extra 2 jars while you're at it.
Once they reach the storehouse, she points Ping An toward a dozen or so large and small jars of mud-sealed wine.
These are all. I clean forgot to unseal and sample them. Go ahead, Brother Ping An. Pick whichever you like. What else did Xiao Yayi have to say?
Ping An replies, the master was curious where you'd gotten it from, Daohua, and how much silver it set you back.
But these, they're all homemade by you.
Right. And I've whipped up some pickles too. Why don't you take some back with you? Give it a try and let me know if it is worth selling. Just pass the word to Fan Kang and Fan Fu. The wind's too fierce for me to head out.
That evening, the twins bring home some shrimp, and Grandpa's take is that the mustard greens have a subtle spice on their own, enhanced just right by the chilies, perfect for pairing with rice. Though a touch on the salty side, the scraped greens bring a hint of fresh sweetness, which would shine even more with a lighter hand on the spice. Both offering a satisfying chew that has got real bite. Not at all. Mushy, definitely sellable.
Did you two embellish Grandpa Shao's words? He never speaks so fancy with me. That is him being afraid you won't get it. The way the teacher puts it in class. Didn't sis sit in on the class too?
Zhou Fengfu shot back, unconvinced.
Who are you saying doesn't understand? I've got a ton of learning. This is just my backup stash. And my peaks in Chinese, math, and English. Not so fast biology, chemistry, history, politics crystal clear on everyone. All-round growth in morals,
Smarts, strength, arts, and work ethic.
Don't underestimate me.
Oh, I bet these two rascals still wouldn't dare say he doesn't get it. The twins exchanged a glance, a silent chat in their eyes.
What is gotten into Sis? She seems all riled up.
Probably been bottling it up at home, with nobody to keep her company.
Poor Sis. Now she is spouting stuff we can't even follow. He says, how about cards after dinner?
Zhou Fengfu figured he'd humor his sister for a bit. Play what? We'll sort that out once we start. But Tao Hua wouldn't phrase it like that.
I've still got calligraphy to practice. So if you want to play, go on without me. Just don't drag me into trouble.
With that, she turned back to the kitchen to cook.
Isn't this just like what Dong Dashang said? Women have those off days.
Zhou Fengkang might not get it, but suddenly, Dong Dashang's words rang true.
Let's go lend a hand. That way we won't mess up Sis's writing practice.
Zhou Fengfu clapped a hand over his mouth, chuckling.
Yeah, we could all use some practice on our characters.
The next day, I made some more, packed into small jars. In the evening, I had Big Brother deliver them to Wang Chengwan's place. Sold right off the stall. They were a huge hit. Not enough to go around, so Wang Chengwan showed up at Dao Hua's store urging for more.
Just 2 jars a day. That is way too few. I didn't even head out today. Just came over to help you whip some up. Next year, I'll grow some myself. You can't even tell what this sun-dried stuff is once you eat it. And no weird aftertaste either.
With 1 jar like that, I could sell through till spring. You gotta go with hunger marketing.
Tao Hua loves that daily thrill of earning some cash. Even if it is not much, it still lifts her spirits.
Forget that hunger nonsense. Just make a bit more. They tear my stall apart.
Hunger marketing, that is the key.
You tricky girl. That trick's pretty sly. But it is a clever one. Got any more? Where that came from?
Limited supply. It is basically the same idea. Buy more, get more. Home delivery too.
You didn't waste your time learning from Aunt Ma. That is enough chit-chat. Let's get cracking. Your little jars. My family's hooked on that dry treat. We polish off half a jar in one go. Hurry up, make a bigger batch. Sell it quick and be done with it.
That jar's gotta weigh 4 or 5 pounds. How could anyone need half of that? Sister-in-law, don't exaggerate.
That is how I cleared out Tao Hua's extra stock before New Year's, nearly leaving us with nothing for home, though the money pouch did plump up a bit, and the steady stream of joy fizzled out. Pondering how much silver he might earn this time, Jian Hongkai vaguely heard a cry for help. He hurried to investigate. There, an old man had tumbled into the roadside drainage ditch. This man was named Ding Chun, with the courtesy name Jin Yan.
Oh, sir, have some hot water. You appear to have passed the age of knowing heaven's will. How could you be journeying this road all alone?
Jiang Hongkai handed him a bowl of hot water. Luckily, there wasn't much water in the ditch, just up to the ankles.
Family calamity cannot be spoken of to others. Cannot be spoken of to others.
So, oh sir, where are you headed? We're bound for the Imperial City. Shall we take you the whole way?
Jiang Hongkai could not bear to leave an elder abandoned by the roadside. He said,
Where else can this old man go? My home is lost. Nowhere left to turn. Half a lifetime devoted to teaching. This old fellow adrift without shelter. So sorrowful, so absurd.
The schoolmaster Jiang Hongkai stirred with an idea.
Old sir, we hail from Beijing. In the capital, I run the West Village Middle School, and we're in need of a teacher. Might you be willing to take up the post, old sir, though the stipend is modest?
I would. Indeed I would. This old man is of humble talents, merely a shigosai, but still able to impart the rudiments to young pupils. A place to lay my head would suffice. I ask for nothing more.
And so it was. That elder Ding became the school's first teacher hired from afar, and climbed aboard Jiang Hongkai's carriage, setting off together toward the imperial city. As for a teacher, one might not even secure in Beijing itself. To have been fortuitously encountered by Jiang Hongkai along the road, this was a wondrous turn, of which Zhou Taohua in the second village remained unaware. He is watching now. The sheep shearing at Zhengjia.
I've only heard about sheep shearing before.
but this is the first time I've seen it. I always thought you could just clip it casually, but I never realized there was real skill to it.
Liu Sheng brings his son to watch the villagers shear the sheep.
This batch is done. You give it a try too.
Liu Mi can have a go as well. But take care. These shears are freshly forged and very sharp. Don't nick the sheep and cause big wounds.
Though the sheep herd has nearly doubled, the wool yield is just 30% up from last year. That is why they say different statuses lead to doing the same work, but getting different treatment. County Magistrate Hao is down in the field now too, putting on a show of weeding.
What a fine official. Even helping us weed, treating us like his own sons. Our days ahead will be much better.
What kind of nonsense is that? Must be from lack of sleep, bumping into yet another good official. So these days can't be all bad.
My lord, it is too hot out. Come on up and have some water.
County Magistrate Hao figures his act has landed well and follows the voice right out of the field. Glance behind him, and there are the young corn sprouts he just uprooted.
Dear fellow villagers, life's tough for everyone. With so many mouths to feed, we won't be eating here. But remember, everyone, now that the wars have ended, we all lead stable lives. All thanks to the boundless imperial grace. All right, no need to see us off.
Watching the carriage fade into the distance, the quick-tongued villager chimes in.
We haven't seen any war around here. Any invaders were held back by our prince.
You and your fast mouth. Who knows what got into Old War, shoveling up corn sprouts like weeds and grinning ear to ear the whole time.
You folks don't know yet, do you? I saw the magistrate's attendant slip extra coin to Old Wu. Real silver at that.
For real. Tell us more. Inside the carriage, shoes kicked off, the esteemed county magistrate has his attendant brush the dirt from his feet, thinking to himself, this went off nicely. But I'll need to visit a few more villages yet.
My lord, your shoes.
The business went quite well. A few more villages to go. What I sent you to look into, how is that coming along?
Your humble servant made some inquiries. This village comes from Quanzhou County, relocated from Jing City itself. They're all military dependents now. I was a military household. Back in the city...
Hold on. What do you mean? All military dependents, not military households.
Military households either get spun off, or the old ones get reclassified as commoners. I wouldn't know the reason, sir, but they're all under the Border Tiger Lord's jurisdiction. That is, the Northern Pacification King's forces.
You know, everything was fine, but His Highness just had to set up shop in this border town. If the enemy comes knocking, we'll be the first to go down. Talk about bad luck for you, my lord. Go on.
To answer you, sir, folks from their village run 2 shops in Yong'an City. One's a general store, stocking medicinal wine. That sells like hotcakes. And some tea. They say it is subpar stuff, but the good leaves. Who knows where those end up? The other's a food stall, peddling those northern-style pickles. And business there ain't half bad.
That is all.
Their village has a tofu workshop too, and a carpenter who dabbles in blacksmithing. Oh, and one fellow who hatches eggs for a living.
Hatching eggs.
Hatch your mothers, eggs you fool. Is that what I asked about? I sent you to scout for seeds that yield well. You brainless oaf. You couldn't even bother to poke around the village for any high-yield seeds. You know, the kind where the county yamen tosses out a few coins as a reward. Not like the imperial decree from His Majesty that puts glory on a servant's face.
The villagers clammed up no matter what I asked. They're still awfully guarded and nearly roughed up a few of our servants. All we could glean from the next village over. And word is, they're fixing to plant rice.
Plant rice. This lord tells you to plant rice. Where on earth isn't rice planted? Get out!
It really got under his skin. Not a single useful soul in sight. Guess I'll have to write to the missus and rustle up some capable hands. But around here, we can't drop the charade. We'll tease out something eventually. As January draws to a close, Tao Hua starts preparing the betrothal gifts. In just a few days, it is his brother Zhou Fengshu's wedding day.
Tao Hua, these betrothal gifts you're bringing are quite substantial.
Call sister-in-law over to help Tao Hua pack the betrothal gift boxes. He is here early to contribute his wedding gift. Her son is getting married too, so she'll be there. And Miss Zhou Fengshou's wedding.
The twins' weddings down the line. Theirs will be even grander.
So, I'm not the mother-in-law. I don't want any squabbles over this sort of thing later on. Shanxi, going with sister-in-law.
He was still so young back then. The weather was chilly, so Shangxing stayed home. My son-in-law went, along with his big brother and sister-in-law. It is not far off. We'll meet up another time.
Sister Han feels a bit regretful too. She is just heading to her son's to drop off some silver and drink the bride's tea. Noticing Sister Han's uneasy expression, Tao Hua lets the wedding talk drop.
Little Shitu's almost 100 days old. Once the weather warms up, we can take him outside.
Sure is. This grandson of mine, not even a month old yet, and he runs into his sister-in-law, freezing half the night in the cellar. Thank goodness Dr. B nursed him back for 2 months. Now, mother and son are doing just fine.
Talking about my grandson, Sister Han just beams with joy.
Once my big brother ties the knot, we'll have a sister-in-law at home too. Then, I'll have more time to visit him.
The next day, the matchmaker and Lai the Lame arrive with a skilled MC in tow. One for the betrothal ceremony, one to check out the venue and figure out the arrangements. Tao Hua suddenly calls out,
Uncle, you're here. Let's go over there and talk.
Village head Lai had a feeling that this wasn't anything good. He squinted and said it.
Don't come to me. Find someone else.
Uncle, why are you being like this?
We're right in the middle of wedding preparations, and you still have to sneak off to tell me. It can't be anything good. Look, there is Zhao the tofu seller, and the old sheep herders are all over there. Why not go ask them?
With that, village head Li clasped his hands behind his back and started to walk away.
Hey, wait, Uncle. This is really important. It truly concerns my brother's future marital happiness. In our village, you're the most capable and clever. No one else compares. Only you can help with this matter. No one else will do.
Tao Hua started coaxing him.
Really?
Really? But when it comes to getting married, shouldn't an elder guide him through it? Right?
Haven't I already taught him all the wedding steps?
For the moment, village head Lai couldn't recall what he might have overlooked.
But what about the bridal chamber? How is he supposed to manage that?
Village head Lai thought to himself, oh heavens, just strike me down with lightning.
You. How can you forget you're a proper young lady? Couldn't you have told your aunt and let her pass it on to me?
I forgot.
Oh dear, my poor heart. After the new year, you'll be a big 14-year-old girl. Can't you try to...
Village head Li was truly at a loss for words. Shameless, maybe, but that is not quite it. Oh, this was just too much for him.
Next time, if I ever hear you mention this again, I'll go beat up Jiang Hongkai. I'll give him a thrashing.
This time, village head Lai, he really walked off with his hands behind his back. The 2nd of February, dragon raises its head. Before dawn, Tao Hua and the others were already up, whipping up a simple breakfast. Tao Hua couldn't resist her nagging. Big brother.
Don't stuff yourself too full. Go easy on the pickles and water. When you get back for the wedding feast, your kidneys will hold strong for you. They'll help you handle the toasts.
Zhou Fengshou had no choice but to pull back the hand, reaching for that 4th steamed bun. After breakfast, the whole family slipped into new clothes, dressing Big Brother in his groom suit. The bright wedding suit fit Zhou Fengshou just right, truly bringing the festive vibes. Inside the room, Tao Hua started by combing Big Brother's hair.
Tao Hua, go easy. That is way too tight.
Zhou Fengshou's scalp gripped super tight by Tao Hua, afraid she'd yank it clean off.
Just spare it for today. From tomorrow, it'll be Sister Jixiang doing the honors. Hair's gotta stay perfect today. Hang in there a bit.
Tao Hua secured it tight with a red cord for good luck. Stepped up for a closer look. A touch of that sly, upturned eye charm, but still one handsome fellow. After the twins and the little brother raised a racket, they finally hashed it out.
Boss, Brother Ji and the crew have arrived. Should we set up the ancestral table now?
Zhou Hu called from the doorway.
Follow the MC's call. Just pitch in where needed. Has Dafang and them shown up yet? Ask who is handy with hair. Send one over to fix mine up.
Zhou Hu gave a quick yes and headed off to round someone up. Tao Hua figured there was still about an hour till fetching the bride, Since they needed to bid farewell to blind grandpa first, the newlyweds can't get up too early. There is still plenty of time this morning.
Taohua, is there anything I can help with?
Daohua thought she'd measured. She looked up to confirm. It really was Zhang Hongkai.
How'd you get here? You didn't sneak out, did you?
No, I finished training ahead of schedule, hoping the boss will give me half a day off.
Zhang Hongtai's hair was still a bit damp. Looks like he came straight over after freshening up at the academy.
It is still early. There's breakfast in the kitchen. Grab a bite first. I've got some new clothes here. Change into them in a bit. You'll go with my brother to fetch the bride. Keep an eye on him. I'll get you some candy. If he gets antsy, feed him some.
Got it. Taohua, you look really nice today.
With that, Jiang Hongkai felt a bit shy saying it. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let's set off the firecrackers first. Zhou Fengshu rides ahead on horseback, out by Baoxi, flanked by Hong Sai and Zhou Feng on either side, followed by the bridal sedan chair, with sona players on both sides, their lively tunes filling the air as the procession circles the village, completing half a lap to reach the Sanjing courtyard. Taohua keeps a gentle smile, standing by Aunt Li's side to greet the arriving female villagers, awaiting the return of the wedding procession. Inside the Sanjing courtyard, Ji Xiang, already veiled in red, sits quietly on the kang, hearing the little girl call out that the door has opened and people are entering. He clutches the quilt beneath her tightly. For after today, a new life awaits. Zhou Fengshu and Ji Xiang knelt to pay respects to blind grandpa and grandma Ya, receiving the elders' heartfelt advice and blessings. Next, Zhou Fengshu carries Jixiang into the bridal sedan chair. The sedan lifts. Sona horns blare, and the procession circles half a lap once more, returning to Daohua's home.
It is here. The bridal sedan has arrived.
Embracing the guests, arranged by the hostess. Ever watchful of the approaching procession's movements, Taohua, like everyone else, stands by to witness the ceremony. Step over the brazier, stride across the saddle. The newlyweds take their places before the altar to greet the guests.
The master of ceremonies intones, first bow to heaven and earth, giving thanks for the nurturing grace of creation. Second, bow to the parents, honoring the boundless love of those who raised you. Now, the couple bows to each other, grateful for the fateful bond forged across 3 lifetimes by the Stone of Destiny, vowing to journey side by side through all the days to come.
It is done.
Amid the joyous cheers of the crowd, Zhou Fengshu lifts Jixiang's red veil with the scale pole. Before anyone could say a word, he raised the scale pole high and let out a joyful whoop, then scooped up Jixiang and spun her around in delight. Taohua smiled through her tears, gazing at the newlyweds in the courtyard. Unnoticed until then, Jiang Hongkai, standing beside her, gently clasped Daohua's hand. They offered tea to village chief Li, without whose early kindness, the siblings might have been buried on the road to Beijing long ago. The newlyweds stepped inside to offer their blessings. Now it was time to host the bride's family. The dishes prepared by Daohua, and the twins are all top-notch.
Rest assured, madam, all the young maids who served at her side have found good homes. Truly wonderful ones.
Aunt Ma felt no unease. Taohua, Ruyi和Ji Xiang were all blessed with good fortune, so cherish those blessings. Once Zhou Feng brought Jixiang over to toast, they prepared to take their leave. With the bride's guests departed, the courtyard truly came alive with revelry. The Jinru wedding feast was bountiful indeed, with pigs slaughtered and sheep prepared. Even wood ear mushrooms and dried peaches brought out to delight the guests. Everyone who came ate to their heart's content and drank with unbridled joy. More guests arrived for the banquet than Daohua and the others had anticipated, along with extra ingredients they'd set aside. Under the skilled coordination of the greeter, they managed to serve everyone before noon. Zhou Fengshu's wedding turned out lively and complete. That afternoon, while tidying up, Zhou Fengshu was already deep in his cups, fast asleep on the kang in the bridal chamber. Jixiang's cheeks were flushed too, so Taohua prepared some honey water for her and let her rest a bit.
Sis, getting married is exhausting. That greeter sure knows her stuff.
Yeah, that is impressive. I've prepared a generous red envelope. You and Fengshu must be tired too. Go get some rest.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, little sister. Hello, big brother, second brother, third brother. I'll be right back.
Jixiang needs to go back and marry her. With the betrothal gifts, all prepared.
Daohua, I wanna eat. I'm starving.
Zhou Fengshu said to Daohua very seriously.
I'll go grab some meatballs. You just have a little something to hold you over. Dinner ain't ready yet.
I want a baby. Soon as it gets dark.
Daohua jumped up and clamped her hand over Fengshu's mouth. Now he knew exactly how Village Chief Li felt.
Big brother, what do you do when it gets dark?
Zhou Fengshu, here come the 10,000 wise.
Nothing at all. Fengshu, deal with the lunch leftovers. The rest of the ingredients are down in the cellar. You take those two fellas to have a look. Grab whatever you fancy. I'll whip it up in a jiffy. Hustle now. Quick, hurry.
Soon as they were all out the door, Daohua yanked Zhou Fengshu inside the house.
Who told you gotta have a baby the minute it gets dark?
Brother Ezhu says it is not dinner time yet. Once it is dark, you miss your chance to eat. Brother Wu wants himself a little tyke.
It is pitch black, all night long. You don't need the dark to make one. Did Brother Ezhu show you how it is done?
Daohua was inwardly cursing Village Chief Li for not cluing him in proper.
There is diagrams, and all drawn out up there. Don't come begging me for it. Brother Ezhu flat out wouldn't let me hand it over. Can it wait till later?
Sure. Really? I ain't interested. Jixiang's itching for a baby too. So after supper, you two can pour over it together.
Oh, the one line running through Daohua's head right then was, what goes around, comes around. Who does heaven ever spare? I'm so tired. Jixiang brought back a pair of silver bracelets for Peach Blossom, a brush for the twins, and a full set of clothes for Zhou Fangzu, plus a red envelope for each person. Peach Blossom told Jixiang to take Zhou Fengshu back to change his clothes, wash his hair. Dinner being Jixiang's first meal with the family, and Peach Blossom put her heart into preparing it. Jixiang hurried over to lend a hand, but Peach Blossom wouldn't hear of it. Isn't it the rule that a new bride gets 3 days off from chores? So instead of helping, Jixiang grabbed a little stool, sat in the kitchen, and kept Peach Blossom company.
Sister-in-law, you don't need to keep me company in the kitchen. Go rest a bit. I'm fine, right here. We're not strangers after all. We know each other so well. Peach Blossom, I have something to ask you.
Jixiang was still thinking about the groceries in her room.
Those ingredients you put in my room, are we eating separately?
Jixiang still didn't quite get what Peach Blossom meant.
Whatever works. If you two sleep in one morning, just whip up something quick. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, no need to tough it out. You can eat wherever you like during the day. In our family, we call him Uncle Yang. He is the elder, but he doesn't mind. You're the one in charge now.
Peach Blossom just wants Jixiang to feel at ease. After dinner, without Peach Blossom even needing to say it, no need for Jixiang to help clean up. Zhou Fengshu just grabbed Jixiang's hand and pulled her away. He seemed in quite a hurry. Zhou Fengshu and his wife each pored over a little illustrated booklet, studying and experimenting, until late into the night when things finally clicked. So sleeping in the next morning was inevitable.
Hungry, huh? I'll go make some porridge.
Grimacing in discomfort, Jixiang starts to get off the can toward the kitchen.
I was wrong.
Wrong.
Jixiang freezes in place, wondering why Zhou Fengshu is suddenly apologizing.
The pain you're feeling is all my fault. I was wrong. It won't happen again.
Jixiang gently cups her husband's face in both hands.
It is all right. I forgive you.
Hey, Peach Blossom left some snacks. I'll go fetch them.
After all, they're newlyweds, and the young couple has shared yet another night together. Staying close like this, they'll never tire of each other, especially with the house all to themselves. Jixiang feels utterly at ease. No longer fussing over betrothal gifts or dowry, she is truly settling into this family, without trying to change it.
Sister-in-law, what has Big Brother been up to these past couple of days? Heading out at dawn and not back till dusk, and even skipping lunch to come home.
Lately, Peach Flower barely catches sight of Zhou Fengshu, except at mealtimes. Sometimes not even at breakfast, since he is already slipped out before the sun's fully up.
Biaozi's been tied up with chores from Village Chief Li. So now Big Brother's heading up the mountain, all on his own. No clue what he is doing up there. And whenever you ask, he just says he is going to the mountain.
Zhou Fengshu finishes his dumplings, wipes his mouth, and heads out again.
Brother! Big Brother! Hold on, a sec!
Zhou Fengshu stops just outside the courtyard, waiting for Peach Flower, not quite sure what she wants with him, since he has already split the tea leaves and fetched the water. What else could there be to do?
Big Brother, what exactly have you been doing up on that mountain every day, these past couple of days? It is spring now, and didn't Biaozi say hunting's off limits?
If Zhou Fengshu were just puttering around the yard, Peach Flower wouldn't bat an eye, since he usually goes up with Biaozi. But now that he is going solo, she's got a nagging worry.
I haven't been hunting. Never caught a thing. It is just something I've got going on that I can't let Jixiang find out about.
Peach Flower's eyes go wide. What is this about not letting Jixiang know? It has only been a short while since you two got married, so Big Brother's finally wised up. Has he wised up too much?
Come on, Big Brother, spill it properly. What have you really been up to? You really went up the mountain? Or did you sneak off to someone's place? And why keep your sister-in-law in the dark?
Zhou Fengshu scratches his head.
Whose place would I go to?
Peach Flower's getting all worked up, reaches out and gives his arm a sharp twist. Though she doesn't quite pinch much flesh, just grabs a fistful of his shirt.
Come on, just spill it properly.
Taohua, keep pinching and I'll cave into you.
Taohua tells herself, take a deep breath, be patient. Because he has figured out no one in this house can keep him in check.
Hey, big bro, come on, just tell me. Like this. Did you snag a rabbit or what? I'll hook you up with 2 now. For later.
Hunt a few, smoke 'em up. Or keep your mouth shut.
No more than 6 tops.
Deal.
Zhou Fengshu jumped on that answer quick.
He didn't want a white rabbit. Said he liked fawns. So I tracked a deer path. And the second I spotted a fawn, I scooped it up and brought it home. But you can't tell Jixiang.
Zhou Fengshu finally spilled the real reason. And Taohua felt her throat tighten a bit listening to it. This is some serious forced dog food right here.
Jixiang, here, go.
Zhou Fengshu looked up and saw his wife and sister cradling a fawn just days old, rushing over. Then shoved it right into Jixiang's arms.
You like it? Taohua's got one too. The big ones. Go to Zhou Fengshu.
Nobody's left out. Everyone's covered.
Sister-in-law, Big Bro's been trekking into the mountains this whole time, just to find a little one for you.
Taohua jumped in to back up Zhou Fengshu's explanation. Miss. The instant Jixiang hugged the fawn, tears of joy streamed down his face. That offhand comment of his had Zhou Fengshu pounding the trails for over half a month, seeing Jixiang in tears. Zhou Fengshu got a little panicked, rubbing his head, patting his back, doing his best to soothe him, all the while murmuring nonstop, There, good boy, don't cry now.
Brother, congratulations on securing the Zhuangyuan. If not for the Duke's son claiming the top spot this round, you would have taken first place this time. What a shame, truly.
Cousin, my heartfelt congratulations to you as well.
Cousin, you've been keeping your talents well hidden, staying abreast of every scholar's whispers, while downplaying yourself as if you'd surely fail. And didn't you claim the Banyan this time?
Though you missed the top honors, Jiang Hongcai felt a pang of regret. But what can be done? The Duke's son needed to sit the exam to prove his mettle, so we lesser scholars must simply step aside.
Brother Jiang, spare me the teasing. Last year, it was only because Chu Wenshuan abstained. Who could have foreseen another like you emerging this year? 'Tis the times, 'tis fortune, 'tis fate. Brother Jiang, are that master and servant looking for you?
Upon hearing Pang Shangshan's words, Jiang Hongcai turned to glance back, his pupils contracting in shock. It was his sister, Jiang Yashu.
Brother Jiang has pressing family matters, so he'll take his leave first. For any discussions, meet at Zijou Pavilion.
He rose and bid Jiang Hongcai farewell. Entering Zijou Pavilion, Jiang Hongcai sat calmly in the seat of honor, instructing the waiter to freshen the tea before falling silent, instead closely observing the still-standing Jiang Yashu. Elegantly attired, with a healthy glow, flawless skin, and silken hair, adorned with fine cuticle balm, her nails impeccably manicured. Just days prior, he'd bought the very same for Taohua, and it had cost a pretty sum.
Hongcai, you've grown so tall, filled out too. Learning of your Tianhua triumph, sister could not be more thrilled. Why didn't your attendants accompany you? I see he's gotten a bit older. Once I'm back at the mansion, I'll send 2 over to you.
You knew I was here in the Imperial City all along, as your sister, didn't you?
Your sister was planning to wait until you pass the provincial exam, and then reveal herself to you. That way, it wouldn't disrupt your studies, and could still be a joyful surprise. Hongcai,
Jiang Yashu was midway through her words when she caught sight of Jiang Hongcai's expression and suddenly froze, unsure which words had drawn that cold sneer from Jiang Hongcai. The mockery on his face was utterly unconcealed.
Calm down.
If I hadn't passed, would there have been no such surprise at all?
Zhang Hongkai's sharp question left Zhang Yashu speechless.
From the very first words you spoke to me, you never once asked how I've been faring, or how things have been in the Zhou household, whether you knew our plight, or simply couldn't care less.
Sheng Hongcai, is it that because I knew of your hardships, you deliberately kept away from me? I sent people to Beijing to search for you, but you weren't in the capital. You accuse me of never asking after you. But have you ever asked how I've been holding up?
Zhang Yashu clutched her embroidered handkerchief, dabbing at herself, her voice brimming with utter grievance, tears streaming down her face like they cost nothing, a truly pitiable sight.
Do you even realize that if luck hadn't been on my side, I might have been sold off by now, forced into servitude as a slave or maid, and I'd have to endure the lady of the house's moods every single day. Even you, my dear Linger, can't even call me mother to my face.
The woman across from him, weeping as she pours out her grievances, bears little resemblance to the sister etched in his memory. That sister would slip him candies, stitch clothes for him by hand, and read stories aloud to him. She would never abandon her only kin, no matter what. This reunion stems solely from his success as a Zhuren, the provincial graduate.
Hongcai, now everything's falling into place. You've taken a wife and even secured second place in the imperial exams. Come back to the Hu household with me and declare your status. Her lady's natal family will surely value you highly. If I can rise to equal wife, Fu Zhonghai has only Linger as his son. Then henceforth, I'll be the true matriarch of the house.
As Zhang Yaxu reached this point, her eyes had long dried of tears, brimming instead with excitement, dreams, and raw ambition.
She had said her piece.
Zhang Hongkai rose to his feet and asked when Zhang Yaxu had finished speaking. He was utterly bewildered. What on earth did she mean by all this?
If you're done, then be on your way. Tomorrow I'll send someone with your dowry, to honor what was once our sibling bond. And from this day forward, you are no longer a daughter of the Zhang family. The ties between us as siblings end right here.
Zhang Yaxu thought she'd misheard him, that her brother truly meant to disown her as his sister. How could he possibly? How could he bear to?
Jiang Hongcai, what did you just say? I am your elder sister, remember?
You heard every word I said. Ever since the day you left Beijing to become a concubine, did you ever once think of the brother you left behind, buried in his books, for the memory of our parents? Tomorrow, I'll provide you with a fitting dowry. But if you dare to leverage my name to claw your way up in that household, then cut off all contact with me. Otherwise, what arrives will be an official deed of severance filed with the authorities. And as for me, whether it is the Hu family or the Hu family, I won't rely on their patronage, because I have no intention of becoming an official.
Zhang Hongkai finished speaking and strode out of the private room, gazing at the bustling crowd downstairs. The weight on his heart lifted considerably, and he could finally breathe freely again. Zhang Yaxu, left behind in the tea house, wasn't thinking of the dowry, nor the severance letter, but rather Zhang Hongkai's declaration. He would not become an official. Won't become an official? Why bother taking the Zhuren exam? A mere Zhuren provincial graduate in the capital is nothing at all. Peach Blossom knocked on the door of the reception room. Sister, Zhou Feng let out a scream.
That evening, Feng Fu and Hongkai are staying at the county yamen and won't be coming back. They said they wanted to consult brother-in-law Zhu on some studies.
Peach Blossom didn't finish her sentence, but Zhou Feng already understood what she meant. He knew those two places better than anyone.
Sister, I'll go check it out.
No need. Right. The person who came was indeed surnamed Yang. That can't be wrong.
Oh dear. Peach Blossom felt deeply conflicted inside, worried yet wanting to let go.
It is nothing serious, and Big Brother's home anyway, so we'll go together. We should be back before dinner. And I can stop by the bookstore on the way.
Peach Blossom thought for a moment and agreed. Zhou Feng said, the brothers are off, and Peach Blossom sat alone on the can in the room, lost in thought. Just then, Li Shang came over with a few bundles and some sheets of paper to find her.
Peach Blossom, have sketched a few designs. Take a look and see which one you like. If none of them catch your eye,
can brainstorm more. Peach Blossom, inviting auspicious, up onto the con, left her husband, a bit puzzled.
Wow!
Peach Blossom's eyes lit up at the sight of the wedding gown sketched on the paper. So beautiful. Just so beautiful.
Sister-in-law, did you draw this?
Yes, I did. Village Chief Li was spot on. You need to start preparing your wedding gown right now. Embroidered handkerchiefs, shoe uppers, and insoles. I'll handle those smaller pieces for you. But the wedding gown you have to make that yourself.
Peach Blossom listened in stunned silence.
Sister-in-law, isn't this the design you drew for the fabric shop, sister? Ru Yi wants to open.
Even if you scribble it into a mess, it still won't turn into a wedding gown. And there is no skilled embroiderer in Ru Yi, either. Go ahead and pick one. I've looked at other designs too, but these are the ones I picked out. They suit you best.
Dao Hua's features are all scrunched up together. He really hasn't mentioned getting married at all. Seeing Dao Hua staring motionless at the designs, Ji Xiang reached out and gave her a gentle pat.
What are you thinking about? See if any catch your eye.
Sister-in-law, if I could just convince Zhang Hongkai to postpone the wedding, couldn't we wait a few more years?
When you get married, that is for you two to decide. But you really do need to start embroidering this wedding gown. Now, better to prepare early. It is always better than scrambling at the last minute. Though I doubt you could talk Zhang Hongkai into it anyway. It is not like I, your sister-in-law Dao Hua. I'm eager to see you married off soon. Truth be told, I'd love for you to stay home forever, so I wouldn't have to worry about a thing, but that is not how it works. These past 2 years, the gossip about you has died down a bit. But if Zhang Hongcai passes the provincial exam and becomes a Zhuren, and you still drag your feet on the marriage, as time drags on, the whispers will only grow louder, not fade. Besides, you wouldn't want to be the principal wife who hasn't even crossed the threshold, only for a concubine to beat you to it.
If he does bring another woman home, I'll repudiate him on the spot.
Early October, the joyful news of Jiang Hongkai's Zhuren success reached the second village well before he did. Dao Hua learned of Jiang Hongkai's Zhuren triumph, yet she truly couldn't tell if she should be happy about it. Now that he is past, it is exactly as his sister-in-law predicted. She could no longer persuade Zhang Hongcai to wait until he is over 20 to tie the knot. Yi Xiang clutched the dowry list, carrying out one final verification to ensure everything was flawless, when she spotted her husband puffing up with anger as he stormed into the room.
What is wrong?
Li Shang took one look at his face and immediately set aside the ledger in her hands, rushing over to tend to him. First, on such a pivotal day as this, she simply had to soothe him. If Zhou Fengshou started kicking up a fuss, that could spell real trouble.
They're saying Dao Hua isn't one of ours anymore. Dao Hua belongs to our family. I'm furious, and I'm gonna go chew them out.
Fengshou, haven't we talked about this already? Even after Dao Hua marries, she'll always be a daughter of the Zhou family. Your little sister.
Yu Xiang coaxed him softly, but her gentle words fell on deaf ears with Zhou Fengshou in his current state. He hadn't gotten the reaction he craved from Jixiang, muttering, "Dao Hua is ours," before storming away. Li Xiang hurried after him but couldn't catch up. Stomping her foot, in sheer frustration, she quickly enlisted someone to go check on him. Zhou Fengshou hadn't gone to confront that villager after all. He'd headed to the graveyard to pour his heart out to his late parents.
Dad, someone's saying Dao Hua isn't part of our family anymore. So why don't you go give him a scolding tonight? You're not coming to visit me tonight. Not even bothering with Dao Hua. Dear, Ma, Dao Hua was the sister you gave me. Don't let her become someone else's now. I miss you both so much. Why haven't you come to see me?
Ji Xiang, I heard Zhou Fengshou went to the cemetery, and that puts my mind half at ease. They were originally going to find Zhou Fengkang to visit their big brother, but when they got there, Zhou Fengkang and the other two weren't home. So what could those three be up to? They went to the city to pick up the golden washboard. This dowry edition has emptied their pockets cleaner than their faces.
Second brother, third brother, do you think our sister will like this?
This was your idea, after all. And now you're worried she won't like it.
Zhou Fengzhu scratched his head.
The dowry additions from folks in our village are all jewelry. And no matter how nice ours is, it is still just a washboard.
Hey,
do you think Brother Hongkai will treat our sister well? Maybe we shouldn't let her get married. I'm really having a hard time letting her go.
Zhou Fengzu's question hung in the air, unanswered by his two brothers, who could bear to let her go. But no matter how much it hurts, she has to get married. This skylight, the three of them made, aside from themselves, no one else knew about it. Even when they got home, the three of them crept around furtively, waiting until Dao Hua's room was empty, before slipping inside.
Sister, we've come to add to your dowry.
Dao Hua perked up when she heard that.
Oh, so you've prepared a dowry for me too?
Right here. Sai Feng, go stand guard at the door. If anyone comes, give us a heads up.
Zhou Fengfu placed the box right in front of Dao Hua and said to Xifang,
What is this? So secretive. Sister, go ahead and open it up.
Once the box was opened, she was stunned too. It gleamed gold, shining bright yellow, with 4 rings of jade inlaid around it. The surface etched with intricate patterns, a washboard made entirely of gold.
Sister, what do you think? Didn't you say, if a man's not listening, he can kneel on the washboard? Brother Hongkai is a juror scholar. He doesn't even have to kneel before high officials, but he can still kneel on gold. If gold won't do, he can kneel to our folks instead. If you're ever short on cash, sister, you can always melt it down. But I know our sister won't ever be broke. Right, Brother Axon.
Hearing Zhou Fengsu's words, Dao Hua's shock at the washboard melted into deep emotion. She didn't want her brothers to see her tears, so she quickly bowed her head and held them back. She reached out to touch this thoughtfully crafted gift.
I absolutely love it. And when you all get married, I'll make one just like it for each of you. No, wait, sister. We're on the same team. So just hand over the gold bars.
A girlfriend would work too.
But I want antiques. They're worth a fortune.
Everyone cracked up at Zhou Fengsu's quip, bursting into laughter. That is what siblings are all about. I can give you everything I have, and when you reach out for something, never hold back. When the sky is just barely lightening, Dao Hua is roused by Sai Feng and Wu Feng to wash up and take a bath, rubbing fragrant oils all over her body. Through this whole morning ritual of scrubbing and washing, Dao Hua starts to regret this whole marriage business a little. Why does it have to be so much trouble?
Dao Hua, put on your bridal gown first. In a bit, Auntie Li will come for your hair, combing ceremony.
Ji Xiang, all spruced up, arrives in Dao Hua's courtyard, ready to help Xifang get Dao Hua into her bridal gown.
Sister-in-law, let me finish eating first before I get dressed. What if I spill something on it? It'll be such a hassle to clean. I've got eggs boiled just for you. Have them after you've put on your bridal gown. No worries.
But don't. I usually have eggs with noodles.
You forgot. Aren't you and Hongkai following northern customs? You have to wait until dusk for the ceremony. And you can't use the bathroom in between. So no noodles. You can have an egg later.
Dao Hua is stunned. She really did forget. So she can't eat or drink anything all day. I wonder if Zhang Hongkai can eat in the morning.
Young master, you should eat a hearty breakfast. This welcoming the bride is heavy lifting. You can't go without a full stomach.
You've eaten plenty. Too much isn't good either.
Time for tea and a mouth rinse. My wedding attire has all been fumigated with incense. Good. Is the fumigation done? When you reach the bride's doorstep, she'll catch a whiff of the fragrance,
said the sycophantic lackey with a smirk.
Go tell the sedan bearers. Once you've picked up the bride, keep that sedan steady. If she likes it, there is a reward. And you women, no talking from now on.
Zhang Hongkai had no mood to listen to Zhang Qi's flattery. He felt even his upcoming exam hadn't left him this tense.
Old Master Zhang, the auspicious hour has arrived. We are setting off.
The wedding hostess called from outside. Hearing the wedding hostess's call, Xiaohong checked himself in the mirror once more. And once satisfied all was in order, he strode out the door to fetch his bride. The blare of Suna horns, gongs, and drums rang out, catching the ear of Dao Hua as she savored her sunny-side-up eggs.
All ready? Not at all. Join the procession. Circle the village once. Then navigate those playful checkpoints. By the time they reach you, it'll be just right on time. Hurry and eat up. Aunt Li's here.
Ji Xiang finished and went out to greet Aunt Li, with a gaggle of women trailing behind her, like sister-in-law Li, second sister-in-law Li Shenxing, and the like. When Aunt Li stepped into the room, she saw Dao Hua clad in her wedding gown, rinsing her mouth. Deep down, she truly felt like she was sending off her own daughter. Oh, dressed up now. The welcoming party from next door has already set out. Let's begin. 1 comb to the end. 2 combs for white hair reaching the brows. 3 combs for a house full of children and grandchildren. 9 combs for 9 sons in a chain. All blessings fulfilled. 10 combs for husband and wife, growing old together until their hair turns white. Dao Hua, listening to Aunt Li's auspicious blessings, suddenly The image of her birth mother from her past life, who had given birth to and raised her, flashed in her mind. The mother who never had the chance to see her off on her wedding day. Taohua, don't cry on your big wedding day. You'll smudge your makeup if you do. The aunts watching in the room and sisters-in-law all chimed in with jokes and laughter, coaxing Daohua to hold back her tears. Seeing Daohua's smile return, the hired matchmaker began applying makeup to Daohua's face.
Sis, you ready yet? Can we come in and see?
All set. Come on in and take a peek. Your big sis is looking absolutely gorgeous today. Let's head to the front and give them a moment to chat.
Zhou Feng ushered the excited bunch into the room in a rush.
Wow, so pretty. Sis, you look stunning today.
What? Am I not beautiful on regular days?
姐， you're pretty 是太, but today you're radiant. Both ways, you look amazing.
After taking a good look and chatting a little, the brothers, along with the sentimental village chief Lai and Deng Dashi, made their way to the front yard. As for the wedding procession, they were determined to give it a proper blockade. Jiang Hongsai's journey to fetch his bride was truly grueling yet comical, even leaving Pang Xiangshan, a man from the capital, utterly amazed. The grooms faring the best of them. Those trailing behind him are really taking the heat. Those students blocking the way got quite a rough handling. Covered in dust and grime, looking utterly disheveled. The villagers crowding around inside and out, laughed till their bellies ached. I've never seen a wedding procession this boisterous. Liveliness is a good sign. The rowdier it gets, the brighter the future ahead.